This is going to be a long one, so make sure to sit back, relax, and enjoy the video. We seem to be at a school, and it says, "Students, after 3 years of study, you have now learned and mastered the theoretical knowledge of the profession system. And it is a beautiful day, and the light is shining through on the school." We then see a star with crystals floating around it, and the professor says, "Today is the day your profession is chosen, and the day that will determine your fates." And this guy looks pretty cool, and his name is Lu Yun, the principal of Zihai First Academy, and I like how he's rocking a turtleneck. He also says that he will spare them the pleasantries, and he will hope that all of them can reach the same level as the senior, Su Xin Xing, and become a pillar of the human race. And we find out that this guy, who is shrouded in mystery, is a level 80 holy mage, and all of the people look very intimidated. But of course, there is a guy with his hand in his pockets, and he says that that is a transmutation circle. His name is Lin Mo Yu, and he is a student of Zihai First Academy. His name is Lin Mo Yu, and he has been reborn into this world for so many years, and at long last, he can finally get his profession. We then find out that this world is unlike any other RPG game, and there are not only many dungeons and secret areas, but also monsters in the wild. So it seems like this is an MMORPG. He also mentions that after the profession selection, these individuals can gain experience by killing monsters and raiding dungeons as well as secret areas, and they can level up and enhance their skills as well as their strength, as we see an example right here. He also mentions that countless sages of the human race have carved out a living space for the human among the countless monsters, and that's how they have a stable society today, which kind of makes sense. And of course, the most popular professions in this world are naturally the combat classes. The support classes come next, followed by the livelihood professions, and the combat and support classes can be divided into 5 classes, or should I say 5 ranks. It is a low rank, the medium rank, the high rank, the rare rank, and of course, our favorite, the legendary rank. He also says that the entire Zihai city may not even be able to produce a legendary occupation in more than 10 years. We then see the transmutation circle activate, and a beaming bright yellow light comes out of it. His friend Gao Yang says, "Yo, Mo Yu, bro, what is your most desired profession?" as he puts his hand on his shoulder. He tells him to really say it, because he really wants to be a knight, and he says that he will be a knight for sure so he can protect the girls. Are you kidding me? We already found our next simp. He then says, "Gao Yang, why are you talking to that idiot? He won't answer you." And then he says that maybe today his profession selection will be from the livelihood class. And then the other guy says that's right. It's just that his grades are a little bit better. So what about it? But of course, Gao Yang is pretty cool and is a cool dude, and he says, "Don't say that." In fact, he doesn't talk simply because he does not like to. We then see Lu Yun, the principal, talk to Master Zhang, and he says, "I'm sorry to bother you today." And he is a level 52 formation master. He smiles and says it's no big deal. Our MC then says that old man is actually an arrangement master, and he says that it's a rare supporting profession. The president then says, "Once I announce your name, enter the transmutation circle. The first one is Shu Da." Shu Da then gets his test, and he is in the livelihood class, disappointingly, and he is a farmer. Well, and he says, "I can't believe it, a livelihood class and a farmer at that." And I know that the rest of the class are probably laughing. He says that farming can be good though, because it can be upgraded into a grand farmer and even an holy farmer. But the classmates say that indeed, among the livelihood classes, being a farmer isn't too bad. We see somebody and he becomes a chef, and his father was a chef, and he never thought that he could be a chef as well. This seems pretty wholesome. The president then says, "Yeah, until now there hasn't been a rare profession." And then of course, Zhang Xian, the formation master, says that the students this year are quite average. The principal then says there are only 1 or 2 rare professions in the entire city of Zihai every year, so it's not too much for them to hope for. And then Zhang Xian asks, "How many years has it been since your academy came up with a rare profession? It would be nice to have at least one high-level profession come from the combat class." Next up is Xia Shui. Xia Shui is a student of the Zihai First Academy, and of course I know that the boys are already fiending over her. She says, Lin Mo Yu, I'll show you who the real genius is, and it seems that this is the first waifu of her boy that he has collected. We then see, although we were known as the two geniuses of the academy, our boy Lin Mo Yu was always ahead of her, and she won't admit defeat. The guy then says that this girl has a lot of potential, and then the principal says, Master Zhang, why do you say that? He says that the girl's mental strength is more than twice of an ordinary person, and it's a high possibility that she could actually become a mage, because that is also a high-level profession in the combat class. He says that if it's some special mage, then this is truly a rare profession. And then we see her walk towards the circle. Boom! Some explosion happens, and then we find out that a vision has appeared, and it is indeed a rare profession. Her combat class is an elemental mage. Let's go, guys! I mean, sorry, I should be cheering for our MC and not his waifu. But anyways, we then find out that the class says that this is amazing, because it is actually so rare for this to actually occur, and of course, they say it's expected of a genius. Zhang Shan then says, girl, you are very good, and she bows down and says thank you for your compliment. She looks over to her girlfriends, and they say that this is time she is sure to be able to surpass that annoying guy, Lin Mo Yu. And then she says, Lin Mo Yu, because he is next up, and with his hands in his pockets, he dashes past her, and I already know that her boy is probably going to be the most OP in the city. We then see the president or the principal, and he says, Master Shang, what do you think of this little guy? And he says, apart from looking very calm, there really isn't anything special. The principal laughs and says, there are two geniuses in our school. Ji Shui is the second, and Lin Mo Yu is the first. And then he says, you should know that academic performance and class change are not necessarily linked. And the principal says, but if Lin Mo Yu had another rare profession, boom! Holy cow! We see a purple spiral gather around him, and it literally connects to the clouds, and it's a Nimbus cloud. There is lightning literally from his aura. The president of the principal looks up, and he's like, what the heck is going on here? Zhang Xian says, it is a vision. This transformation, vision? He says it is such a huge vision, and he wonders if this is going to be a rare profession. And then, of course, Jia Shui is like, there's no way, I won't lose to you, because the vision is much bigger than hers. One of the guys points up and says, look, there's dark movements in the clouds. And we see a lot of eyes that are glowing in the darkness. It seems to be the undead. And one of them falls and says, it's the freaking undead, dude. The dark clouds are full of undead. And they are literally marching down. And they seem to be very furious. Jia Shui then says, I know that this is a vision, but she cannot even fight that kind of stuff. And then we see our boy, and there are souls surrounding him. And he seems to be harnessing the power of the vision. We then find out he is a necromancer, the unique hidden profession. See the green flame in his hands, and he says that he is the only necromancer in the world. And he also says that unless he dies, there will never be another profession like his. And he seems to be holding the world by the palm of his hands. This is not only rarer than a rare profession, but even rarer than a legendary profession. One of the guys says, Lin Mo Yu is so powerful that he transformed into a hidden profession, and it's a unique one. And they are two haters, and they're like, hidden professions aren't always powerful, and there have been many people in history whose hidden professions weren't very good. One guy also says that, yes, I agree, and the girls say, just now the visions were scary, right? It was that of a necromancer, so it doesn't have to be dealing with dead people all the time. And because he also doesn't talk, the guy says, isn't it good to deal with dead people because there really is no need to talk? And then Lin Mo Yu just says in his head while the other people are gossiping that the uniqueness of this profession is way better than he expected. Then Zhang Xian then walks up to him and says, young man, wait a minute. He replies, saying, Senior, how may I be of service? He then says, I have never seen your unique profession. Can you please demonstrate your skills? And then he says, please wait a moment. We then see his stats window. His level is 1 and he is a Necromancer. Everything else is at 10 except for his spirit. It is at level 20. We then see Summon Skeleton Warrior level 1. He is able to summon a Black Iron level Skeleton Warrior. It goes from Black Iron to Bronze to Silver, Gold, Diamond, Legendary. And I didn't expect this, but Divine. He also has a Soul Blaze level 1, which he can burn the target's soul and deal burning damage, and it depends on his spiritual power and skill level. He has a flame in his hand and he says that his spiritual power is stronger, which means that the Necromancers belong to the mage profession, but the skill of the summoning skeleton warriors are that of the summoning class. He says, summon skeleton warrior, and he loses 10 spirit points. We then see the Black Iron skeleton warrior. Everything is at 15, but he has no skills. They're like, this time it's for real. And they're like, whoa, there's no way that this is actually happening. We also find out that his skeleton warrior was attacked, and it asks if he wants to counteract it. And if he doesn't make a choice within 10 seconds, it will automatically attack him. And then he says, stay put. And then Zhang Shen is like very vigilant. The guy says, I'm a level 52 professional, and this Lin Mo Yu is only level 1. But the summon is hostile to me. He also mentions that the attributes of the skeleton warrior are average, because Lin Mo Yu is only level 1. So it's really hard to see the strength of the profession. But he says maybe, after becoming a high level, the skeleton will become more powerful. And this skeleton looks pretty scary to me. The guy says, thanks a lot and good effort, and I hope your future will make a difference. He then walks away as others look at him, and of course, the skeleton is walking with him. And Gao Yang is like, yo, can I touch it? And then he says, is this skeleton powerful? I don't believe it. It looks like a rag. And of course, our boy Mo Yu responds saying, it should be better than you. He calls the skeleton back into his system, and then it is Gao Yang's turn for the profession class. We then see summoning space is 1 out of 10. And just like he knew, the summoning space can accommodate summons and can be summoned at any time without the need to consume spiritual energy. And as he levels up, the capacity will also go up. He then gets a glimpse and remembers that when I just changed his profession, he seems to have seen a real necromancer, and maybe one day he will also be able to defeat dragons in mere seconds. I think our boy might have been too OP. We then see Gao Yan, and he is like, what do you think of that? I'm a sword and shield knight, and it is an advanced profession. And he says that he will protect him. And then Lin Mo Yu starts to talk more, and he is like, you finally opened your mouth, huh? I just said that the opposite on purpose. Didn't you notice? The president then says that the transfer is over, and no matter what profession you have changed to, the academy has arranged a place for you to improve. And tomorrow, the novice leveling dungeon of Shihai City will also be open. And he tells him to get good grades on the big test in a week and get into the institution for the higher learning of their choice. Our boy Lin Mo Yu then starts to think that the monsters in the newbie upgrade dungeons are concentrated in levels 1 to 8, and the number is small and is way safer than the wilderness. And just at that moment, Ashui calls out to him, and she says, Lin Mo Yu, I want to compete with you. Let's compare the results of the exam. Don't you dare to compete. This girl really is a tsundere. And she says, although I lost to you again today, I will not be defeated. We are at Lin Mo Yu's home, and he seems to be looking at a picture. It is a picture of his grandma and his sister, and he says that he has successfully changed his profession to a super rare hidden one. And he also tells his sister that just wait, because he will also be admitted to Shajing Academy. Just at that moment, he sees somebody knock on his door, and it is the president, Lu Yun. He then says, hey Lin Mo Yu, come take these supplies first. And he also mentions that last year in Jihai City, only this kid's older sister, Lin Mo Han, was admitted to Shijing Academy alone. And that's where our boy's sister is at. He also says that he promised his sister to take good care of our boy Lin Mo Yu, and she agreed to go to Xijing. So now he has to keep his promise. He says thank you, and then the principal says, tomorrow you will enter the dungeon for the test, so make sure you get good sleep. It is midnight and our boy is still trying to get the system working. He sees system loading, and then it says, The host has awakened to the necromancer profession, and the profession meets the requirements. The strongest talent system is binding. We then see some more things saying that he has obtained the skill, damage transfer as a passive one, and that it basically is all skill effects are increased by 5 times, and all the damage received by the mage is taken by the summoner. And of course, this is completely goated. He then summons a skeleton warrior, and we see the animation, and it looks as cool as ever. He loses 10 spiritual power, but then that's not really a big deal. We see the black iron skeleton warrior. His strength is 75, and all the other stats are 75 as well. And this means that our boy has literally just got a cheat code, and that with the damage transfer skill, he will be invincible at the same level. What a awesome way to start the first chapter. The next day, we are at the novice leveling dungeon. And of course, our boy Gao Yang says, "Yo, Moyu, you want to team up here?" And then we see the galaxy wallpaper, the rift that looks like a galaxy wallpaper. Of course, he says nothing. And then Gao Yang says, "You prick, why are you looking down on me? I invited you all the way here with my sincerity." And then Moyu is just like, "Teaming up will make it slow, so going solo is faster." And then Xiao Shui is like, "What Lin Moyu said is correct, because the experience is equally split between you two during co-op." And she also mentions that according to seniors, teaming up after level 10 is probably the best time to team up. We then see President Lu Yun, and then he says, "At least you guys are still students, so there's no trick and schemes." And then he also says that the other combat professions will bring support into the dungeon. And then they're like, "Why don't they need support?" And then the principal says that Xiao Shui is aiming for Xia Jing Academy, so she needs to level up fast, and besides, she is an elemental mage. And for Lin Mo Yu, Master Shang, and they don't really understand how his ability works, so the supports can just ask them if they want to team up. And then we see the 3 girls, and they're like, "I'm pretty scared of those undead." He then whips out the staff spirit, and he gets a +1. He says that he's also aiming for the Xia Jing Academy, so that he can go there faster. He will go solo. The principal then says, "Do you know how hard it is to get into Xia Jing Academy? And if you're thinking you'll get in, you'll have to be able to be level 12 or even level 15 to be safe for the final trial." And the principal looks kind of nervous, so I'm guessing this is really tough. He also says that his sister Lin Mohan got into the academy at level 16. He also then says that, "Do you think it's easy just to level up to level 12 in a short week? It'll get harder when you get to level 15. And then he also mentions that the highest level of monsters in the novice dungeon is only level 8, so there's no way he can get to level 12. And besides that, there's also a lot of other requirements that will be revealed during the final trial." He then gives him a smug look, and then he says, "I have confidence." And then the president says, "Good kid." And he says since this kid has a hidden profession, this might actually work. We then see Xiao Shui, and she is like, "Let's compete to see who can go faster. And if you keep quiet, then I'll count you in." And our boy is just like, okay, whatever, because this girl is so competitive. They enter the rift, and then our boy releases his fire from his hands, and then he notices that it used up 10 spirit points when he summoned an undead last night. And after meditating for 1 night, his spirit has recovered to 40 points. So now he summons 4 undead knights. He then points his staff, and he tells them to go and find and kill these monsters. Our boy really is just laying back and enjoying the harvest without even moving a single finger. Successfully eliminated Big Ears Rabbit plus 10 XP. Successfully eliminated Big Ears Rabbit plus 10 XP, and it keeps on going on. He says that every single monster that has been eliminated by the Skeleton Warrior raises his experience by 1%, so eliminating 100 will literally be enough to level up. This really is an OP way to level up, but you could call it solo leveling. I didn't say anything, guys. Please don't copyright me. He says he leveled up in half an hour, and we now see that his level is 2, and he's at 1%. Strength is at 20, Agility 20, Spirit 40, Physique 20, and of course he has 6 out of 20 Skeleton Warrior in his summoning space. He is like, I can summon another level 2 Undead Knight now, and then he spawns one in, and then he all has 125 as his stats. He also mentioned that he has now 8 spaces that he can put into his summon space, and he says that this is just the beginning. Boom, he kills a gray cat, a brown dog dies, and then a blue-eyed rat dies, giving him a total of 90 XP. He says the trace of the skeleton warriors will create a map, and this seems to be a pretty useful function. He also mentions that there are some monsters that the skeleton warriors have missed, and he wonders if he can try his active skill now. Boom! Soul Blaze. He literally eliminates this cat in a single hit, and his heart is set ablaze, but of course, that is not a Demon Slayer reference. He says that a skill with 5 times of the boost, a level 2 Grey Cat turns into ashes in mere seconds. He also says that because of this, he can level up, and without the boost from the talent, Necromancer won't be any less powerful than any legendary profession. We now see that he is level 3, and our boy has just undergone a transformation. He then summons more skeleton warriors, and we just see it pop up. Loads and loads of level 5 monsters literally getting wrecked by his skeleton warriors. He says that it's been 4 hours, and now there are only 8 hours left, but he has already reached level 4. And if this continues with his speed, it will only take him less than an hour to level up again. And if he's able to get to level 8, then he says that he will go to Shihai Suburbia, because there's even higher level monsters there. Our boy really is just really leveling up way too fast. We then see Xiao Dongyang, the head of the Xia family, and he's also Xia Shui's father. The principal says, "Mr. Xia, you're here to visit Xia Shui, right?" And then he says, "It's all thanks to you, Principal Liu, for taking care of Xiao Shui all these years." Looks like they have a good relationship. The principal, while holding his drink, says that I'm sure you must have known it's a rare profession for her to get the elemental mage. The guy says that it's sad that he was busy yesterday and he wasn't able to see her transmutation. He also mentions that he cannot miss her first dungeon too. He says that her seniors, Su Xianxing and Lin Mohan, both are rare professions, and they even got to level 5 when they got out of the dungeon. And he thinks that Xiao Shui should be the same level as well. He says, I hope that girl has been very competitive because she really wants this to happen. The principal says, we'll be able to foresee their speed of leveling up in the next few days, judging by how they did in the first day. But of course, the principal's mind is just focused on what level Lin Mo Yu will be, because he is a hidden professionalist. We then see 12 hours. He explains that there is a countdown when somebody enters the dungeon, and that after the 12 hours, they can see how much they leveled up. The father says, right, I heard that there was another hidden profession appearing during yesterday's transmutation. And the principal says, yeah, that is Lin Mo Yu, and he got the Necromancer. He also mentions that Mo Yu's sister is Lin Mo Han, and if Xiao Shui is able to make it into Jiajing Academy, maybe you can have Lin Mo Han look out for her. We are back into the dungeon, and we see him along with his skeleton soldier. He says that the furthest distance that the skeleton warriors can be away from him is 500 meters, so he can just literally be AFK and wait to level up within this area. And oh gosh, if only I had this ability to literally have these guys do my homework for me. We then see that almost 7 hours have passed, and that he hasn't seen any level 8 monsters, and we see his skeleton soldiers just ticking down these level 7 and level 6 beasts. He wonders how the others are doing. But boom, he gets sliced, and it says that his passive skill damage transfer has activated. We then see the bullwhip tree. It is in hibernation for most of the time and will attack any living creature passing by. And it is first level 8 monster. Lin Mo Yu says, so this is a level 8 monster in the novice dungeon, huh? And he says that the stats of his skeleton warriors have reached 275. So he says, let's see how much damage you can take in. One of the skeleton warrior attacks it, and he is like, it didn't just die. He says that eliminating a level 8 monster needed 4 slashes, so this will greatly decrease his speed of leveling up. He then attacks it, and of course, he successfully eliminated the level 8 bullwhip tree. We also see a lot of them, and he says that there's already hundreds of bullwhip trees within this area that he can see. And so this is literally a leveling up sanctuary made specifically for our boy. as he just remains AFK. Boom, one is taken down, another taken down, and another taken down. We then see the rift, and it seems somebody is walking out. We then see, you must get through the forest guarded by level 8 monsters in order to find the exit, so he wonders if it could be. And then somebody says that it's weird because the time is not up yet, and he wonders if there was accidents. Lin Moyu walks out, and then they're like, "Why are you out here?" And he simply says with a calm, smug face, "I killed them all, so..." And the principal is like, "You're level 7? Because he managed to get level 7 in just a span of 10 hours. He says there's 2 little monsters in there, or else he would have been able to get to level 8. And he says, "Mentor Lu, I wish to go to Shihai Suburbia." The principal is like, "This is the first time I've heard that there's somebody killing everything in the novice domain, and only in 10 hours. And our boy waves his hand in front of Mentor Lu because it seems like he is daydreaming now. He wonders how Lin Moyu was able to do this, and he wonders if that is a skill of a necromancer. He then says nervously, "Okay, I'll get you a traveling certificate." And he also mentions that he can rest up for a bit and wait for the other students to come out, and that he will send him back. And just at that moment, one of his subordinates says, "Why did that student get out so early?" And then he says, "Lao Lu, are you okay?" He says, "Yeah, is he alright? Why is he alone, and where are his teammates?" The principal says, "He is Lin Mo Yu. He got to the novice dungeon and slaughtered all the level 8 monsters inside." All of them are shocked because they've never seen how powerful legendary professions are, but they know for a fact that there's no way they can have that quick of a speed. And this is the power of the hidden profession. The principal says that this kid will have a bright future, so there's no need to worry, and that if he manages to get into Xiajing Academy, then I guess they'll be having a headache instead of the principal. Xiao Shui's father says that she has been competitive since she was young, and he is afraid that this will be very impactful towards her. The principal puts his hand on his shoulder and says, "Ah ha ha ha, not just this time. You're not home often, so you don't know, but Lin Mo Yu's results have been on top of Xiao Shui's for all these years, and that girl has been in second place forever now." And the father is like, "That girl didn't even tell me anything like that." We then see Lin Mo Yu, and he says that at this moment, he'll be able to summon 24 skeleton warriors, and that he has 70 spots for his warriors. He says if he were to think of occupying all the spots, then it will need some time, and he just sits there on a rock meditating with his awesome staff. We then see Lin Mo Yu, and she says, "I won't lose this time," because she has already reached level 5, which is basically the standard of the novice dungeons record. And she's like, "Where the heck is Lin Mo Yu?" And it turns out that she doesn't know. She's like, "When did he get out? Wait, he is..." And we see he is level 7, and she is literally shocked. She then sees her father by the car, and he's like, "What's up, Xiao Shui?" And she asks why her dad is here. He is in the car, and then he asks, "Do you need help? And why are you still competing with that kid?" This guy really is a menace to his daughter. She says, "He's a total bad guy, and he's been more powerful for me than the last 3 years. This girl really is a competitive spirit." He says, "I'm telling you, this Lin Mo Yu got out of the dungeon in 10 hours, and he killed all of the level 8 monsters." And then she says, "This is the thing, I won't keep losing to that guy." But then after she hears that, she looks back at her father like, "Killed all the level 8 monsters?" And then she mentions that she just got to the area of level 7 monsters, and she didn't even get to see a single level 8. And she also mentions, besides that, he got out 2 hours earlier, and if there's more monsters in there, does that mean he'll be able to reach level 8? And then we see Gao Yang, and I think our boy Gao Yang is literally the simp and the new waifu. And he says, "Mo Yu, how did you get to level 7? And he says, "No, forgive me, I meant Boss Lin. Please bring me with you." And then Lin Mo Yu is like, "Bruh." He tells him that he'll bring him with him next time. And then Gao Yang is like, "Then that settles it. I'll wait for you at the school entrance tomorrow." And he gives a very charming look. The next day, we see him kind of bummed out. And he is like, "Mentor Lu, why isn't Mo Yu here?" And then Principal Lu says he went to Shihai Suburbia. And then he yells and he says, Curse you, Linmo Yu! You fooled me! I shall battle you! And then the principal is like, give up, you can't win. We are then at the Shen Xia Empire Exchange, and this looks like a pretty cool and tall building. We then see somebody's hand on a crystal, and it says, initializing identification. Identification, succeed, citizen of Shen Xia Empire, Lin Mo Yu, and he has permission granted to the Shen Xia Empire Exchange. His authority is only level 1. He thinks and wonders if there's any mission suitable for him. We see collected, unlimited amount of green sprout, and the price is 50 gold a portion. We also see another mission, which is raid the level 14 domain of Zhihai Mines and acquire domain's boss, King Goblin's core. He finds this interesting, and then he says that it might be difficult. We then see the normal difficulty, and he mentions that it goes from normal, nightmare, and hell. The nightmare difficulty is many times harder than the normal one, and it will be impossible to pass without a strong team. And then the hell difficulty. It's not something that normal professions could do at all. And he says that he can't take on that mission for now. We then see a large knight, and is it just me, or does this guy look like Chris from Solo Leveling? Let me know what you guys think. He says, profession is a necromancer, and he says, Linmo Yu level 7 necromancer? He wonders which academy is letting a mere level 7 out of town. The guy says that your traveling certificate has been active, and you'll be able to freely travel around the cities in the Shen Xia Empire. He says if you encounter any danger, you're allowed to return, because your life matters the most. And our boy just says that he will. He then goes past the wall, and it becomes an utter desert. He says that it is not just a simple wall. It's 2 different worlds in and outside of the city. He also mentions that he can literally hear beasts growling. And there's even a flow of blood circulating around the air. Just as he's looking around, a goblin is behind him. He summons one of his soldiers, and he says, go kill that goblin. It is a goblin in patrols. Level 10, strength 120, physique 120, agility and spirit are 50, and it has no skills. He says that a level 10 goblin is practically nothing to a skeleton warrior with stats of level 375. The goblin attacks him, and the skeleton warrior takes no damage at all, and of course he ends it in an instant. We then see Linmo Yu, and there are a lot of goblins headed his direction. He says if he manages to keep up with his speed, he'll get level 15 in no time, and he's getting literally 300 XP from killing all of these monsters. He says that his sister got to level 16 before the trial, and he wonders how did she do that. He then gets a flashback to her holding bread, and she seems way different from how he was imagining her a while ago, and he says that he will get into Jia Jing's academy. We then see Linmo Yu, level 10, strength, agility, physique 100, and spirit 300, and now he has 40 skeletons and 100 is the limit. He mentions that there isn't a big change in the other stats. Every time it levels up, it'll only increase by 10. But his spirit is at 300 and it increased in points, which is a massive W. He also mentions that they said that there'll be a huge boost after reaching level 10. And so, he belongs in the mage profession. So the biggest boost is spirit. And now, he never thought that he would become level 10 so quickly. We then see he has a bronze skeleton warrior. Strength, 1500. Agility, spirit, and physique are all the same. He also has a rage shot, which is to create 200% of the damage based on own strength on target, and the cooldown is 10 minutes. This has become quite out of hand, and I think our boy might just solo the verse. He then says, it seems like he'll be able to rule this area just with his bronze skeleton warrior. And then he is like, wait, as he looks around, I think I cleared all the monsters here. But boom, something launches towards him, and he manages to see it. He doesn't manage to dodge it, but he did use damage transfer. And then, boom. We then see a girl, and she seems to be in a hood, and she has a mask on. He says, who is this girl? He says it's probably an assassin profession, and the one who attacked him might be an archer professional. We then see the arrow stabbed on his chest, and the girl just runs straight past him. He says it's them. And then he says that their direction is wrong, and they'll never get that assassin. The man then says, that person is cunning and an assassin too, and he probably escaped. And then one of the guys with the bow says, hey kid, did you see a person with black clothes passing by? He says, your arrow hit me, and apologize, as he gives them a menacing look, and of course a side eye. I'm pretty sure they know better not to mess with the MC of a manhwa. Surprisingly, the man with the bow says, sorry for that, and the guy is like, this kid got hit by my arrow, but somehow he's fine? Lin Mo Yu is just like, just don't do it again. And then he says, this kid, doesn't he know that I'm not in a good mood? And then he realizes, and he thinks, is that a skeleton warrior? And it seems that he has some knowledge about this. The guy with the staff grunts and says, only the ones who are hidden criminals with dark mentality would be able to awaken such disgusting professions of summoning the undead. And he says that he's definitely not some good guy. The archer says, stop it. And then he says, I know. We then walk past him, and he says, consider yourselves fortunate. And then he also says if they did something, they'll get it back 100 times worse. And you see the aura on his hand start to fade away. We then see level 10 Goblin Patrol eliminated, level 11 Goblin Soldier eliminated, and he has obtained the Goblin's Bones. He is literally just sitting as they fight, and then he says the experience points are decreasing, and that after level 10, the experience needed to level up has increased by a whopping 3 times. And according to our boy's calculations, that means he has to kill 5,000 goblins just to raise in level. And he does mention that he doesn't think that he'll be able to reach level 11 if the skeleton warrior kept on killing without exhaustion. He says there's not much time, and he can't go back. He then leaps forward with the skeleton army, and he says if it wants to get into Xiajing Academy, he has to do more than others, because who is going to carry the bows? We see him set up camp, there's fire, and he says that based on the current speed of leveling up, he'll be able to reach level 13 by tomorrow, but it really is still unclear if he can get to level 15 the day after. And he also mentions that after reaching level 15, it'll be way harder to make it to level 16. And so his only goal is to truly make it to level 16, and even that is pushing it. He wonders how his sister managed to level up that time, because he knows he's a sword dancer in the legendary profession, but there really is no way that she could level up so fast and even faster than him. As he is thinking, he realizes something. Ji Hai Mine's dungeon. He wonders if she had teamed with other people and raided the nightmare difficulty dungeon that has way more XP. That would explain why she was wounded when she made it back that time. He then shakes his leg and says that his guess might be correct, and so he has to go and take a look tomorrow. Just at that moment, we see somebody approach him, and a skeleton warrior looks at it as well. He says, leveling professional? There's not a lot of people who would be leveling here at midnight. Are they lost? And it is a girl from earlier, the assassin. She says, do you have any food? And of course, our boy gives some to her. She pulls her mask down, and she seems to be pretty cute. She then starts to chew down on this potato, and he is like, this girl must be very hungry. And of course, she starts to choke because she doesn't have water, so he gives her some as well, and she literally just chugs it down. She says, what is your name? And he doesn't say anything. She then also says, you don't like talking? Then why don't we analyze skills with each other? They then touch their fingers, and we see an orb of light arise. Analytic skill. Boom, analysis has failed, and he wonders if he did not get any information. She says, didn't get anything, right? And then she manages to see his stats though. You're called Lin Mo Yu, level 10, and your occupation is a necromancer, she says. I've never heard of this occupation before. It is quite strange. She then ponders back earlier, and she says that I think I saw that you had a skeleton standing next to you during the afternoon. And she says that summons, and especially undead summons, are extremely rare. She then asks, why don't you talk? Because don't tell me you're muted though, because you don't look like it. And then he is like, why? She's happy that he talked. And of course, our boy just says, why? She then says, are you asking why your analytics skill did not work? And she says, it's because of this. It's a blocking badge, and it looks like an X-Men logo. She says, as long as you have it, anyone who's not 10 levels above you won't be able to use analytic skill on you. She then makes it disappear and she says, try using the occupation skill now. We then see her name is Ning Yi Yi. Her occupation is a shadow assassin, and she is a level 19 one at that. As they're thinking, they then look back, and it is the people from earlier. He says a skeleton has already detected them. Are they thinking of surrounding us? She says as she stands up, it's just a mid-rank skill scripture. They've been going for me for days, and they still haven't given up. As she is speaking, an arrow launches at her, and she barely manages to avoid it. But it hits the log, and it isn't a normal arrow. It is a marking arrow, and now it is a problem. Our boy Lin Mo Yu says that Archer has anti-invisibility skills, and this skill will be able to mark the target, which makes them easier to target and unable to enter invisibility. And this was literally specially made to counterpart with assassins and monsters that have invisibility power. He then looks back, and it's the guy from earlier, and he says, there's nowhere to run this time. And the Archer is on the tree above them. And then the guy says, I knew it, you're a team. A disgusting rat assassin and a malicious dark undying summoner make a good duo, I must say. And then she says he's not a part of this. I'll give you the skill scripture, and we'll go our separate ways. The Archer then says, it would have been fine if you did it a day before, but now it's safer just killing you. She then tells Lin Mo Yu, I'll buy you some time so you can run. And then she also mentions that he's only level 10, and so she cannot drag him with her for something that she has done. And looks happy, and she smiles saying, I am the shadow assassin, and beneath the night is where she dances, and so she has her own way to get out of here. She also says you wouldn't be running away during daytime if you really are capable, and obviously they are more powerful. He also says she's already marked, so her invisibility skill is gone. And then the Archer is like, just cut the crap, let's not waste any time on her. The guy then lifts his staff and it starts to glow, and then he says, I just don't want your life today. I want that guy to be dead too. We then see the illumination skill, and her boy thinks he is Escanor. It is explained that the illumination skill wasn't only used to illuminate, it will chase away the darkness, increasing the range of his ability. The most important part is that it can counterpart with the assassin's invisibility skill, which means that she's a piece of dead meat. She then has a blade in her hand, and she says that she has to go all out right now. The Archer is ready, the guy with the shield is ready, and of course the staff man magician is ready. They are literally in the center of the attacks, and I wonder what's going to happen. Our boy Lin Mo Yu says come, and one of his soldiers come out of nowhere. The guy says, what a waste of energy. Undying summons, disgusting. He then says that his blazing fireballs are skills of a level 20 mage, and that he'll blow him up to ashes. And then the girl pulls him by his arm and is like, let's run. But unfortunately, we see that her ankle has been caught by spiritual strings, and it is the Archer who set it up. He then loads up 3 arrows and shoots at them, and it is headed towards them. She pushes Lin Mo Yu away, so he won't get hit by the arrows, but he just gets hit by the fireball. And she is like, what have I done? But just at that moment, we then see his skeleton knights block the attack, and they block the arrows as well. It seems like we might have the upper hand. We then see his bronzed skeleton, and this boy has 2 axes in his hand, and he's ready to cut down some wood. The mage is like, how could this be? The analytics still shows that this kid is just a level 10 necromancer, and he tells him not to get closer. We find out that the guy is a level 21 mage, and he's just a level 10, so how the heck could he be alive still? But then we find out that their skills have no effect on the summons, and that the summons have such high stats. Little blue flames appear around all of them, and then we see a massive horde of skeletons surrounding them, and it seems that they have chosen the wrong fight. We see the girl, she is in utter shock, and she is like, are those really the skeleton warriors that she saw before? They are broken, but why are they so strong? She even mentions that these really are level 10s, but a level 20 mage cannot even do damage to them. And then we see a whole bunch of them, and she wonders if this is too much. She then looks at Lin Mo Yu, And then we see all of the other skeleton warriors around him. And we see the comprehensive increase of activated, damage transfer, soul blaze level 10, summon skeleton warrior level 10, and all of it has increased by 10 times, and that he is able to summon a bronze skeleton warrior. It looks like the Three Stooges just don't know what trouble they got themselves into this time. The chapter starts, and the guy is trying to fend off these skeletons, although one of the skeletons swings its sword at his shield, and of course it cracks right open. He then releases a fire spell, and he says, "Have a taste of my power." And guys, this guy knows he's gonna lose. The zombies jump on top of him, and then they slice him into pieces. One of the guys running says, "Instant kill," but it's only been a few seconds. And he also mentioned that his agility attribute is obviously 1,000, so why the heck can he not get away from these skeletons? And we find out it's because the skeletons have an agility of 1,500. We then see one of the guards, and he has such good defense, to the point where our boy Lin Mo Yu is shocked. We see him with his shield, and then Lin Mo Yu says, a level 20 knight performing this skill is able to withstand the attacks of a level 40 mage. But then, we see our boy Lin Mo Yu put his hand up, and he says, "Use skill, stop him from running." We then see a skeleton holding his fiery blazing sword, and he says Berserk Strike. Berserk Strike inflicts 200% of its own strength on the target, and its strength is 1,500. He then slices up and through his barrier, and it's C. Extreme defense can last up to 1 minute, but the more intense the attack, the shorter it will last. And this guy gets surrounded by the skeletons, and he meets his demise. We then get a flashback, and it seems to be his sister. And then he says, "Mo Yu, remember, if you set your mind to do anything, then do it and never hesitate." The girl is shocked, and then Lin Mo Yu says, "When a professional dies, the items in their storage will drop, so let's see what they have." We see they have the bronze rank Carmen Staff, Spirit plus 20, and it can increase the powerful or the power of mage skills by 5%, available only after level 18. We have the bronze rank Carmen's Battle Bow, Agility plus 20, and we have the bronze rank Carmen's Shield, Physique plus 20. We also have the bronze rank Carmen's Sword, which is Strength plus 10, Stamina plus 10, and it can increase the power of magic attack skills by 5%. But it seems you all need to be level 18. The girl then asks Ning Yi, "These are the weapons dropped in the dungeons of Carmen's Orc Legion," and she says that that is a level 20 dungeon outside of Shanghai City, so they must have gone there together. He then whips out his portable storage, and he says that he'll store these equipments for now, and it's because they're pretty useless. Ning Yi is like, "Hey, I don't think you've ever had a primary scroll, have you?" And then we see the primary skill scroll. You can obtain skills below level 20, and it is possible to obtain acquired skills. She says you should really use it, because although you might get a skill you already learned, there's also a chance of learning new skills. And she mentions you won't sell it for much, and because it's not an advanced skill scroll, it's not worth a lot of money. He asks how to use it, and she says it's simple, just say use while holding the scroll. He says use, and I think nothing happens. She then looks at him with a smile and says, you said it too softly. You need to say it louder in order for it to work." She is literally sparkling all around her body, and he says, "Looks like it's a scroll that requires spiritual energy to activate." And then he releases his spiritual energy into it, and she is like, "How did you find out?" Because she tried to troll him. We then see he acquired the skill of Corpse as he see the orange flame in his hand. He says he got a new skill, so this girl really wasn't that bad. He says to a Necromancer, corpses also contain life, and even though the skill might look weak, if you factor in his talent, his radius will increase by 10 meters, and we see a picture of what could happen after his AoE, his area of effect skills, are given a larger area. Ning Yi asks, "How is it? Did you learn a new skill?" As we see his body being surrounded by aura. He says yes, and then she says, "You have a nice voice, so why don't you talk a lot? It's such a pity." And then he just looks at her, And then he says, this girl is a bit different from those girls in high school. Our boy really got that Necromancer riz. He says, you have a nice voice too. And she just sparkles and lights up, saying, thank you for your compliment. I know my voice is very nice. She then says, as a repayment for saving me and even complimenting me, I'll give you this. And she hands him a treasure chest. Inside, it says, an intermediate skill scroll. You can obtain skills between level 40 and level 70, and it is possible to obtain acquired skills. He is like, what the heck? An intermediate skill scroll? This is something worth 1 million, and it's way more expensive than a primary skill scroll. He then wonders, wasn't she chased because of the scroll and now she's just giving it away? She says she obtained the scroll after opening the chest, to which she was being watched by the 3 mages. She says they wanted to snatch it, so they chased her and she just had to escape. And after running for more than 2 days from Shaohai City to Zhihai City, they were still on her, like stinky bugs. He then sits down and says, you almost died just now. And she says, if I receive a critical damage, she will be automatically teleported away. And then she looks at him, and she says, it's painful when you get hurt, so I'm scared of getting hurt the most. And then he just looks at her, and of course he wonders, looks like I was worried for nothing. She must be the young lady of some big family and had a treasure that can save her if needed. She then asks, do you have any food to eat because I'm hungry? And then our boy is holding a croissant. He gives it to her, or sorry, it's a potato. And she says, are you here to farm levels? Looking at your level now, you haven't gone to university, right? And she asks which one he is planning to go to. He says, Xiajing University. She then says, not bad. And she also mentions with his skills, he should be able to get into the university. But, however, she points her finger up and says, if you go to Xiajing University, remember to head to the Shenxia Tower. The first clear will give you double the reward, so you need to clear as many floors as possible in the first try. But guys, if you're seeing this seems like a literal, very scary castle, and it has an ominous red aura around it, and I don't think that's somewhere you want to go on your first day of school. She explains you'll get a lot of points this way in Xiajing, and in the Xiajing, points are the equivalent of gold coins. And then she falls asleep, and her boy gives her his sweater like an absolute gigachad. He then starts to meditate, because he needs to recover his spiritual energy. The next day, Ning Yi says, I'm hungry. Do you have potatoes? And then she asks him for potatoes, and she literally has like 50 that she is holding. And she says, you're the big man here, so give me more. He then explains there's really nothing left, and she says, I believe you. This girl must really love sweet potatoes. She then gets up, and she says, I'll be going to raise my level now, so let's meet again next time. And she says that you can quickly level up too, so that we can meet together. She runs away, and she also mentions that they should level up together next time. And then now our boy is alone, and he says it's time to try my new skill. And then we see the mages' bodies on the ground, and I think our boy is going to turn them into his skeleton army troops. Corpse explosion. Boom. The explosion literally sets the body on fire. He says after being enhanced by my talent, the area of effect has increased by a lot, and so now it's basically a divine skill. And then we see, he says that he'll go try it out at the Zhihai Mine dungeon. He's walking, and he mentions that after the skeleton warrior transitions from black iron to bronze, it takes 70 spirit points to summon one, and now he only has 300. We then see the summoning space 48 out of 100, and they're all skeleton warriors. He mentions there's no need to rush, and sooner or later, the summoning space will become full. He then is looking towards the mine, and he has a skeleton worker right beside him. He says it's at the entrance to the Zhihai mine, and then we see that normal difficulty, they need a healer for a party of 3, and there are people or hunters around the dungeon seeking for teammates. He walks in with his skeleton buddy behind him. It says, choose your difficulty, normal or nightmare. He says there isn't a hell difficulty, and there are elite monsters present in the normal difficulty already, and so it will be very much harder. He also mentions the elite monsters are enhanced, and it's a lot more difficult if he chooses to do so. We then see someone ask, hey, are you a summoner? and he uses his dowsing ability. But then the skeleton guard gives him a bombastic side-eye, and it says due to having a shielding badge, the detection technique has failed. Everyone around him is like, "You're a summoner, right? They deal quite high damage, so why not we support you?" And they are really just trying to join our boy Lin Moyu's team. He says, "No thanks." And then he's wondering, as the system says, "Please confirm that you've selected Nightmare difficulty." He clicks confirm, and all of them are shocked after he disappears, and they say, "He's trying to clear this all by himself? What the heck?" And they all say, maybe he just wanted to show off and will come running like a coward. We are inside the Shihai mining dungeon, and there seems to be one goblin orc there, and a strong smell of blood. He points towards one of the goblins, and it says he is a goblin mine guard, an enhanced elite monster, which is level 14, strength 800, agility 400, spirit 200, and constitution 1000 with a stun attack. He then brings up some of his summons, and he says a constitution of a level 14 knight will be only around 300 to 400, completely unmatched for an enhanced elite monster. And a normal professional will have no way of clearing this, but compared to his skeletons as you see him here, the enhanced mine goblin's attributes are literally nothing. And it seems like our boy is ready to get the show on the road. We see the skeletons literally demolishing these goblins, and he gets 4200 XP. He says that this is 10 times higher than the monsters of the same level. And then he mentions that basically killing one monster in here is equivalent to killing 10 on the outside. And then he says he won't let a single one live because he needs all of the experience points. We then get so many notifications: 14 goblin mine guards eliminated, 5 skulls obtained, 6 fur obtained, and he has leveled up. That's why I wish I had a system. Well, I guess technically we all kind of have it. We then see he reached level 11 in 5 minutes, and after leveling up, his spirit recovers, so he can summon even 4 more skeletons. We see his stats window right here. He is already at 120 strength, and more importantly, he has 100 summoning space, which is absolutely crazy. We also then see that his talent comprehensive has increased to level 2, and his passive skill, damage transfer, is also there as well. We then get an explanation from the system, saying the damage taken by the Necromancer itself would be transferred to the summit, and his soul flame level 11 burns the soul of the target, causing burning damage. Our boy has leveled up very significantly. He also mentions that after level 10, the increase in basic attributes has increased. Strength and agility used to increase by 10, but now it's by 20 points. We then see the skeletons literally burning, and it seems that they have gotten furious. He is looking at the bronze skeleton warrior. He says the basic attributes of them were increased by 20, and after boosted 10 times, it becomes 200. And now, all of his skills have increased except for corpse explosion. And then he gets a flashback to Ning Yi, and he wonders if she might know why. 32.22% of the area is completed, but a sudden gush reaches his body. We then see a big wolf, and it seems to be a white one. It is a mine wolf king. It is an elite leader, level 15, and his strength and agility and constitution are literally 2000, and his skill is roar. We then see it with his red eyes, and it seems to be in chaos mode. And then he says, even though your attributes are higher than my skeleton warriors, you're still one against many. He commands them to advance, but roar, and they just attack him with rage strike, and they have turned a red sort of aura. He says the bigger the enemy, the more advantageous it is for his skeleton warriors. It then roars again, and then he mentions the attack power of that skill isn't much, but it's quite good at sending things flying. It then runs away, and then he's confused because he never thought that a dungeon boss could literally run away. But then he says something is wrong, and there are some eyes behind him. We then see chains, and we see a mighty wolf, which is level 14 this time. And then he remembers that they're not just strong, but now they have at least 100 of them. And even professionals in teams of 5 cannot cope with so many mining wolves. But he just gives a smirk as we see his skeletons taking it down. And he says, I'm a necromancer, and these are all my experience points. And our boy has become greedy for them. We then see his hair literally start to go up because he is about to use Corpse Explosion as we see the red ball of lightning or such in his hands. He says after the talent enhancement, the damage dealt by the skill will take away 100% of the wolf's health, which will result in an instant elimination. Boom! We then see the wolf is still there, and then Lin Bo Yu says, he's a fair person, so you should have a taste of it as well. Boom! The wolf then gets engulfed by the attack, and of course, it became defeated. We find out it gave him 15,000 experience, which is equivalent to 5 fierce wolves, and the cost effectiveness is kind of low. But fortunately, he seemed to have gotten some good dropped items. He then puts it away, and he says if he keeps clearing this passage, he should soon encounter the final boss of the dungeon. And then he mentions that in the future, if he goes solo leveling, solo clearing dungeons, he should gain experience. Shout out to you guys who read solo leveling. He then tells us that he's leveled up about 1 time in just over an hour, and that based on this efficiency, it is possible to reach level 19. We then see a goblin, and it is a goblin king. He said, it's time to wake up, big guy, and I should reach level 12 after killing this thing, right? It is the monster leader, level 16, and it literally has 3,000 strength, and I think our boy might be in a predicament. It opens up his eyes, but then boom, he tries to slash Lin Bo Yu, but he successfully uses damage transfer, and the damage goes to his skeleton friend instead, and then it literally cracks and gets destroyed. He then mentions that it killed 2 skeletons in 1 hit, and that is a pretty dangerous. But then he analyzed it and realized that his attributes are too weak, and his defense is way too weak against a constitution of 3,000. And then he puts his hand on his hair like an anime protagonist or a manhwa protagonist, and he says the weakness is myself. And now he has to increase his own constitution. We then see the Goblin King, and he is literally ready to get the show on the road. He attacks the skeleton, and then our boy, Lin Bo Yu, is in front of him, and he says, don't forget, I have an army of skeletons behind me. The chapter starts, and he says that if it goes on like this, it will be crushed by a skeleton army as we see the goblin with the skeletons on top of him. One then jumps up, and it uses shockwave, and it is one of the goblins. He uses fire breath, and his physique is rising, and then he tells the skeletons to return to the summoning space because he needs to interrupt its skill. We then see he uses soul flame on him, and now that he doesn't have enough spirit left, he needs to defeat it now. Rage strike, and finally, the Goblin King is eliminated with a whopping 40,000 experience. Holy cow, guys. And he obtained the bronze level weapon, goblin sword, bronze level equipment, wisdom robe, and of course, one of the most important ones, the Goblin King's core. He has finally reached level 12, and we see the goblin's corpse on the ground. He thanks God and says, my spirit was replenished from the level up because I used it all up just now. And he says it's time to leave the dungeon. He then puts on the robe, and he says even though he's a necromancer, he is a mage, and so his skills are very different from it. And the cooldown shortening of the robe isn't really much use for him. But of course, his spirit and physique increase by 10, so it's not that bad. He then has a core in his hand, and then he says, this core is about 10,000, and that's about the price of 2 equipment, and the rewards of the dungeon were quite well. He then has something in his hand, and it seems to be glowing green. He mentions that after leveling up and having his spirit replenished, he can summon 4 skeleton warriors once again, and I think our boy is literally just about to amass an army. He says it's time to get out, and he tells the skeleton army to return. He comes out, and everybody is like, wait, no way, he's alive, and he even has a wisdom robe. And so they all look, and they're all in shock. He then sits by his lovely tree like he usually does, and he says from the recent dungeon he figured out his biggest weakness and understood how his skills work. He gets a flashback and he says if he can utilize a corpse explosion properly, it's pretty much an invincible skill. And for the Soul Flame, not only can it interrupt an enemy's skill, it also ignores the enemy's defense. So even a nightmare level boss won't be able to fight well against it. And I think our boy is starting to become absolute Necromancer Monarch, which I'm ready to see. 12 hours later, he can summon 4 skeletons again. As he is walking, he says that these people usually gather outside the wilderness, so they're experienced. And then he gets a flashback towards Ning Yi, and then he says, but that person is something different. We then see him, and they're outside of the dungeon. It is people, and they are fighting, and he seems to be intrigued by this. They go back and forth saying, isn't the Dynasty Guild being too unfair? What gives you the right from stopping us from entering the dungeon? And he says, it's not like the Dynasty Guild owns it. A guy with orange hair or peach hair says, the guild leader is completing a task in the dungeon. No one is allowed inside until he's done. They say as if the Dynasty Guild is just abusing their power. And then it seems like he uses an attack. He pushes a person back, and then he literally just died. And I don't know if this is right. This is definitely wrong. They are looking at him, and they are like, how could you just kill him? The guy with peach hair and his comrades, they just give a smirk and they say, if you have the guts, then come take revenge on us. We'll welcome you with open arms. Lin Mo Yu says, what's going on? And the guy's like, hey, that's the guy that's literally solo cleared the dungeon. And then he explains, it's like this. The Dynasty Guild needs the Goblin King's core, but the drop rate of that is super low, and it will only drop at the Nightmare level, and will only appear once in 100 days. And because today is the 100th day since the last drop, they're making a move, but I don't think they know our boy Lin Mo Yu already has it. The guy then explains that the task to get the Goblin King's core was actually made by the Dynasty Guild, but until now nobody really has it. And then he says, what a joke. The Goblin King's core is worth at least 30,000 gold, and putting 10,000 gold as a price is literally just a scam, and they really are trying to finesse our boy Lin Mo Yu. He asks, what's the core, and what is it for? He says it can be made into a Goblin King's ring, and all attributes increase by 10, and all skill levels increase by 1, and it can be only used from level 15 onwards, and it is the strongest accessory to have, below level 40. We then see the ring here, and it looks pretty aesthetic and cool. And the guy explains that they say that the guild leader of the Dynasty Guild is aiming for Jiajing Academy, and that's why he wants it. And then our boy Lin Mo Yu just says in his head, to a beginner, it would seem like an overpowered accessory to have. And then Lin Mo Yu literally just walks past him, and the guy's like, what are you doing? Quickly come back. We don't stand up to the Dynasty Guild because you'll die. And then we see them literally trampling over somebody. And then they say, a guildless person dares to attack us? Don't even think about appearing in front of us next time, you understand? And then they ask if he is there to die too. He then gives the Necromancer light-skinned stare of Riz, and he says, you're blocking my way. And then he says, you little crap, did you knock your head on the wall? Do you know who you're talking to? He says, get lost. Because he is a level 12 Necromancer. And then he says, the guy, the enemy with peach hair, you're only a level 12 rookie who can't understand words. You can't just kill monsters outside. Why do you need to enter the dungeon? And then the people around him are like, quickly come back. The Dynasty Guild doesn't listen to reason, and they won't even hesitate to kill you. And then he says, why does that brat's gaze make me feel so nervous? Why isn't he scared? He then is about to attack him, but I don't think they know that our boy is ready. He then commands the other people and officers behind him to eliminate our boy. And one of them is even a level 25 mage. And he says, a level 12 nobody like you won't even be able to break my shield if I stand still and let you hit it. But then the skeleton attacks it, and it instantly starts to crack. Rage strike. And then he says, no, if this attack hits, I won't just break my shield, I'll die. And then he uses his fire repulsion ring. And then the guy is like, what are you doing? Quickly attack, as the skeleton is going head to head. We then see he is literally getting pushed back by the summoner. And then the peach-haired guy is like, you have to eliminate the summoner. A lady and a man with 3 arrows say, since you dare challenge the Dynasty Guild, You should be prepared to die. And they launch these not so safe looking arrows at him. He then brings out 2 more summons and he says, come out of there. And it seems that they literally just block the arrows with their swords with ease. And both of them are shocked. He is like, how can he summon more than one? And they say, everyone, buy me some time. He then uses the Fire Serpent Dance on Lin Mo Yu, and that's a level 20 skill. He then says only 1 in 3 mages are able to learn that skill, and that's the strongest attack of a level 20 mage. It is on the way, and it's directed towards Lin Mo Yu, and the guy with peach hair just gives a smirk. But then, of course, we see the skeletons pop up in front of him, and he asks, why are there so many? He says, that guy's a monster. They've exceeded our numbers. And the chapter comes to an end, and that's why you don't mess with the MC protagonist. He calls everybody, and he says formation so that they can attack. And we then see strength enhanced, agility enhanced, spirit enhanced, speed enhanced, and speed enhanced. And it seems that they are powering up. He then smiles and he says, support your blessings, and the supporters, give them some extra boost. He then mentions that his guild is extremely experienced and they know how to work together, and so this should be a piece of cake. Our boy Lin Mo Yu then looks behind him and he says, you guys step back, as he unleashes the soul flame. We then see one of the archers getting ready to attack him, but then, boom, he seems to be lit up on fire. And then one of the guys asks, as expected of the Dynasty Guild, their healers are so good. But then the healer is shocked, and the guy's head literally gets burned off. He then asks, is our guild really going to be wiped out by one person? And he calls them all to attack at the same time. Somebody uses shield, but it seems it can't even hold anymore because he uses the rage strike and all his skeletons have gone berserk. Boom! The shield literally gets shattered and the sword strikes towards these hunters. The peach hair guy says, that guy isn't even human at all. And Lin Mo Yu just says as he's sitting back, he says there's nowhere to escape. And then he uses corpse explosion. The peach guy tries to run, but then all of them are set ablaze. He says a knight's health is one of the best among the professions, so if the damage is 100 of their health, there should be no one left alive. The peach guy manages to escape the attack for now, but he falls onto the ground, and he sees Lin Mo Yu standing there, unfazed. He is facing the dungeon, or the entrance of it, and then he uses corpse explosion once again. He says they all died like that. There's nothing really left, even their corpses. And then he says this is complete annihilation. I really can't say anything else. The guy then says, one of the randoms there, with their personality, they'll definitely catch us and defeat us one by one and eliminate us. And he tells them all to leave. We then see half an hour later, somebody comes back and he says, I still couldn't get the goblin's core. We then see somebody says guild leader, and then he wonders why no one's here. He asks, where did Zhaoji and the rest go? What about the other randoms? They all disappeared? He then says, send a message if they're nearby. They will definitely answer. He then starts to sweat and he is nervous, and he says something is definitely wrong. He also thinks in his head that they are the strongest in this area, and is it even a possibility that they've gotten eliminated? He says it could be dangerous here, so let's move. 1 hour later, we see our boy Lin Mo Yu wearing the wisdom robe, and our boy really got the drip. He then kills another Goblin King and 40,000 experience gained, and he obtained a low-level monster core. He says it looks like the Goblin King's core wasn't dropped by the boss again, and he'll have to wait till he gets to the Jiajing Academy and find an alchemist before making the Goblin's Ring. He then has a Goblin King's magic book, and then he says this magic book is useful, and it's good for the Soul Flame and Corpse Explosion. And our boy has reached level 13 and he just leveled up. He then mentions it's a bit lower than he wants, but it should be enough for him to get to the Jiajing Academy, and he uses teleport. As soon as he is outside, he wonders why everyone left, and he says, I guess as expected, leaving was the best choice for them. I mean, obviously, guys, would you guys stay if you saw a literal Giga Chad level 999 sorcerer outside of a dungeon? I'm guessing no. The next day we see Xia Shui, and she is by the Shi Hai Mine dungeon, And she says because she is finally level 10, she can enter the mind. She is like, it's Lin Mo Yu. He's the only one in this place that can summon those kinds of creatures, a necromancer. And she says, is he really going solo? And our girl really is about to take another L once more, even though she just hit level 10. She then says she's also a rare elemental mage, and so it's going to be easy for her for finding a party. 45 minutes later, and of course, it's still our boy raiding the dungeons. He says after leveling up and using meditation to recover his spirit, his skeleton army is now at 72, and it's almost filled out of the 110. He then says it's time to wake up Mr. Goblin King. He defeats it with ease, and of course, he did get another stone. He then says to the goblin, you're a monster that's meant to be killed, right? So being killed isn't anything to be surprised, no? And being defeated by me is faster and less torturous for you. And he says, I don't even want to defeat you, but I have no choice since I need to level up. Guys, and 12 hours later, he is back and he says, come on, just 3 more times. He then says, we're acquainted with each other already, aren't we? And he is at level 14 at 60%. We then see him sitting down and it seems that he is meditating in the forest. And he mentions that he has 76 skeleton warriors now, and attributes have increased to 2,300 or 2,300. He then says, it is too bad I can't increase the skill of my skeleton warriors. We then hear, Lin Bo Yu, and it is Xiao Shui, and she says, what is your level now? He's kind of shocked to see that Xiao Shui just came out of the dungeon. He says level 14, and our girl is literally taken aback by our boy's infinite riz. Just kidding, but she asks how he is so fast. She has become level 11, which honestly guys, it's actually not too shabby. It's actually pretty impressive for a rare elemental mage and not a super giga chad like our MC to reach level 11, and that's still really impressive for a normal mage like her when it comes to comparing her to our MC. She says, my party is so exhausted after clearing the dungeon 2 times, and they barely got to level 11. She says in the beginner dungeon, he was level 7 and she was level 5. And how is it that she is level 11 now, and he is level 14? She then leaves and turns her back on him, and of course she says, I won't let myself lose to you. He says, did she just come out? Why is she looking for another party to enter again? And then he says, don't tell me she doesn't have cooldowns. An hour later, she says, level 11 elemental mage, I'm looking for a party. And she says one time isn't enough. She needs to do it more. We then see the others look at her, and Lin Mo Yu says in his head, she is too competitive. I can't find any opportunity to ask. 1 hour later, our boy is literally just sitting here, just enjoying the lo-fi ASMR in the forest probably, and she is on the ground and she says, I won't lose to you. Lin Mo Yu is just like, you've got to be kidding. We then hear, clearing the Shihai dungeon, we're missing a mage here. Over here, I'm a level elemental mage. And then a half an hour later, she is sitting on the ground, and yes, we gotta keep that part censored, sorry guys. And then she says she's exhausted, and now that she's level 12, she can catch up to our boy soon. He says to her, aren't you tired? And then she says, I don't even want to move a finger, but it's because of her competitive spirit that she is literally just trying to keep up with our boy. He says just because of that, and then she asks, why? You still have the face to ask me that? After being overshadowed by you for so many years, I'll definitely surpass you this time. And then he says, if I had known earlier, I would have given her the first place. Our boy got that unintentional riz. She's then looking up to the sky and the stars, and she says, of course it's not just that. I want to get into Xiajing Academy too as well, and aren't you going there too? He says you should be at least level 15 to take the test for Xiajing Academy, and level 16 to be more secured. And at her speed now, getting into level 15 is going to be so difficult. And then he says you should clear the nightmare level. You'll level up faster that way. She then looks at him like, are you kidding me, bruh? Are you joking? Elite parties are difficult to join because they're looking for level 16 and 17 professionals. And a level 12 like me won't even get recruited. And she explains that's why she can only clear the normal one. And it shouldn't be a problem for her to reach level 14 if she works hard. And even level 15 won't be hard. He then says as he looks at her, with real sincerity in his heart, how are you able to ignore the dungeon cooldown times? And it seems that she might have an advantage on him. She says, "You don't know?" He says, "So you do have something that you don't know, huh?" And she says, "I'll tell you if you say please." And then she says, "They say that a mage's thoughts are the most brightest, but here you are being a dummy," as she gives him something in her hand. She says here, "This is a cooldown item. It's the item that lets me reset the dungeon cooldown." We find out it is a beginner cooldown talisman, and it has been used 3 out of 10 times. He says, "I can't believe there's something like this too." And he is quite shocked by this. He asks, "Is this quite expensive?" And she says, "Yes, it should be quite expensive." Her father looked quite sad when he passed this on to her. And she said, "Looks like I won't be able to make use of this talisman." She then mentions, "But I need to use all 7 chances in 2 days, and plus her own cooldowns, she needs to clear the dungeon at least 9 more times before she can get to level 15. She is exhausted, and our boy Lin Mo Yu notices this. He then says, "I can party up with you, and that way you'll definitely reach level 15, and you won't have to do anything." And then she says, "Why did I forget this guy can solo clear a dungeon?" And she says there's more experience if 2 people clear the dungeon. What's more, she won't even have to do anything. She gives a smile and she says, "I'll take you up on the offer. You'll party up with me and we'll share the cooldown talisman." He then says, "You should rest 2 hours as we see her on the ground." And she says, "Yeah, I'm going to take a nap." She then wakes up and they're at the entrance. She says 2 hours flies by so quickly, and she still stretches because she had just woken up. He clicks on it, boom, and it seems that he used the nightmare level, and she is shocked by this. She says the monster's attributes are so high, and this is clearly the nightmare level, and she asks if he chose the wrong level. He then has a wisdom robe on, and he just says, "Stick close to me, Mamacita." I'm just kidding, that sounded kinda corny, but he said, "Just stick close to me." She is then near to him, and she says, "But he'll definitely make fun of me if I run away now." And then he says, "Walk faster. Don't tell me you are scared." We then see, "Why aren't you attacking?" And then he says the monsters aren't dealing any damage to his skeletons, and she wonders what exactly he is doing. We then see the white wolf from earlier, and she says, "This is the Wolf King in Nightmare level. It's twice bigger than the normal one." And then he uses Corpse Explosion because he says it's a waste of time if I fight it like before, and using Corpse Explosion to kill them immediately will save him a lot of time. Boom. Killed level 14 Mine Guard, 1100 XP acquired, and he killed 2 of them. She says her experience instantly went up by 30. He says, "What the heck is this? You can clear a dungeon just like that?" And she says, "It's literally dead just like that." And then she mentions, "My party of 3 suffered for 20 minutes just to kill the Wolf King, but it died in less than a minute here." And then he says, "Let's go." And then she wonders if he has been clearing Nightmare level all this time. She says, "If I hadn't seen it in person, I would have never believed it. A professional below level 20 solo clearing a Nightmare level dungeon." She then says, "It hasn't been 10 minutes since we entered the dungeon, and we're already facing the boss." She says her previous parties needed at least an hour so that they can get to the end. But then the final boss was also killed in 1 hit, and our boy reaches level 15. She is like, "You leveled up again to 15? And she says the difference between us is getting bigger. And she is on the ground and she is like, "What do you know? A longsword. It's not too bad because it's not a staff." She then says the Goblin King's Scepter is the strongest mage weapon here before level 20. And even though there's some in the trade market, I don't want to ask my father for money. And so she picks up the Goblin King's Spectre, and then he says to her to keep it. She asks, "Why don't you want to use it?" He says, "I have this, and I don't like specters too." And he is referring to the book that he has in his hand. It is the Goblin King's magic. He then says, "I've never seen him take out the magic book, and maybe it's too insignificant of an item to use." We then see him by the corpse, and he says, as expected, gathering the monsters together and using Corpse Explosion is the faster way, and he uses the equipment Goblin King's magic book, Intelligence Robe. He then crouches down and he says, "Sorry, but you'll have to die like 5 more times." She then asks, "Why are you talking to the boss? It's not like it understands you." He says, "I just want to say it. It's not important whether it can understand me or not." Our boy is just bullying the monsters at this point. She then looks back at him while he was about to leave and she says, "Who the heck would say sorry to the boss that seriously? Isn't the boss just there for it to kill?" And then she looks at him and then she thinks in her head with a vision behind her, what a weird person, but he's kinda cute. He then looks back and says, let's go out and continue, come on. And she says, all right. The second clear, and boom, it's easy. The third, the fourth, the fifth, and boom. We then see she is now level 14, and she says, we still have 1.5 days before the big exam, and we can clear the dungeon 2 more times. And she says, idiot Lin, are you also going to be leveling up again? And then he says, if I can reach level 15, then passing the exam will be easy. He says, yeah. And we see that he's almost close to level 16. She then asks why. Are you become the champion? He says, champion? She explains, you'll get a lot of points for being the champion. And the most important thing is, you get the chance to enter the Creation Seminary. And that's extremely useful in the Xiaojing Academy. He asks, what is the Creation Seminary? She says, I heard from your father that the Creation Seminary is the best of the best in the country. And if the Xiaojing Academy is filled with talented elites, then the Creation Seminary is filled with talented ones at the pinnacle of power. And we see them standing on top of some sort of building, and they seem to be very menacing, and a menacing group as well. She says, I heard that senior Su Shanjin is inside, and he's the only one from Shihai City. She then looks happy and she says, I think you have the chance to become the second one. And if you can enter, I bet Principal Lu will even smile in his dreams. And then she says, this guy's clearing method has never been seen before, and he has completely refreshed my understanding. If he can't enter the seminary, then who the heck else can? He says, my sister is at Xiaojing Academy, so he must be admitted as well. He then says if there's a chance for the Creation Seminary, he has to try it out. And then she says, hey, isn't that Gao Yang? And we see, Gao Yang is a level 11 knight. And of course, it is our boy Lin Mo Yu's close friend. And then he tells our girl Xia Shui to bring him along to the dungeon. We are then inside some sort of office, and we hear somebody yelling. And he says, did your brain get eaten by a dog? Why the heck did you think of restricting dungeons? Do you think the country and the association are just there for decoration? And if you want to die, don't drag the guild on with you. And this guy has a ring on his finger. And he says, stay in the guild and don't go anywhere for the time being. Anyway, you're already level 16, so you should wait patiently for the exam to start. He then asks, what do we do about Xiaoji and the rest? And then the old guy just says, I already sent people to investigate. You don't need to bother with this anymore. And for this person to be able to make several people disappear without a trace, his strength is much more than you can imagine. And then he says, so there is somebody who would dare stand against the Dynasty Guild, huh? And yeah, heck yeah there is. And it is our boy, Lin Mo Yu, with his friends, Xia Shui, Gao Yang, and of course, the Skeleton Army. We then see Gao Yang and he is looking for Xia Shui and Mo Yu, but they're both behind him. He then gives a really menacing smirk or a smile and he says, the both of you are on a date? And then she is like, shut up or I'll rip you apart. He then laughs and says, I was only joking, so don't mind me. She then says, don't look for a party anymore. Just come with us once the cooldown ends. She also says with her arms crossed like a Sigma female, we'll be definitely bringing you to level 12 before the exam. He is like, really? And then he looks like a little cute anime dude. And then he says, the both of you are my saviors. And he also says that he needs to get to level 12 if he wants to go to the academy. He then literally bows down and says, don't worry, Miss Xia. I will listen and follow your every order. She then says, if you continue acting like this, we're not helping you anymore. He then mentions, if you ask me head east, I will definitely head east. And if you ask me to play dead, I will actually play dead. Our boy really is just too funny. She then says, shut up, as she releases some fire in the palm of her hand. He says, I shall obey, but how long more until your cooldowns reset? She then says 10 hours, and she puts away the fire in her hand. He then says, all right, then I'll take a rest first, and he'll go and hunt some other monsters. And then he just says, I wish you the best, Mo Yu, and I'm cheering you on. Sooner or later, you'll get Xia Shui. But then there is a fireball, and it is literally headed towards Gao Yang as he tries to run away from Xia Shui. He then says, very angrily, that Gao Yang is so annoying. He definitely deserves this. And then our boy Lin Mo Yu just says, he just likes to tease, just cut him some slack. 10 hours later, we seem to be in the dungeon. And then Gao Yang asks, Boss Lin, Miss Xia, did you guys pick the wrong difficulty? Why is it Nightmare? As we see them, and the Nightmare mode is selected. She then says, don't ask many questions and just follow along from the back. He then says, finally, looks like it's not only me who'll react like that, because we all know that Xia Shui was like the same as Gao Yang, and they are about to be transported into the rift. We are now in the rift, and then Gao Yang is like, this is Nightmare difficulty. I'm dead if I even get a scratch. And she is like, why are you sticking so close to me? You are a knight. You're the one that's supposed to be protecting me. Just at that moment, we see corpse explosion, and our boy Lin Mo Yu has already literally annihilated the monster in front of them, and he's wearing his cool robe. Gao Yang is like, what? That's the boss in Nightmare difficulty. And we see the orc goblin just on the floor passed out. He is like, it died just like that? A boss that even a party of 10 would find hard to defeat? She just says it's nothing to be surprised of. Of course, it's our MC of the manhwa. I mean, it's our boy Lin Mo Yu. He then hugs onto his leg and he says, Boss, Lin Mo Yu, please bring me along when you clear other dungeons in the future. And then she says, can you act at least like a knight and have some backbone instead of being a coward like this? And then he sweats and says, what's the point of acting like a knight? With boss around, what's a knight supposed to do? Honestly, he's right. What do you need to do when you have an OP Necromancer? He then says, let go of me, I'll bring you along in the future. And then he also mentions that one more dungeon and he'll be level 16. And Xia Shui will reach level 15 and Gao Yang, level 12. He says, you're the pest, and they get transported once more. He then says, after this, it will be the exam. And as we see him here, he has gotten serious because he knows that this is a huge thing. We then see some people on top of a wall, and they say the children should be returning, right? And then it is, of course, the president, as well as some girl in a hood. And then she says, it's already the exam tomorrow. I wonder how things will turn out. And then a guy wearing some sort of robe, I guess, with some cool looking shades though, says, Old Lu, I heard that the two geniuses from our school are aiming for Xiajing Academy. And of course, our president Lu Yun, or the principal, says, yes, they are both going for Xiajing Academy, and according to the previous year's standard, only those at level 15 will have a greater chance, and those at level 16 will surely make it in. However, he also mentions it is difficult, because level 15 is already hard, but level 16 is way too difficult. And in Shihai City, other than Su Qianxing, only Lin Mo Yu's sister has ever attained level 16 before it. And then he says, one is Lin Mo Han's brother, and the other is a pride of the Xia family. Perhaps the both of them will create miracles. And the guy with shade says, somebody is here. We then see it is Zhu Zhen, and he is a swordsman, and he is level 12. They say that's somebody from our school, and they're like, level 12, not bad, and it is as expected of some of the talents from their school. We then see Wan Ming, who seems to be some sort of goth girl with short hair, and she has a bow behind her with some weird-looking leaf arrows, or I don't know what that is, but she is an eagle-eye archer, and she is level 15. And honestly, guys, I think that this is a pretty cool profession to be an archer. Well, hopefully she doesn't get wrecked like the guy that our boy Lin Mo Yu faced earlier. The guy on the left says, she's level 13, a level higher than your student. And the girl, or the lady on the right says, levels do not determine anything. The important results are in the exam. And Principal Lu Yun is just like these two old men trying to look good, but everyone is about the same. No one above level 14 has appeared yet. We then see the doves going towards the north to migrate. And then one of them asks, Xia Shui, Lin Mo Yu, and Gao Yang, why haven't they appeared yet? She says the three of them should be here. And then they wonder and speculate. Don't tell me something has happened to them. We then see the three of them. They're walking as the sun is setting, and they really think that they are Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke. I'm just kidding, guys, but they look pretty cool here as well. We then see the principal is like, yes, they are finally here. It's good that they are back safe. because he was kind of nervous that they would be injured. He then wonders what their levels are. We see Gao Yang. He is a level 12 sword shield knight, and Shashui is a level 15 elemental mage. The girl or two of the ladies are like, that girl really reached level 15. And then Principal Lu Yun is like, which means she has an 80% chance of getting into Xiajing Academy. And the guy on his right says, old Lu, you must be really proud. But then we see Lin Mo Yu, Necromancer, level 16. The three of them are shocked, and they're like, level 16? That's crazy. Even the principal is just having a Giga Chad face on. The guy on the right says, they must have cleared the dungeons non-stop, and look at their weapons. He says the sword shield in Gao Yang's hand and Shashui's scepter are both weapons from the Goblin King, and the drop rates are extremely low, so it is almost impossible to get the weapons from the same set. They say, it looks like they've been working hard. They are about to head on the bus, and the principal tells Gao Yang, you guys get on the bus first, we'll send you back to school once everyone has gathered, and Gao Yang is like, frick yeah dude, let's go. And then the principal says in his head, it's time to get back at those fools. We then see our boy Lin Mo Yu looking at the glass window and he says, rest well tonight. Tomorrow we will gather in school and head to the examination site together. And it's a flashback from the principal. Lin Mo Yu says since he's level 16, he is confident that he can get accepted into Xiajing Academy. And now that he looks at it, he can definitely try to get first place and aim at the Creation Seminary, which will be really beneficial for his growth. The next day, we then see our boy Lin Mo Yu, his profession Necromancer, level 16 at 8%, and all of his stats have reached a really good number, and he has 100 skeletons now, and their attributes have reached 2,500 or 2,500, and our boy is in peak condition. We then see the equipment that he has. He has a Goblin King's magic book, and he has 100 out of 160 skeleton warriors. He also has the general blessings, damage transfer, soul blaze, summon skill skeleton warriors, and of course, one of the coolest abilities is corpse explosion. We then see Boss Lin, and of course, it is our boy Gao Yang. The girl Shashui looks behind and she notices that Lin Mo Yu has arrived. She asks, are you confident, to Lin Mo Yu, to which he says, yeah, and her boy just has his hands in his pocket. Our boy really think that he is of course Sung Jin Woo. Well, they are kind of the same. We then see Shashui and she says, let's meet at the Jiajing Academy, and she looks very happy and optimistic, and he just says alright. We then see them holding a stone, and it is a teleportation stone, and the principal Lu says, this is a teleportation stone, break it or use spirit on it to get to the exam site. He also mentions, let me reiterate once again, prioritize your safety first during the exam, because your life is more important. And guys, why would their lives be at risk at the exam? Something fishy might be coming. We are then at the Jiangning Provincial Exam Center, and Lin Mo Yu says, looks like there is over 10,000 people there. Holy cow, guys, that is a lot. We are at the trial tower, and it has been activated, and it seems to have vibrated or collapsed or something. We then see the thing shine or open up, and it says, please listen to the rules carefully. No sound allowed. No questions allowed. Failure to comply will be met with immediate disqualification. One of the guys then says, no questions allowed. And then the guy behind him says, then what if you don't understand something? We then hear, rules violated, disqualified, and the two of them are literally just sent away. Gao Yang is like, what the heck? And Lin Mo Yu is like, that guy seems to at least be smart enough. And he's talking to Gao Yang, and come on, don't disrespect Gao Yang, man. We then see 5 figures on a tower, and then we hear the trial tower will give different trials to different professionals, and the main battle types will be given battle tests. We then see a red ogre-looking Hulk monster thing that's a Super Saiyan 1000 with his white hair, and it lets out a roar. We find out the support types will be given various situations, and we see a body sort of being risen up with a red gem on top of him, and we also see After clearing the basic trial, you will be given 3 levels to choose from: normal level, nightmare level, and hell level. Different difficulty levels will give you different results, and ultimately, you guys will get different points. We then see the points changing from the system, and it says the points are your results for the exam, and you can use them inside the various academies that you will enter. And in the academies, points are even more valuable than gold coins. We then see the X-Men badge as well as a book, and then it says, finally, you can use any equipment on hand right now, and you cannot use items and your storage space will be sealed. And I don't know who this is, but this looks like a literal Loki Giga Chad version, but I don't know what he has to do with any of this. The system says, those who violate the rules will be disqualified, and all students, queue up now to enter the tower. Lin Mo-yu is literally in line, and he says, if the Jiangning province already has this many people taking the exam, then the number of examinees in the whole country right now is probably over 1 million. And then he says, looks like I was right, and the trial tower is the same as a dungeon, and they'll be sent to different places according to their profession. And we see the 2 people beside him, and they are also about to be transported to another place. And they seem to be also legendary classes. But our boy Lin Mo-yu is there, rocking his Necromancer green. We then see, is that the new profession the Shihai City has reported? Necromancer? From the information they gave, it should be a summoning type mage. And they hope that this new profession won't disappoint them. And it seems like that Loki guy from earlier is besides some other scary looking dudes, and it seems that they are also hunters. These guys look pretty OP, and I wonder how they would be against our boy Lin Mo-yu when he's stronger. They then say, let's classify him as a rare mage first, and send mage-type monsters 2 levels higher than him. And then we see our boy Lin Mo-yu, and he is eager to get the party started. He is then standing in front of this monster which seems to have a lion face with the body of an old desert traveler. And he says, mage-type monsters. We then see the task in front of him. It is a wolf orc mage. And the countdown, 3, 2, and then he says that light around the monster isn't allowing him to see its level and attributes. And then the countdown reaches 0. He then puts his hand up, and then he says, Soul Blaze. And he also mentions that it doesn't matter if he doesn't see his attributes. Boom. We then see the monster literally twirling around, and the Loki-looking dude is like, Nani? Because our boy Lin Mo-yu has defeated it, and the time taken was 0.1 seconds. It was an instant kill, and our boy Lin Mo-yu just stands there, unfazed. Our boy really is the king of the Riz. I mean, the king of the Necromancers. We are in the trial tower monitor room, and we see Ning Xuanfeng, one of the main examiners. One of them asks why Master Ning was here, and he replies, there's a new profession, so he wants to see it. The guy at the monitor says, what should we do? He killed the monster instantaneously, and we can't judge the ability of the class. The guy looking then says, Necromancer, is it? If rare profession difficulty cannot test his strength, do it again with legendary profession difficulty. And the guy is like, hold up, isn't this a bit unfair? Master Ning then says, it's fine, since it's an instant kill for the first time, and we'll give him 100 marks. And if he passes the second round, they'll give him 1,000. We then see him facing this kind of hunchbacked over monster with some branches coming out from his back. The system says, please enter the second exam and kill the monster ahead. It is a wolf beastman mage, and it is a level 20. He uses Soul Blaze and another instant kill. They are surprised because is it another legendary class? And then Ning says, no need for further testing. Just enter the second round of exams. We then hear combat profession examinees. The first round is over. Attended examinees 10,632, and only 5,000 people passed. As Lin Mo-yu just looks up in the air. They are now announcing the results. We then see Xia Shui looking at the leaderboard, and we see Lin Mo-yu, 0.15 seconds for the kill, and 100 points, and Xia Shui is in 3rd place. She's like, what the heck? How did he get 0.1 seconds? Isn't that ridiculous? And she says she won't surrender. Some guy also gets mad and he says, the first place should have been me. I'm not even in the top 3. 0.1 seconds, that's impossible. Lin Mo Yu is just there like Saitama, and he wonders if he went too far. We then get a system notification, and it says Combat Profession, second round begins. Examinations can choose the difficulty. They also say that the second round of exams might cause injuries, so do not overmeasure yourself. If you face any dangers, you can shout forfeit and your exams will end and your results will be taken. We then see, of course, the difficulties here. There is a 30-minute time period. Normal monster with an ordinary skull is 1 point, Nightmare monster score is 3 points, and Hellish monster score with literal barbed wires on the skull is 5 points. Lin Mo Yu says, looks like we are competing who can kill more monsters in 30 minutes. We then see Wang Zihao, the level 16 Rage Warrior, and he says killing a hell level monster is equal to killing 5 normal ones, and even if he got first place in the first round, he'll never beat me this round. Xia Shui then says elemental mages are not adept at close combat, nor at high difficulty single combat, but they win in quantity. And then we see one of the coffee girls from earlier, and she says that Rage Warrior counts as powerful class even with rare professions. Elemental mages can do excellent burst damage, but of course they aren't good at close combat. So Xia Shui is smart for picking normal difficulty. However, a diver is a rare profession of the assassin class, extremely powerful at close combat. Nightmare or hellish difficulty are good ones. We then see, of course, back in the training room, and the guy in armor says, I wonder what difficulty that Lin Mo Yu will choose. And then somebody's like, hey, get out the way, don't squish me. We then see Lin Mo Yu, and he's ready to pick his option. The round of exams test our sustained combat ability. Persisting for 30 minutes is not a simple task. He chose hellish difficulty, and we see him here, just standing like an alpha male. The lady in the purple cloak next to President Lu Yun then says, oh Lu, you hit the jackpot. 2 of the top 3 are your students. And then the other guy says, if Lin Mo Yu becomes a provincial champion, you're going to go to heaven, which means basically you're going to rise to great places. We see Wolf Beastman Warrior Elite, level 13, and his strength is 500 and the rest are above 100. He then says this element is too weak. He then has his hand glow up with his aura, and he says go, and he's talking to his summons. He says if that makes sense, that the monsters are too strong, it will eliminate most of the examinees. We then see a skeleton warrior, and guys, do you guys see his stats? Literally 2,500 for all of it, and he's only level 16. He says it's too easy as he slaughters them. And then he says a second monster appears 5 seconds after killing the first one, so 2 skeletons are enough. Of course, even Ning, the person from earlier, the master, is like, what the heck? This is stronger than any summon from all the summoner classes they have seen, and he can even summon 2 of them. And he says that this class is stronger than he thought. We see Wang Zihao, and he says, come on, let's go. And then they say that he's giving it everything he has without considering his stamina. But even he is slightly behind Xia Shui. And guys, we see literally Lin Mo Yu on the ground, and he is relaxing, and it seems like he has a potato. They then said, mark him down, let him be remembered forever. And they wonder if the exam is too easy for him. Ning Xuanfeng then rubs his beard and says, this young lad is interesting. And then we hear, it's finally over. Wang Zihao is super happy because he has killed 50 monsters in the hellish difficulty, which isn't simple, which honestly guys, we have to give some respect for, so props to him. He then says, this time, first place should be mine. Second round of exams are now over. 5,220 examinees this round and 2,780 wounded and forfeited the exam. We then see Wang Zihao's eyes glow up orange, and he is ready for the scoreboard. The remaining 2,440 examinees can choose to forfeit or enter the next round. We then see Lin Mo Yu, total score 1,605, Zhu Mei 470, Xia Shui 270, and even Wang Zihao is only 265. Our boy is sweating so much, and he is just in shock. He says the monster spawn rate is 1 monster per 5 seconds, so 12 monsters a minute at most, and every monster gives 5 points, so the maximum score in 30 minutes is 1,800. He then analyzes and remembers that he must have killed 301 monsters, and he wonders why he doesn't need time to kill them. We then hear the people around the President Lu. They say, your student is so powerful, and He's literally shaking with his left hand, but with his right hand, he says, calm down. Our boy is literally nervous with excitement. Lady below him says, that's amazing. The talented Su Kai-shan from years ago obtained 700 score this round, and Lin Mohan obtained 650. We then see the third trial. Exam time is still half an hour, 30 minutes, and they'll be facing a boss level monster. Normal level 100, Nightmare 300, and Hellish 500. Of course, Lin Mo-yu just clicks Hellish. He then says in his head, this time is a boss level single combat, which is to test the limits of their individual strength. And the boss is Wolf Beastman Captain. Of course, he is level 15, Strength 1000, Agility 800, Spirit 500, Constitution 1000. And his skill, it sounds kind of cool, guys. It's a Wild Wind Slash. And honestly, these stats aren't even as strong as his level 10 skeleton, let alone his level 16. And this guy looks pretty scary, but he still gets soloed. He says it cannot even compare to the elite monsters in Shihai Mines, and he understands that the Empire wouldn't actually release such a hellish level monster. He then tells the skeletons to go, and he says he's still disappointed because there are 5 rounds of exams, and he hopes the final 2 can provide him with some real challenges. Of course, we see Wang Xihao, and he's filled with rage, and he says, kill! We see Xiao Shui in a dress for some reason. I guess there's no dress code for this tournament, and she has a fire in her head, and she is fighting off this boss. We then see the goth girl, and she seems to be invisible, which is from her class, a diver. And then we see Rage Shot, another instant kill, and it used a skill. What kind of summon monster in this? And again, Lin Mo-yu has went too far. Of course, Ning Xuanfeng and the other instructors are like, what the heck? We haven't even measured his real strength. And then he says, wait for the 5th round. If he wants to be the provincial champion, he must pass the 5th round. He then says, I don't even believe the 5th round can measure his true strength. We then see the stat board once again. Lin Mo-yu, total score 2,105. Xiao Shui 770, Wang Xihao 765, Zhu Mei 970, and even Gao Yang is here at 670 with a score of 302. So respect to our holy knight here, guys. Let's go. Let's get some justice for Gao Yang. We then see, next up is the 4th round of the exams. The 4th round will greatly increase the difficulty, and so will the danger. And you can still choose to forfeit. And we see a shadow of some sort of hell boss. Of course, Wang Zihao says, this is my chance. Bring it on. And then we hear with your current results, entering the Empire's top 100 academies is no longer an issue. As nobody chooses to forfeit, we will respect your choices as we see some floating rocks of some sort with all the people standing on them. They then explain the rules of the 4th round. They will face 10 waves of attack monsters, and that there will be 10 monsters in each wave, 100 monsters in total, and the next wave of monsters will appear no matter if you wipe the previous or not, and that the last wave will be led by a boss level monster. You pass by killing them all, and that each one gives you 10 marks. And we see Shashui here holding her pretty cool looking scepter with a red ball in the center, and I'm guessing this is of blood or something precious, of course. We then see the boss monsters, and they're all lined up, ready to go. We see, let's see how you handle this. The best way to deal with a summoner is to eliminate the summoner himself. And they wonder if Lin Mo-yu will panic this time. And then Ning Xuanfeng is like, I think this round of tests will still not challenge him. And they just look at him, really confused. He then loads up something in his head and summons, of course, a summons, saying, stretch your bones, my warriors. And I'm pretty sure that the enemies are screwed. 3 skeletons should be enough, as we look at them already attacking the beasts. Soul Blaze, he uses it on the monsters, and I'm pretty sure their soul will really be set ablaze. No Demon Slayer reference though, guys. We then see him, or the monster, being literally eaten by this fire as he roars out in pain. The 3 examiners are like, what the heck? This man has summoned a 3rd monster. Why didn't he use it before and summon it now? And they say, why does he like hiding so much stuff? That guy is such a show-off. He then begins to yawn, saying, this exam is so uneventful. Even the Shihai Mines are better than this. No surprise at all. The guy with crystals or gems or shards floating around his head and his shoulders then says this isn't interesting. There's nothing exciting about this kid. You might as well watch the others. And they say, yeah. I guess our boy is so OP, it's making it bored to watch. We see Shashui on the path of fire. And then she says, area of effect attacks are elemental mage's strong unit, so she can do this. We then see Wang Xihao, who is a rage warrior. And he's literally raging, as I guess that's part of his class. We see the other people watching it on the big screen from outside. And they're like, Lin Mo Yu is amazing. His skeletons instantly killed the monster the moment it appeared. Some of them say that there are too many monsters for them to kill, so it's a good thing that they forfeited. I guess they're cowards. Just kidding. We see Gao Yang, and he held on until the 6th wave of monsters. And he says, Lin Mo Yu is my boss. He's so amazing. Let me tell you about the time he soloed a nightmare level dungeon. And they're like, soloed a nightmare level dungeon? And they begin to be skeptical. We see 4 of the contestants left, and this is an awesome panel. I don't know about you guys, as we see Shashui, Wang Zihao, the goth girl, and the other guy from the other district. And then we see Lin Mo Yu just eating on his sweet potato, literally just chilling. He says that this Feng Shui guy is finally showing his true strength, and he was the other guy in the 4 panels. We then see he is a level 15 sacred swordsman. He came from the swordsman line of Feng family, so he knows that the final 2 rounds are important to increasing the scores. We see Wang Zihao is going to go berserk, and our boy literally looks like a villain here, which I think he eventually will become, unless Lin Mo Yu somehow uses the power of friendship to make him his friend, but I don't think that's happening. We see that for 5 minutes, strength and constitution increases by 500%, and it decreases agility by 200 seconds. Once the effect ends, you enter a state of weakness for 30 minutes. We then see as he unleashes his attacks. And then, of course, Lin Mo Yu's just saying in his head, it's finally the last wave of monsters. The 4th round of exam ends. 5 examinees have passed. The results are as followed as we see this Thor-looking dude say it. Lin Mo Yu, score is 3,605. Zhu Mei, 2,470. Shashui, 2,270. Wang Xihao, 2,265. And Feng Shu, 2,200. Only 5 people have passed. There's only 5 people left after the 4th round. Will someone really pass the 5th? As we see the others just under the forest watching it happen. They say if the 4th round is that hard, they can imagine the difficulty of the 5th. We see Wang Zihao, and he says with his sword on his ground keeping it up, that as expected, the 5th round is where we truly decide the victor. Xiao Shui is literally injured with some bruises on her shoulders and her neck. And she says, I'm in the top 5. There should be no problem entering Xiajing Academy, right? And then we see the goth girl, and she says, Xiajing Academy, here I come. We then see some sort of figure, which is a Loki guy with his purple eyes, saying, I know all of you wish to enter Xiajing Academy, but don't think you can rest easy after entering the top 5. You will still be eliminated if you do not perform well enough in the 5th round, and do your best to earn scores if you want to enter. It's finally here, and we see the iconic rivalry, Xia Shui and Lin Mo Yu, and they're about to announce the rules for this 5th round. All of you will be teleported into a special space, the campaign space. The campaign space will continuously spawn all sorts of monsters in large numbers, and it will be over 100 in the first wave. Oh gosh, guys. It contains elite class, leader class, and even bosses. And the faster you kill, the faster the monster spawns. And the faster you become stronger, which is good for Lin Mo Yu. We see them right here, and they look 10 times more menacing than the ones from before. And this is actually probably instantly a hell difficulty. The campaign space is split into 5 different phases. Each phases have a different score. Only the examinees can see the rules for the scores. Not even the examiner knows them. And after entering the campaign space, all the examiners can see is a change of your score, as we see the bunch of rocks with some formations come on top of them. If you have any hidden cards, use them now. First phase, monster level 15, and after each kill is 50. Second phase, level 16 after each kill 100. 17 for the third phase, 200 after each kill. Fourth phase, 18, each kill 400. And fifth phase, level 19 monsters, and 800 points per kill. Also, by the way, guys, these stat windows are pretty cool. It has like those cool gems and like the ancient stone thing, so I just wanted to put that on there. We see Lin Mo Yu, and he says, I can feel the aura of death filled to the brim here. Looks like there was an unimaginable battle that occurred. As we see the battlefield with literal lightning there, and Lin Mo Yu just stands there with his summons. Is this to prepare us for the feeling of a battlefield? And it looks very similar to one, so I'm pretty sure he's right. We see the furry beastmen, they're level 15, and they let out an aura. Just level, and it doesn't say the skills or the attributes. And he wonders if that roar is summoning comrades with it. But he then looks up, and then we see it didn't die instantly. And he says it looks like the constitution or defense is high. And if it didn't die in a single strike, then 2 will do. Corpse burst. Boom. It explodes. And we see that his score went up by 500 at once. And of course the examiners are just shocked, because he instant killed 10 first phase monsters. He says since they will attract comrades with their roar, it's good to keep some of them alive, and that they will come here. And we see him literally in his hand. Our boy got the Rasengan, but it seemed like the Necromancer version. We then see the corpse disappearing, and he wonders if it can only exist around 10 seconds. And so he needs to change the plan. He brings more than 6 summons out, and then he says 9 skeletons attract all the monsters left over together, and they start to run towards them. Slash, slash. He then says, aggressive drawn, and he uses corpse burst once more. We then see, what the heck? What is this dude Lin Mo Yu doing? We can't see anything. His score is at 8,505, and they say that it went up by 4,500 in literally an instant. And they think that he wiped up the first 100 monsters, which is definitely true. We then see Ning Xuan Feng, and he says, while sweating in his little cool old-style armor, what kind of profession is a necromancer? Where are his limits? We then see him still wearing his robe of wisdom, saying, do I need to wait a minute for the monster to spawn in again? But then, just at that moment, he looks up, and there are fireballs crashing down. We then see the fireballs going to crash the skeletons who are in front of him or behind him, and he lets them block the attack. And all of them literally pile up and make a mountain of bones, literally. Boom. It is Fire Rain, and that is the furry beastmen mages, and they are level 16, and they seem to be on top of a mountain. He then looks back, saying, it finally spawned. Is it my turn now? And that is the end of the chapter. We see the crocodile creatures with their spears, and they're running towards the skeletons. The skeletons have their swords, and they are ready for battle. We see one jump up, and we see Lin Mo Yu behind the lines as he is controlling them. Slash. He then uses corpse explosion, and we see the corpses literally get incinerated and burnt to a crisp. We then see his points have reached 14,605. The score went up again by 6,000, which meant he killed 120 monsters at a single moment. We then see he has AoE attacks even though his summon monsters are so powerful already. So his area of effect is pretty OP. We see the Loki dude, the guy with crystals around him, and the person in the white cloak here, and they're literally just shocked. They then begin to say, I wonder if this class surpassed legendary classes, and it means that he can stand up against those few classes, and we see some sort of mummy there. He says we can't say yet. Being powerful in low levels doesn't mean it will stay the same when the level increases, so let's observe a little more. Lin Mo Yu says the aura of death increased, and he wonders if this is phase 2. He says there are at least 40 beastmen packs scattered around, and we see an image of them, and they are shrouded in mystery. We see the furry beastman archer level 16, and a furry beastman warrior at level 16. He says the levels of monsters increased, and their numbers doubled. And judging by the difficulty, other professions will have a hard time phasing too, and it will take them a lot of time either way, but that doesn't really apply to him, so he doesn't need to worry, just like the cool MC he is. He mentions that in the history of Shenxia exams, there is only one profession from a century ago that passed phase 3 in the campaign. We then see them murmuring and gossiping, and he says, I think Lin Mo Yu has a high chance too. He is literally overpowered, and he suspects he has awakened an ultimate talent. We then see them in the lab, and they start to say if he does awaken a talent, that means that's great news to humankind, and that if a genius who awakened his talent not long after unlocking his profession, maybe he'll awaken a new talent when he undergoes a second unlock, which I think is pretty mysterious. They then say professions with talent are extremely rare, and dual talents are 1 in a million, and this could be 1 in 10 million. Lin Mo Yu total score, 34,605. Xia Shui, our girl, has 7,270, and Feng Shu has a total score of 6,200. They then mention, look, Lin Mo Yu entered phase 2, 100 scores a monster. He instantly killed 200 monsters once again, and they're literally like, what the heck is going on now? They say they were just gifting him marks now. If it wasn't because I don't have rights, I'll send a couple dozen bosses at him. We are then seeing the Shajing. It is the Shenxia Empire capital, and there's a floating building here, and this looks like a pretty cool city, but I also think it's like Photoshop. But anyway, we then see it is a trial tower real location. What are the 3 divine towers of the Shenxia Empire? And this looks pretty cool, like a missile, but it's actually a temple. We see a rat looking up at it. This gotta be a funny picture. He says outrageous, as we see somebody's hand begin to form. We hear, Kiki, you can't stop me. And we see a real evil monster that looks like a predator, and it has 2 big red and bulging eyes. We then see an attack, and it seems that the person in the hand is catching it. He says, you seek death, huh? And then the gold hand grabs the monster, and then the monster says, this is just a clone. Kill it all you want. And those children in the trial tower are going to die. He laughs, but then the hand crushes him. And then they say, I never thought that those dudes from the Abyss would dare to commit a sneak attack. That evil light speed is too fast, and it came prepared. And their goal is the children in the campaign space. We then see some shadows with some golden aura around them. And he says, those sneaky brats. They really came from the Abyss and sneaked inside and disturbed the space inside. The power of the Abyss is polluting the rules. And he says the ground within the tower was taken from Abyss soil, so it is advantageous to them. And this guy seems to let out a really cool heavenly looking aura from his hands. And then we see one of them. How long does it take to correct this? And this guy looks pretty freaking cool. His name is Bai Yu Yuan, a Shenxia Empire top level expert. And then the guy under him says, 1 hour. We hear, what's going on? Why did the monsters disappear all of a sudden? And Lin Mo Yu is literally just standing there with his awesome robe, just unfazed. He then sees Xia Shui, and she's like, wood-headed Lin? Oh gosh, she really has time to roast them in a time like this. He says, what happened to the campaign space? Why can the examinees meet each other? She says as she's holding her red scepter, I was killing monsters and it suddenly disappeared. Do you know what happened? He says, I don't know. And then we see Wang Zihao, and then he gets teleported as well. And he is like, what the heck is going on here, dude? We then see children. I am Bai Yi Yuan. And then she is like, or Xia Shui is like, what the heck? Is that really Bai? Is Bai really here, the legendary master? We then see, of course, Ning Xuan Feng, and he's like, why is Bai here? Did something happen in the campaign space? He says the demons from the Abyss world have invaded the campaign space, and their target is you, as we see his hologram looking down on the kids. He says they are doing their best to repair the rules, and it is estimated to take them 1 hour. He then says, in the coming hour you must protect yourselves. We don't know how will the demons from the Abyss act against you, but he believes that as long as you stay united, there is nothing the power of the Abyss can do. And we see Xia Shui, and she doesn't look too pretty anymore, and she literally has a look of despair on her face. We see Bai, and he looks pretty cool here, and he says, people of Shenxia, we will not be afraid to die while fighting. Somebody then raises his sword, and he says, we shall not be afraid to die while fighting. Of course, it is Wang Zihao the Rage Warrior, and our boy really is a good leader. They then start to chant with him that they won't be afraid to die. Lin Mo Yu, of course, is more on the strategic side. He says the weakest monsters from the Abyss are level 70, and if Bai says that we can fight against the invading power, That means that the power is not too strong, which makes sense. We see the examiners and they say, the Abyss are clearly aiming for the exam. And he says something like this really happened. One of them then say they are aiming for the geniuses who can participate in the 5th round. This is trying to cut off the foundation of Shenxia. And if they can't handle it, this time they might come again every year. Of course, Ning Xuanfeng says, stop talking, tell the people outside to not panic, and they have to believe in Bai. They are then like, yes, we must believe in him. And we then see a red moon, and it is the Blood Abyss moon. They then point up at it, and even Shashui looks up, really scared. He says, look, the power of the Abyss is acting now, and they say everybody to get ready. They then mention, you gotta step over the corpse of knights if you want to kill our teammates, and then the monsters say, not bad as expected of the future of Shenxia Empire. Too bad you will all die. He then mentions, as we see Shashui and Lin Moyu together, with some random extra in the background, 1 hour is enough for me to slaughter all of you. Such a shame I cannot taste your delicious corpses. This guy really is a creep. We then see the moon getting closer and closer, and we see, it's here, the furry beastman warrior, Abyss Polluted, and his level is 19. We also see he has 2 axes in his hands, and they are short axes, which means this guy is a full range, close range warrior. And this might be dangerous because, of course, he has gone rogue. One of the ladies says, I remember now, there's a limitation in the campaign space and the highest level is 19. And then the guy with bows behind him says, yeah, how could I forget about that? So what are we acting afraid of? There are so many of us. But then more come out behind him, and they wonder how there are so many, because all of them are at least enhanced elites. Shashui literally grabs onto Lin Moyu's arm and she hides behind him. She says, what should we do? Because our girl has become afraid. He says it's troublesome, but this is manageable. He then mentions enhanced elites. Isn't that the same as a nightmare dungeon? And he mentions that they have mutated from being infected by the Abyss powers. So he says they will provide more experience points as we see him facing off against a goblin. And our guy just cares about the experience points because he knows that with him there, all is going to be alright. The chapter starts and of course, the monsters ask, are you scared now? Are you frightened? And then he says, the white deity said that as long as you work together, you would win. There is one for each of you to take. By the way, guys, the white deity is, of course, it's Bai, but that's just his nickname, I guess. Wang Zihao says, we can't win. I can't even lift my blade, and he's going to be surrounded by the darkness. We then see the goth girl, and of course, the sword user beside her, and honestly, she looks like she's Wolverine with those swords coming out of her hands. And then we see Lin Mo Yu, and he knows what's about to go down. She says, stupid Lin, what are you doing? Come back quickly. There's over 100 level 19 enhanced elite monsters over there. And then Lin Mo Yu says, go back. She says, no. He then says, whatever then. It won't really affect me if she follows me whatsoever. And then she has a specter in her hand, or the scepter. And then she says, what is this guy doing? And the others around them say the same as well. Lin Mo Yu is a level 60 Necromancer. What kind of profession is that? Are those skeletons he created? She then says, a new profession, another type of summoner. What do we do? Do we really trust this and fight with him? We then see them following behind Shashui, and they know that this is their best hope of surviving. And Lin Mo Yu just looks back, and he knows that things are about to go down. Of course, the girl says, we cannot cower from battle nor fear from death. And then the monster laughs, saying, someone finally wants to die. How brave. It would be a pity to kill you now. So why not you consider becoming the Demon King's slave? He says consider it. But Lin Mo Yu seems like he doesn't give a crap. He says the gate will be open just for you. And then he's just thinking in his mind, it's about 50 meters. That's the best distance from corpse explosion to work the most effectively. They wonder why he stopped. And then he says, as the aura comes out of his hand, this is enough. He then summons all of his skeletons and his summons as we see them form behind him. And then we see the skeleton warrior's amount is 100. And they look ready and they're hungry for battle. They're like, how does he have so many? What kind of profession is this? And she wonders how it's so fast, and this girl is just shocked. These summoned creatures are even faster than her. whose main attribute is agility. We see them use Rage Strike and Slash. They are still alive even after getting hit. We then see the skeleton, however, and the bones start to get cut. Rage Strike, 1,995 out of 2,500. He says, looks like these monsters have around 3,000 strength. He just smiles in the face of danger, saying to be able to withstand that many attacks, the constitution is probably over 3,500. And however, with Corpse Explosion, the higher the constitution, the better. Killed, level 19 Fury Beastman Warrior, and he obtained 8,000 experience as we see the warrior get sliced like he is an onion. He then has his hand and he uses Corpse Explosion, and he mentions, even though the amount of experience gained is a little small, it's still better than not getting none at all. And yeah, that actually just rhymed. He uses Corpse Explosion, and we see them start to blow up as the people behind him wonder what's going on. Boom, boom, boom. They're all that dead. They wonder, was it that simple? What kind of skill is that? He's so powerful. Wang Zihao is literally shocked like Gao Yang, and he says, how is he so strong? Why didn't I awaken this profession? This is not fair at all. The monster says, impossible. This is impossible. You have angered me. I will kill you, drink your blood, and eat your flesh. Our boy really thinks he's going to even touch Lin Mo Yu. He says, let's see how you deal with this. And he sends even more monsters. And he looks up and he realizes, so that's where you are. And I know where he's going to be headed. He says, you lunatic, as we see the ugly-looking creature question what he's going to do. And of course, he's going to get wrecked. Corpse Explosion. Soul Blaze. He then sends it, and boom. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. He wonders how he's still alive, as we see the ugly horned beast here. He mentions, what kind of skill is this? How is it able to burn my soul? What is this profession? This can't be. There's not a way that somebody like you can exist in this world, as we see him, and our boy is literally about to get disintegrated. Lin Mo Yu just says, this is the price for invading. And then we hear, on the outside, what? The power of the abyss is getting weaker, and it is some old bearded man. And he wonders, all of the people in the tower are dead? But of course, that is wrong. He says, I can still feel the energy of many people in there. It's only the abyss aura getting weaker. And he says a demon king must be injured. And then we see, say, that earlier I was worried to death. Next time, don't just release your aura without thinking, okay? And then Bai mentions, however, the demon king uses the power of the abyss to disrupt the rules of the battle space. Even if we can't enter, who is able to hurt it? Can it be those candidates who are level 15 and 16? And then we switch back to inside the dungeon, and of course the monster says, I'll kill you, I'll eliminate you, everybody, go kill Lin Mo Yu. And the monsters are getting a power-up. We see a monster that is about to attack one of the examinees, and he just looks back. And of course Lin Mo Yu says to himself, Corpse Explosion leveled up. After the blessing, the radius of Corpse Explosion will be 20 meters and deal 150 damage. Corpse Explosion went from level 1 to level 2. And of course, the damage to enemies is now within 2 meters. He mentions, is this a type of skill that requires repeated use and familiarity to upgrade? Or does it mean that the other talent skills, when changing professions, all the skills learned using scrolls need to be upgraded? He says perfect timing, and he looks behind him. And I know that these dudes are gonna get wrecked. The chapter starts, and we see Lin Mo Yu literally shining in golden aura, as we see that he has leveled up. Everybody around him is like, who is he? He's actually using these weird monsters to level up? He seemed to be called Lin Mo Yu, a new class. Thankfully, he's on our side. There is a lot of emotion in this picture. We then see the moon, and then Lin Mo Yu looks up as his monsters literally send these goblins up, and he says it looks like you can't escape. The monster then says, you're Lin Mo Yu. This king remembers you. When you come to this abyss, this king will... Boom, he literally gets Corpse Explosion, and rest in peace to that guy. The moon literally shatters, and we see the battle space is back to normal. The kids look up, and they wonder if Lin Mo Yu won. We see the abyss consciousness has been eradicated, as we see literal liquid gold start to flow out of the rock. And we also see the 3 hunters outside. And then the old guy says, the battle space is being restored. How are the kids? Bai Yu-wan asks. The old guy says the kids are safe and sound. No casualties, as he has his hand out, giving off the golden aura. Bai Yu-wan is like, what the heck? Completely different from what I expected. What exactly happened in that battle space? They then are looking at it with a beautiful yellow cold waterfall, and he says, just to be safe, let's teleport the kids back, and let's retrace what happened inside the battle space. Xiaoshui then asks, hey Dummy Lin, are you alright? He simply says, yeah, I'm fine, like the typical MC protagonist. He then mentions, as we look up to Bai Yu-wan, everyone, the abyssal power has disappeared and the battle space is back to normal. You will be sent back to your original testing site, and the exam results will be announced later. Xiaoshui then says, we could have even contend against these orc warriors. Thankfully, Lin Moyu was there. They then get teleported back as we see Wang Zihao, Xiaoshui, and of course, Lin Moyu and the goth girl are standing in front of a castle. The system says, the main combat exam is over. All examinees, please wait for the final evaluation. We then see Ning Xuanfeng, and he mentions that the combat result has already concluded and there are a lot of points and evaluations. And their evaluations, unlike other examinees, are given directly by the high-ranking officials of the Shenzhou Empire. And that top-tier academics aren't just about having high points. The evaluation needs to be excellent as well. He then looks at Lin Moyu and he mentions what happened in that battle space. But I'm kind of looking forward to what kind of evaluation Lin Moyu will receive. We then see, it seems that Bai Yu-yuan is looking at a replay of what happened, and he sees Lin Moyu, as he literally is looking pretty cool. He says this person is a Necromancer. I've heard of the class before. It's a brand new class that appeared in the Shihai city of Jiangnan province, but he didn't expect him to turn the tide. And he says it's impressive, as we see some of his cool accomplishments here. He says calm, decisive in battle, and powerful. This kid already has a potential to become a top-tier expert. But not only is his class powerful, he must have also awakened strong talents as well. He then remembers in his mind that what's so difficult about it? Those cowards fled, and they desert the battlefield in the future, and he can't rely on them. After all, they're teenagers, and Lin Moyu's evaluation is different. And of course, it is way excellenter than others, if that even is a world. We see number 1, Lin Moyu, 34,000 points and 605. Evaluation excellent, as it shows on a big hologram, and all of the students are gathered. Of course, the principal, Lu Yun, literally shouts out, like, let's go, well done, kid. And of course, the old guy back there, and the girl, and the grandma in the purple robe are like, congratulations. She says, giving old Lu the top score in the province. He'll be bragging for another 20 years. We see Xiaoshui and Lin Moyu, and she says, congratulations, Lin Moyu, you really got the top score in the province. And he just says, thank you. She says, you're actually smiling. And then the background has changed to flowers, and she says, you look so pretty when you smile. Why don't you ever smile normally? We see number 2 is Xiaoshui, points 7,600, evaluation excellent. The people behind him say old Lu got it. Second place is also his, and that he really envies him. Third is Feng Shu with 6,700. 4 is Zhu Mei with 6,325. And 5 is Wang Xihao, 6,300. But his evaluation is poor. Dang it. We see Wang Zihao and he says, my evaluation is poor. He says once his evaluation comes out, forget about Shajing Academy. Even the top 20 high-tier academies of the Empire won't expect me. So he's very mad. He says, I won't accept it. Why did they give me a poor evaluation? And he says this isn't fair. He then gets sucked into some sort of portal below him, and it says Wang Zihao violated the rules of exam area. Expulsion. We then see the examiners on top of the wall. They say for combat class professions, this year's top scorer in Jiangning province is Lin Moyu. We even see Gao Yang celebrating with the rest of them on the ground, and he yells out, see that? Lin Moyu is our leader. Top scorer in the province. He says silence, an imperial order has arrived. Lin Moyu has become this year's and they look up on the tower, and they don't know what's happening. They say Lin Mo-yu has become this year's national exam top scorer, and they're all yelling out in shock. We then see President Lu Yun, and he is like, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Lin Mo-yu is a national top scorer? And then our boy literally becomes an angel with angels around him, and he's crying with bliss. And he says, haha, top scorer, national top scorer. The people below them are like, are you okay, old Lu? Don't get it too excited, and you might even hurt yourself. And now you can brag for a lifetime. The other students, or the side characters, say, Lin Mo-yu is truly amazing. Our Jiangning province produced a national top scorer. They say in the future, I'll make my child go to the same school. Wow, these guys really just want to be a fan, huh? We then see Feng Shu and Zhu Mei, and they say, Lin Mo-yu, congratulations. Thank you. Without you, we would have been in some trouble this time. He shakes his hand and says it's nothing. And then Feng Shu says, you're probably planning to take the exam at Jiajing Academy, right? And then he says, let's meet at Jiajing Academy. I'll treat you to a meal then. He says, okay. And then, of course, Xia Shui says, this guy doesn't really talk much. I've been his classmate for 3 years, and we haven't even exchanged 10 sentences, as she puts up the X sign with her fingers. Lin Mo-yu says, 26 sentences, and they're all literally shocked and puzzled. And then, of course, Xia Shui is embarrassed, while Zhu Mei and Feng Shu are like, that is so funny. We are back at Lin Mo-yu's home, and he says, sister, I'll be at Jiajing Academy soon. And he mentions to his grandma, I have become the national top scorer. We then see a knock on the door, and he says, Principal Lu, why are you here? We then see a shadow or a literal graven image of Bai Yi Buan. He says, such a terrifying aura, even breathing is difficult. He then releases one of his summons, and he brings him out so quickly, and it seems like he got sort of intimidated. Bai Yi Buan says, good reaction. And then he bows down saying, greetings, Lord Bai Shen, as we see Lu Yun just happy to be there. And the chapter comes to an end. Lin Mo-yu bows his head, and surprisingly, even his skeleton summon does so as well. Bai Yi Wan says, I came here this time to talk to you about the matter of Jiajing Academy. He says, calm, composed, excellent instinctive reactions. You're really a good seedling. As we see the picture of his grandma and the rest of his family on top of a drawer in the corner. President Lu Yun says, please don't mind, but Mo-yu's sister went to Jiajing Academy last year, so he actually has been living here alone. As we see our boy serving him boba, of course, tea, as Bai Yi Wan is just sitting down. He says with such a family background, both siblings were able to enter Jiajing Academy. This is such a remarkable family. And he mentions how having a genius like him is even rarer, as of course he looks at him, and he's looking really awesome. He sees a skeleton warrior. We see his strength, agility, and energy, and physique are at 250. He says these are all average attributes. But in the battle space, how did you achieve that? And this skeleton looks really scary, and our boy is just giving Bai Yi Yuan the death stare. He says 4 attributes at 250. He says it seems like others cannot see the talent-boosted attributes of the skeleton warrior. Bai then asks, what talent did you awaken? Mo-yu, did you really awaken a talent? He says, my talent is amplification. It amplifies all my skills. And then the legend Bai says, that makes sense then. And then he tells him, with a very, kind of menacing look in his eyes, I have 2 things to discuss this time. First is a reward from Jiajing Academy. And second is to take you to the academy. There will be a trial the day after tomorrow. And Bai is really looking forward to our boy, Lin Mo-yu, participating. Lin then asks, what kind of trial is it? Are you trying to scam me? Just kidding. He says it's an internal trial with the Jiajing Academy, and that the participants are all our own internal students, and he can't tell him the specifics until he agrees to go. He then begins to ponder, and our bro really is the thinker. He says participation is not compulsory. The decision is up to me. And what do you mean by internal participants? He wonders if it is secretive, and it seems like the trial's content is unusual. He mentions, I can reveal the content, but I can't tell you. The opportunity is once in a lifetime. and normally he wouldn't have been able to participate in the trial. And of course, our boy Lin Mo-yu is shocked and he just says, "Heck yeah bro, let's get on this right now." Bai then smiles and laughs, saying, "Since that's the case, let me give you the rewards first." He then brings them out from his inventory, and he says, "As a national top scorer, your rewards are quite substantial, and it is skill scrolls." He says the first reward is 100,000 points in addition to your exam score, and your points are all here, as he hands him a sort of credit card. He mentions that you should have heard that within the academy, points are more useful than gold. And then we see the scrolls as he says. The second reward is one primary skill scroll and one intermediate skill scroll. We then see some sort of dark tower that looks kind of intimidating. And he says the third item is based on your performance in the battle space, an additional reward for you, and the qualification to enter the Divine Summer Tower once. He then says, the qualification to enter this tower is very precious, especially for the first time. Be sure to prepare well before going. And I think this is going to really help him level up. Of course, Lin Mo-yu says, "I understand." And then he says, with Lord Bai Shen stresses this, it surely holds a significant importance. He says, "Tidy up a bit. I'll take you to the Jiajing Academy." And our boy Bai looks very optimistic. We see a very green and blue sky, which is very similar to his ability summons. And then President Lu Yun just says, "Good luck, kid," as they are teleported towards the Jiajing Academy. They then get teleported, and this thing seems like an utter utopia, with huge walls and huge buildings and huge gates and entrances to welcome them in. Jiajing Academy. They see a huge pillar, and it seems that there's golden aura flowing from within as they look at it. Bai says this gate is not only an entrance, but it can be used as a weapon, and even top-tier experts would pay a huge price to forcefully enter it. And he says, "Let's go, dude." He then enters inside the room, and he tells him to get a seat. This is a residential area you'll be staying in today. He will be going now, so get some rest, and somebody will come guide you. And then somebody bows down and says, "Lord Bai Shen." The orange-haired guy then starts to sweat, saying, "What is the identity of this kid? Lord Bai Shen personally received him, yet his tone towards Lord Bai Shen is so cold." The orange-haired guy then asks, "Are you Lin Mo-yu?" And Lin Mo-yu just says, "Yeah bro, it's definitely me." He says, "Where would you like to stay?" Either a 4-person room, which is 500 points a month, 2-person room, 1,000 points per month, or a single room, 2,000, and even a villa at 10,000 points per month. He says we have 4 various options: 4-person, 2-person, single room dormitories, standalone villas, villas with practice grounds, and different accommodations have a huge price difference. And the practice villa doesn't seem to have any price on it, and I'm guessing it's a lot of points per month. He says, "Student Lin, I know you just finished the exam and you have a lot of points, but I still advise you to save where you can, and there are many places where points are needed. So just stay in a 4-person room." But then he says, "I want a single room dormitory." And then he says, "Sure, save a bit, go for the single room dormitory. And I think it's really good for some privacy." He then says, "Wait, single room dormitory? Are you sure?" Because our boy was really thinking he got the 4-person. He says it was so extravagant, and not saving now, but you'll regret it when you realize how hard points are to earn later. But Lin Mo-yu just says, "Yeah, let's do this, dude." We are then in Lin Mo-yu's single room dormitory, and he says this will do, and it seems pretty peaceful and pretty awesome. The orange-haired kid says, "Great, Student Lin, give me your ID, and I'll register it right now." Ding, minus 1,000 points from his 133,605, and our boy is just shocked by this. He says, "How the heck do you have this many points?" And Lin Mo-yu just looks at him casually, saying, "This is the reward from becoming the national top scorer." And then the guy in orange hair is like, 130,000? No wonder you want to stay in a single room dormitory. And then he mentioned since he entered the academy, he's only earned 10,000 points in total, and he doesn't even have a fraction of what he has. He then smiles as he leaves, saying, "All right, from now on, this room is your dormitory. Rest well, and please come find me if you need anything. And remember to get a communication device tomorrow, because it'll be very convenient without it." And then Lin Mo-yu just looks outside like an anime protagonist in the school in the corner seat, saying, "Is somebody practicing skills here? Indeed, it's Jiajing Academy, and everybody is working hard. as we see some different colored auras, which are red, yellow, and blue, and even purple, and they seem to be cultivating of some sorts. He says in this kind of atmosphere, leveling up will definitely be much faster than before. The next day, he ends his meditation after somebody rings on the bell. And by the way, guys, those shelves in the back look pretty aesthetic to me, and I don't know about you guys. His aura then starts to dissipate, and then he says, hey, what's wrong? Don't recognize me? And then Lin Mo-yu says, I do. It is Ning Yi, and it was the assassin from the earlier chapters. She grabs onto his hand as she says, come on, I'll take you to breakfast and show you around the academy. She really got that reverse Riz, but Lin Mo-yu is unrizzable. Let's go, guys. Don't even bother playing the Riz music. We then see them at the academy cafeteria, and there seem to be a lot of delicious foods right here, as he's holding a tray with a large piece of bread, and of course, Ning Yi has like 10 steamed buns whatsoever. It seems relatively empty, but the light hitting the ground looks very beautiful. He says, I'm here, and then she says, how are you paying with points? You can use coins here. Places that accept coins definitely won't use points. He says, I don't have coins, only points. And she says, if you don't have coins, just say so. I've got plenty of coins. She says, don't waste points. Points are hard to earn. Luckily, it's just 5 points, but then she sees, how the heck do you have so many points? And her steamed bun literally just drops from her mouth, and she is shook. And Lin Mo-yu just gives a blank face, like, wait, this is a lot to you? She then says, remember, wherever you can use coins, never use points. And points should be used wisely, even if you have that many points. And it seems like she is scolding him like his bigger sister. And he says, yeah, okay, with his hand in his pocket, just a casual Lin Mo-yu. He says, this is for you. So beautiful. Is this a core crystal of the Goblin King? And he says, yeah, and it's a really shiny, red sparkling stone. She says, do you know its value? This is the core 5th tier Goblin King ring. It's a boss accessory, you know. If used for trading, the price would be at least 1 million coins. And Lin Mo-yu just says, so what? And then she says, are you really giving it to me? She then begins to blush because he says, yeah, you can have it. And then he mentions, such a valuable item, it appears the Dynasty Guild is truly exploiting. And then she says, thank you, I won't be polite then. We then see her guiding Lin Mo-yu as it travels to the garden, the library, and even some sort of hall, and our boy is really getting around the ropes. She says, alright, your enrollment procedures have been completed, and we are at the Academic Affairs office. He says, why can't I find any information about my sister Lin Mo-han? And then we see it's blank information. She says it's possible she's on a special confidential mission from the academy, so the information cannot be retrieved. And it's also possible she joined some more specialized college, like the Divine Creation College, and your sister might have joined some specific college. She says, stop worrying, nothing will happen. And then he says, thank you. And she says, as she looks back, come on, let's get to the main point. I brought you here today to familiarize with Academy, but I also have a task on hand. We then see them in the classroom, and she says, Sister Tao Tao, I've brought someone. It's a national top scorer. We then see a lady with a ponytail saying to him, hello, my name is Xiang Tao Tao, level 23, and I am of the Elf Knight class, and she seems to have a pretty cool outfit on. He says, I am Lin Mo-yu. I'm a level 17 Necromancer. Some guy holding some weird looking staff with a crystal floating says, only level 17? Are you kidding me? If you're bringing somebody, you can't just bring along anyone, right? And this guy is a little bit too cocky. He doesn't really know how strong our boy Lin Mo-yu is. Zhang Tao Tao says, Ling Zhen, what do you mean by that? Watch your words, Mo-yu is the national top scorer. And then he says, compared to our Hidden Dragon team, being the national top scorer means nothing. And this guy thinks he's the MC protagonist, and he says, I've seen all of the previous national top scorers, and every single one of them were just trash. Of course, Ling Zhen then leans in towards Lin Mo-yu and says, you're Lin Mo-yu, right? I know you were introduced by Lord Bai Shen, and you won't think that you can do whatever you want just because you know Lord Bai Shen. Am I right? And then he says, with his eyes starting to literally go on fire, in our Hidden Dragon team, it's all about strength. And it's alright to bring you along for the trial, but you have to keep your mouth shut and make sure that you don't drag us down. He then says, otherwise I won't be so nice to you. And then Lin Mo-yu says in his head, Even Xia Shui isn't as arrogant as this dude, and his hands are still in his pocket, and he says, going nuts. Ling Zhen is literally on a rampage now as we see the veins from his head, and he says, what did you say? And he unleashes some of his fiery aura. He says, Ling Zhen, you dare to make a move. And of course, even Ning Yi says this. Jiang Tao Tao tells him to stop as she puts up a barrier. And then, of course, Ling Zhen just says, Sister Tao Tao, I'm being very considerate of you, as we see one of his orange crystals go through her blade. And then he leaves and turns his back towards them. Jiang Tao Tao says, we'll meet here at 9 o'clock the next day, and I can only tell you about the trial's content on the day it is, so only tomorrow, as she hopes that he can understand. Lin Mo Yu says, yeah, it's all good. And then Ning Yi says, let's go, we need to buy some things and make preparations. And Jiang Tao Tao says, Ling Zhen, I know you have your grievances, but don't bring your personal grievances into this trial. And she says, besides, Lin Mo Yu was introduced by no one other than Lord Bai Shen. And then Ling Zhen says, I have my boundaries and I just wanted to see what kind of person replaced his brother's position. And I think this is kind of scary. She says with her hands folded, he's a national top scorer, and even though it doesn't mean much, he must have something extraordinary to even just accomplish that. And his class is also a newly introduced one. And Ling Zhen just says, even if you bring somebody along, ensure that they are useful, because every single year, new classes appear, but most of them are trash, and he suspects that this one is trash as well. We then go to the hallways where Ning Yi says, let's go, we'll buy some healing potions, mana potions, and communication devices. And then she says to Lin Mo Yu, don't quarrel, because that guy, he's literally crazy. We then arrive at the store, and then Lin Mo Yu says, please help me with the purchase. She says 10 red and blue potions each, and 1 communication device, as we also see an arrow or a bow and a sword on the table. We then see it is identifying him through his bracelet, which I think is pretty advanced, and it's pretty cool. Ning Yi says, I can bother you anytime now. And then she says as she shows him his bracelet, let's become friends first. And then he says sure, and oh gosh, our girl really got that reverse riz, but if she tries anything else, she's definitely going to get rejected. As we see, you can actually add friends on your bracelets, and this is a pretty cool mechanic, like it's straight out of a video game. He says as she is about to leave, see you at the trial, Lin Mo Yu, and he smiles saying, I'll see you there as well. He then brings out his primary skill scroll, and look at this guys, it's literally shining in all of its glory. We then see he says we need to prepare more for this trial, and he uses the scroll. And we see it literally start to evaporate and he absorbs it. Acquired skill, Slow Curse. Slow Curse is at level 1. And it curses enemies within a 50-meter range, reducing their speed by 50%. However, it only lasts for 10 minutes, but honestly, that's not even that bad. That's pretty long in a fight. Lin Mo Yu says to himself, after talent amplification, the range reached 50 meters and the slowing effect increased to 50. And then we see an image of him literally running away from a goblin with an axe, and the goblin seems annoyed. He says the duration has also extended to 10 minutes, and this is really another amazing skill. And now his skills can now be categorized into summoning, attack, and curse series. And I think our boy Lin Mo Yu just keeps getting more OP as he puts his head on his cheeks, and our boy is really looking like an OP MC even more. He says regardless of the series, they are all important and very powerful. And he says he hopes to learn other skill series in the future as he sits down on his bed, thinking and reminiscing. The next day, it is a beautiful sunny day and the clouds are out being beautiful. And of course, we see Ning Yi and she says, wake up, the sun is shining. And she says that she will come down for breakfast. And then after that, they'll head towards the location. Of course, Jiang Tao Tao says, after we're teleported over, don't wander around aimlessly. And then Ling Zhen is still folding his arms and he says, kid, don't slow us down. There seems to be somebody else beside Lin Mo Yu with some pretty crazy looking hair. Ning Yi spits out her tongue and says, don't drag us down too, and we'll be fine. And of course, Yang Tao Tao just says, now let's introduce our classes, guys, and whatever conflicts you have, please deal with them after the trial. We see Miao Yu, who had the crazy hair, beside Lin Mo Yu, and she is an elf elder, and she is a level 20, and she has a rare class. And we see Duan Gao, a level 20, who has a rare class of a diviner. And these two look pretty mature for their age, and they seem pretty strong. And we see Ling Zhen, and he scratches his head like Lin Zhen, level 21, and I'm a warlock. And it is also a rare class, and our boy, I feel like he's just a tsundere, as we see Jing Tao Tao in the corner, and she's giving him that look that your mom gives you to make sure you do something right. We then see Yang Tao Tao, level 23 Elf Knight, and then of course Lin Mo Yu, level 17 Necromancer, and Ning Yi Yi, a level 19 Shadow Assassin. And everybody has a rare class except for our boy Lin Mo Yu, who of course has the best class in the world, which is Necromancer. Jiang Tao Tao then says, in this trial, we must unite. She really thinks that this is the Avengers. She has some sort of crystal in her hand, and she tells everyone to not blame her for being impolite. And Ning Yi says, "Rest assured, Mrs. Tao Tao, we won't affect the trial." We then see some sort of portal open up below them, and the crystal starts to float in the air. She says, "Jiajing Academy Hidden Dragon Team, let's begin the trial teleportation." We then see them teleport, and this seems like a very different world. We see a huge black and spooky tower surrounded by chains and a very ominous red aura with some sort of light emanating from the top. Even Lin Mo Yu is taken aback with Ning Yi Yi. He says it is the Divine Xia Tower, and it turns out the Divine Xia Tower is in the sky. He wonders if the Divine Xia Tower's power teleports them, as we see some sort of light hitting their face and going across them. We see the Mermaid Island, and it seems to be inside of some sort of globe, and they get there. They see a mission stone, and Jiang Tao Tao says, "Everybody please touch the mission stone to learn about this mission." He touches it, and we find out the mission says, enter the Mermaid's Tier dungeon, defeat the final boss, and obtain the Mermaid's Tier. 1. A team of up to 6 people can enter the island with an average level of up to 20. The Mermaid's Tier only drops in Nightmare difficulty dungeons. And 3. Only 3 Mermaid Tiers will drop as Lin Mo Yu is touching the stone. And in other words, only the top 3 teams that clear the dungeon can obtain this Mermaid's Tier. The Mermaid's Tier dungeon is located at the center of the Mermaid Island, as we see a huge literal mountain here with birds, and there seems to be a very glorious waterfall flowing from the side of it. He says in the end, it's just a matter of clearing the dungeon. And could it be that the Mermaid's Tier might actually have some special properties which will be useful to Lin Mo Yu? Jiang Tao Tao says as she folds her arm, "I did expect this trial to be on Mermaid Island." And Ning Yi Yi asks, "Sister Tao Tao, you've been on many trial missions, you're all experienced, so please tell us about it." She explains that the Mermaid's Tier can be used to craft a very special equipment, and the effects are significant, and this is exactly what we wanted to hear. Not only is the Mermaid Island within the territory of Divine Xia Empire, and only 3 Mermaid's Tier drops every single year. And she starts to ponder, and she says, so besides our Divine Xia Empire, other countries also come to Mermaid Island every year. As we see the island over here, and there seems to be a battle, she explains that there are 10 teams in the Hidden Dragon Academy, and they are the Team 2. Which means we not only compete with our fellow students, but also from the academies, from other countries, which means the competition is high, as we see some shadows here with red eyes, and I think these guys are definitely OP. Ning Yi is kind of nervous, and she says, what if we run into other teams from other countries? What should we do? And Jiang Tao Tao just says, similar situations have happened before, but at most they would guard the entrance to the dungeon to prevent the entry. But then we see Jiang Tao Tao, and she seems kind of nervous. And she says, deaths have occurred before, and if a real conflict arises, you have to deal with it as it comes, because your life is the most important. As we get a flashback, as Ning Yi looks at Lin Mo Yu when they fought those 3 knights. He says, don't worry, we won't encounter that kind of situation. We are then in the jungle and we hear, alright guys, we're ready to enter the Mermaid Island. Duan Gao, apply your buffs. Sure, he says. Strength enhancement, agility enhancement, defense enhancement, and mana activations, as everybody is literally getting a buff, and I'm really hyped for this battle. Lin Mo Yu looks at his hand and says, attributes increase by 30%, skill power 20%, and it lasts for 1 hour, and this divider is indeed a powerful support class. He does say though, it's just a pity, compared to his talent, the divider's amplification effect is way too weak. As we see, he summons one of his skeletons, and he says if the divider's buffs are also applied to the skeleton warriors, he wonders what effect they will have. Of course, Miao Yu and the diviner are like, what the heck, undead summon? And Ning Yi says, don't be afraid, this little skeleton warrior is so cute, what the heck is she saying? Lin Mo Yu asks, could you please give it a buff too, thanks? And he says, oh yeah, sure, I guess. He then mentions, his skills cannot be applied to it, and he wonders if his talent is too strong, and Duan Gao's blessing skill is directly overwritten by his talent. And Ling Zhen says, it can't even be buffed, this summon is as useless as his master, as Lin Mo Yu just looks at him along with his undead summon, and I don't think he should have said that. And I hope that they don't get into a fight because, well, I feel sorry for Ling Zhen. Ling Zhen says as he takes on a very menacing stance with his staff in his hand, what, you wanna fight? And of course, Jiang Tao Tao blocks him, and he says, you can fight later, let's finish the trial test. And of course, these guys really are going at it, or at least Ling Zhen is. We then see the ghost summon, and then he says, why do I feel like I'm about to die when a summon looks this way? My body gets cold and it gets as stiff as a board. We then see Jiang Tao Tao and she has her shield in her hand and she runs past them and she says, the trial has begun, as they follow her. And we see that this is where it's gonna go down. Miao Yu says, our target is a mermaid dungeon, we need to move fast. Avoid fighting the monsters if possible, as she looks at Jiang Tao Tao. We then see them running as we see some sort of sea monster with orange gills. And then it goes back inside the water. But then after that it comes right back up. It is a merfolk soldier, a mermaid folk. Its level is 19, strength 300, agility 150, vitality 200, physique 320, but it has no skills as it is above Jiang Tao Tao. We see Jiang Tao Tao goes in for the kill, and of course Ning Yi goes behind it. And of course we see it launch a fireball at her. She then slices his throat, and then we see the notification. Killed level 19 merfolk soldier, experience plus 1500. Captain Jiang Tao Tao obtained fish scale +1. We then see, as the fire starts to subside, we see Ling Zhen, and of course Yang Tao and the rest of them. She says now level 21 monsters have appeared, and at this rate, it'll take us more than 3 hours to reach the island center. She says that we're too slow and we can't clear out the monsters anymore. And she tells Miao Yu, you are in charge of control. We're charging through. We then see Windbind as we see a huge blue looking tornado, and Miao Yu says, hurry up, I have it under control. 20 minutes later and we see some sort of swamp. They say that we're falling behind as Jiang Tao Tao looks and there seems to be other competitors. She starts to get nervous and she says, if we charge straight ahead, do we have a chance? She says there are too many of them and she can't control them. And Miao Yu says, plus the monsters are level 22, which are higher than her level. We see a picture of the mountain, and then we see charging in directly could put them in danger as they may end up getting surrounded. But if they clear the path along the way, it will take at least a whole hour, and then they'll even fall farther behind. And then Lin Mo Yu says confidently as Yang Tao Tao looks surprised. He says, let me do it, and she is literally sweating like, wait, what the heck did he just say? Ling Zhen says, you, a level 17 newbie? Hahaha, what can you do? He says, you haven't even lifted a finger this whole way. And then Ning Yi says, as she gives him a side eye, shut your mouth up. And then Ling Zhen just says, you should keep hiding behind these women. Jiang Tao Tao says, Lin Mo Yu, what plan do you exactly have? And he just gives him a side eye too, saying, I'll use a skeleton warrior to distract the merfolk monsters. As we see, he still has his hands in his pocket like an absolute savage. Jiang Tao Tao says, right, he has a summon. And then she says, alright Lin Mo Yu, it's all up to you now. Like the typical side character, I'm just kidding guys. Anyways, we see the skeleton literally leap forward and she notices how fast his movements are. She yells out to her assistants or her comrades and she says, the path is cleared, let's go right now. We then see Skeleton Warrior has been recalled to the summoning space as they are in a safe spot in the area. Jiang Taotao gives Lin Moyu the thumbs up and she says well done, and she also says that she owes him this time. Ling Zhen says, why didn't we do this from the beginning? We could have been up the mountain by now without even falling behind. And then of course Ning Yi says, quit talking nonsense here. If you're so capable, you can go up the mountain all by yourself. And then Lin Mo Yu says one last time, and it seems he's about to get pissed off after Ling Zhen says, it's all thanks to your summon. Maybe you're just trash yourself. But then Miao Yu looks very despairful and she says, hurry, run away. We then see literally hundreds of the merfolk above Jiang Taotao, and she yells out with all that she can, everybody, we must all retreat. And even Duan Gao the Diviner behind her is getting nervous. We then see it is a people from Country 4, as this guy seems to be holding some sort of charm. And he is holding the country's unique class Shikigami Summoners, also known as Spirit Summoners. He then launches 2 of them and they are literally blazing, as we see some sort of centaur or horse thing step on the ground. And one of the skills of the Shikigami Summoners is that they can summon ancient deities, and Jiang Taotao and Miao are like, why the heck are they doing this? And then Jiang Taotao says they want us to stop from going up the mountain. We then see the guy from the 4th country and he's on top of that sort of Taurus, and then he points towards them saying, you guys can stay here. If you can't hold on, use the mission stone to teleport away, because this mermaid dungeon belongs to our great country this time. And he laughs. We then see some of them in the back and they mention, this Shikigami summoner is a legendary level, and they say that their country has not spared anything. Now there are hundreds of merfolk gathered here and it'll take several hours to clear them all. Jiang Taotao then looks at Lin Mo Yu and says, Lin Mo Yu, can you really do this? She asks, is there a summoner here? Get those monsters away, as Lin Mo Yu starts to load up his summoners. We then see one of his summon and it is running away and it is chasing the merfolk or getting chased by the merfolk, and they wonder, whose summon is this? He's literally drawing all the monsters away, and this is good news for them. But too bad there are still 2/3 of the monsters left. He then brings out another one and says, go lure those monsters away. And Jiang Taotao is really shocked as she says, wow, Lin Mo Yu, you really have 2 of them? This girl is in for a world of surprise because she does not know that he literally has like 100. He says there is no need for corpse explosions because that will seal his experience. He then says, here comes another one, as they see the other skeleton, and this guy is about to run really fast. He says, when the trial is over, I'll treat you 2 drinks. The skeleton then begins to run, and they're like, there's actually a 3rd one. And they all yell, thank you to whoever who summoned this. And it's all thanks to Lin Mo Yu. It's all stable now, so let's go, and don't let the Shikigami summoners get so cocky. They then go to Lin Mo Yu and they pat his back like thank you so much. And next time they run into him, they will really bring him along. And Ling Zhen folds his arm because he is jealous. The Shikigami summoner looks behind him and wonders what the heck is going on, because all of the merfolk are running the opposite direction. He wonders how did they get up here, and with so many monsters they should be held back for at least a few hours. But then he calls out to his archers and says, get ready archers, they must have found a way to deal with the merfolk, so we must stop him, as we see all the arrows get shot. It not only shoots the merfolk, but also the magicians and of course the mages, and they tell them to put up their shields on. Lin Mo Yu is in a safe bubble, and he says the clash has begun. And of course, this time with you and your warrior skeleton, I'm not afraid, is what Ning Yi says. After the first round of clashes, we see them sitting around on rocks, and they talk about how it won't work. Their team is too chaotic, and they need to regroup. They need a powerful mage. They say, yeah, we're missing quite a few people at the mountain's base. And of course, we must regroup to suppress countrywide. Ling Zhen then says, Captain, I want to join another team as Jiang Taotao is regaining her strength. Of course, Ling Zhen says either Lin Mo Yu leaves or I leave, Captain, so you get to decide. And then Duan Gao says to Ling Zhen, you really are going a bit far, and even Miao Yu is just shocked by what he's saying. She yells, exactly, if it wasn't for Lin Mo Yu luring the monsters, we wouldn't even have made it up here. And then Ning Yi just looks at Ling Zhen like, really? You're really something, Ling Zhen. This guy really saved all of us and he still has to trash talk. Of course, Ling Zhen says in his mind, Captain will definitely try to keep me, and other teams are looking for mages, and they can't afford to lose a damage dealer, so this way he can kick Lin Mo Yu out of the team. But then, Jiang Tao Tao says, with complete conviction, in that case, Ling Zhen, you must leave, and you should leave this team. And that's what happens when you get too cocky, and pride comes before the fall. We see Ling Zhen's face, and guys, this guy is literally shocked, and this guy should really just leave the team. He says to Jiang Tao Tao, you want me to leave the team? If I leave the team, you won't be able to pass a trial. Are you saying you don't want to get into the creation seminary anymore? But then of course, Jiang Tao Tao says with a very serious and stern look, have you forgotten what my profession is? As an elven knight, I have my own beliefs and I cannot fulfill your demands. And honestly guys, W down here for Jiang Tao Tao for having some real morals. And she's gonna get carried by, of course, our boy Lin Mo Yu, so she definitely made the right decision. He looks behind him as he leaves and he says, I hope you don't regret this. And Ling Zhen has left the party. Lin Mo Yu says, let's enter the dungeon. And she says, but country Y is. But then of course, Ning Yi, the assassin girl, says, come on sister, let's enter the dungeon. And Jiang Tao Tao is just kind of nervous and she wonders how. And then we see it is Duan Gao and Miao Yu and they're like, what the heck's going on, but let's just follow as well. They then head towards this sort of waterfall and she says at the worst case we can always retreat. And it won't be dangerous with Lin Mo Yu around as even Ning Yi begins to stretch. But I know Jiang Tao Tao is definitely really nervous, but Ning Yi has already seen the powers of our boy Lin Mo Yu, so it's going to be a walk in the park. We then see the purple portal and the people say, get lost during shooters, as of course their squad begins to walk towards them. They say you're not allowed near this dungeon, and they even get their attacks ready. They say, it's that brother who can summon, come on, we won't let Country Y get bullied by him, and it seems they already know his story. We also see Ling Zhen smirking as he says, they really just want to die, huh? We then see some sort of boar launch towards them, and then of course we see Jiang Tao Tao put up her defense, and we see Lin Mo Yu behind her, already cooking something up. He puts his hands into the air, and he says, I summon you. As we see his skeleton bring up. We see the skeleton and it's doing lots of tricks and moves, and then we see like 8 more come up from behind him. Everybody is shocked, and they're like, what? Lin Mo Yu can actually summon that money? These skeletons are blocking all of the attacks. The other people that are wearing this sort of robe say, what kind of broken profession is this? These skeletons are too strong and their attacks are completely ineffective. They mention that they're going to enter the dungeon, and this guy leaps up and says we need to stop them. But then of course, we see Lin Mo Yu just choosing the difficulty, and it is nightmare level as they are behind him. They try to send towards their talisman, but they get transported and into the dungeon, and all of them are really furious. We are in the dungeon, and there below some big rocks, and it seems to be like in some sort of jungle. Lin Mo Yu is looking all happy. But Jiang Tao Tao looks back because Lin Mo Yu literally has his pockets filled with his hands. This guy really is just definitely the MC. Of course, Ning Yi mentions to her, relax sister, his skeletons are powerful, and Jiang Tao Tao says nervously, alright then, I hope their attacks are strong enough and I'll do my best to attack and block the monsters. We then see Miao Yu say nervously, don't worry sister, Miao Yu, heal me accordingly, and I'll leave the crowd control to you, as you see the diviner who says I'll give you my blessings. Killed level 21 elite merfolk, warrior, experience plus 10,000, and obtained 10 fish scales. Of course Miao Yu then says suddenly, wait, what's going on? Why am I receiving experience points now? Elite merfolk warrior enhanced, level 21, strength 2000, 1200 agility, and its skills are shriek. And then it literally just got one-shotted. Lin Mo Yu then says, continue looking for the target, and Jiang Tao Tao says in her head, just now, his skeletons literally just one-shotted nightmare monsters. How the heck is this possible? She says even if we had that perfect party, it would still take at least 1 to 2 minutes. Ning Yi then jumps on behind him and splashes into the ground. But she says, come on, I told you Lin Mo Yu's skeletons were strong, so let's go sister. and then everybody is on the way as well. One of the diviner, Duan Gao, says, "We're still trying to digest the situation." But of course, this is such a good leader move by Jiang Tao Tao. He says there's no point, let's just hurry up now. He uses Rage Strike on these merfolk again. And then she says, as she's literally just shocked and sweating in her head, this is the first time she felt so relaxed while clearing a dungeon. Yeah, that's just a side effect of knowing Lin Mo Yu and having him on your party. She says usually she would be at the front, but now she doesn't even need to aggro any monsters. As Duan Gao says, it looks like we're not needed. And Miao Yu just says, yeah, there's really nothing for us to do here. We then run into a dead end as they are on some sort of cliff. Lin Mo Yu says there's not a lot of monsters in this dungeon. But then Ning Yi looks down from the cliff and she says, look, it is the boss. It is the Merfolk Queen Serpent, an elite target with a string of 3600, a level 23, and its skills are Lash, Death Strangle, and Venom. And the attributes are even higher than the previous Goblin King. And we also find out that Lin Mo Yu's Goblin stats are currently at level 2700. Of course, Jiang Tao Tao says she will go and attack the monster, but Lin Mo Yu just says casually, there's no need. As we see the skeletons jump off of the cliff, and oh gosh guys, this is just another day for Lin Mo Yu. The snake uses Lash, and it seems to have managed to, I guess, sort of scathe the skeletons, but then Jiang Tao Tao says it's too agile. What should we do? He then uses Slow Curse as we see the red aura and flame go on top of his hands. We then see it get bound by some chains, and if this guy really thinks he's Kurapika or something, just kidding guys, but it literally just stopped in its trails. We then see the skeletons get on top of the snake, and Jiang Tao Tao says, is that really some type of curse skill? Jiang Tao Tao just looks at Lin Mo Yu, who looks really gloomy. She says he has powerful summons and even a curse type skill. What else can a Necromancer do? They use Death Strangle, but it's no use. And of course, the snake gets literally obliterated. We see the skeleton slice it here. He says that his skeletons are the undead, so venom won't really affect them, because there's no skin to lash onto. We then see the skeleton literally pierce right through the mouth of the snake, and it is GG guys. Jiang Tao Tao says it's really over as we see them go down to collect the loot. The notification is up there. Killed level 23 Merfolk Queen Serpent, experience plus 50,000. That is huge guys. And they obtained silver grade armor, serpent skin armor, and obtained the intermediate level monster core. And I know next chapter is definitely going to be, well, a lot of monsters dead. We see Miao Yu, Ning Yi, and of course Duan Go the Diviner, and they talk about, guys, we need to keep moving, even though we literally just got everything and all these experience points for free. Jiang Tao Tao says, keep moving, we have to keep up with Lin Mo Yu. And it seems this elven girl really is smart, and at least she already is a good leader for them, so I know this squad or this team is going to be really good. They are walking inside of a cave, and Ning Yi always has something to say, and she says it reeks like fish all over this place. We then see it is the White House, it's some sort of palace, and it looks very beautiful here guys, so let's just admire it. We also mention, and we see, this sort of merfolk, and oh gosh, there seems to be a lot of them, as he has his three-headed trident. Ning Yi and Jiang Tao Tao discuss how there are a total of 60 patrol teams, and a total of 180 monsters, and on top of that, they are all Enhanced Elite and Nightmare level. Lin Mo Yu, guys, just puts his hands up as we see the flame come up and we know what's happening. He says the more monsters the better, as he summons more. Jiang Tao Tao says, Lin Mo Yu, wait. Although his skeletons are very strong, isn't it too rash to just rush out like this? But then we also see the stats of the Mermaid Elite Soldier, which is Enhanced Elite. Strength 2200, Agility 1400, Spirit 1000, and its skill is Dizziness Sweep, as it seems to have been alerted just now. They use Stun Strike, but then we see the skeletons and they use Rage Strike as they press on. Ning Yi mentions more of them are charging at us now, but then he uses, of course we see the red ball on his hand, and it is a Rasengan, and I'm just kidding guys, but he says to cover your ears, and then we hear, boom, Mermaid Elite Soldier killed, and there are literally like 5 of them that pop up on the screen, and Jiang Tao Tao and the rest of the squad are just in shock, and guys, I don't know, I'll probably have the same reaction as them. We see more and more and more, guys. Look how many these are, guys. It's literally just free kills, as we see all of the explosions here and all of the merfolk are literally wiped away. They say, how is he able to do that? I've never seen a skill so powerful, and that's just what happens when you meet Lin Mo Yu. We then see the palace doors start to open very slowly, and we see a very beautiful girl, or lady, oh gosh guys, and this is a monster, my bad. This is a mermaid queen boss level monster. Her strength is 5,000, agility 6,000, spirit 5,000, constitution 6,000, and her skills are Scream of Sorrow, which sounds pretty terrifying, Tsunami Waves, and Queen's Lament. And guys, this mob or this lady, literally looks so enchanting. I think some of the people in the dungeon would try to riz her up and they just get literally one-shotted by her abilities. Even Ning Yi says, look, she is so beautiful. But then of course, Lin Mo Yu says, this is enchantment magic, and all of them seem to have been bewitched by this. Of course, they wonder how Lin Mo Yu is alright because he uses Awaken and they're all back to their senses. Ning Yi says, what the heck just happened to me? And Miao Yu says, the mermaid queen has innate enchantment magic, and we all fell for it. Fortunately, Lin Mo Yu was there to stop us. Otherwise, we might have been annihilated just now. As we see the mermaid queen in all of her glory with a big freaking tail, and she is releasing aura from her body and she's about to attack. We then see her real form, and oh gosh, she literally looks like another character out of some sort of creepy game like Coraline. She uses Scream of Sorrow and her aura turns red. Of course, Jiang Taotao thinks in her head like she likes to do, given the attributes of this mermaid queen, with a normal 6-person team, it would take at least an hour to defeat her. But with Lin Mo Yu on my side, I don't know how long this would take, cause he definitely has some tricks up his sleeve, and yeah, I will have to agree with you there. She then shouts, as she mentions the power attribute of the mermaid queen is too high, and the skeletons can't hold much longer. She explains the situation, like a pack of wolves attacking a male lion. It's hard to say who will win or lose. We then see the queen and she uses her golden trident to attack the skeletons. And then we see that one of the skeleton warriors have been eliminated and it is gone, just like that. Of course, Yang Taotao tells the healer and the diviner, Duan Gao, buff her status and get ready for battle. And she says once Lin Mo Yu's skeleton warriors can't hold on any longer, we'll take over. But Lin Mo Yu just says in an instant, of course, with his Riz, no need, and he uses Curse. She's then bound by chains, but then she uses Tsunami Waves to attack the skeletons, as we see it right here, and this literally looks just like the Grimace Shake. Oh, sorry guys, I know that was cringe. Anyway, we see 12 skeleton warriors have been eliminated as they all fall to the ground and they are shattered. Jiang Taotao says, Lin Mo Yu, call back your skeletons, I'll attack these. But then Lin Mo Yu just says, arise and dominate, my soldiers. And it summons 87 skeleton warriors, and oh gosh, they're definitely shocked by this. We then see all of them, they're ready to attack this mermaid queen. Jiang Taotao, Miao Yu, and Duan Gao just say, am I seeing things? Their numbers are overwhelming. This is terrifying, no wonder Yi Yi always trusted him so much. But then we go back to Ning Yi, and she says, as expected, he has become even stronger, and at this rate of growth, he is way stronger than what I had imagined. As we see the queen, and she has already been injured on her waist as the skeletons just attack her continuously. He uses Queen's Lament, and Lin Mo Yu says it's alright, because Miao Yu mentions how she cannot do it and how her level is too low to counter the boss's skill. Lin Mo Yu says his spiritual energy is high enough so he won't be affected, and we see the queen in the last moments crying out blood, and she gets sliced like she is a fruit in the game of Fruit Ninja, and shout out to you guys if you guys played that as a kid. Slayed Mermaid Queen, experience plus 80,000, obtain silver graded weapon, Queen's Longsword, obtain as well Mermaid Queen's Staff, Mermaid Queen's Longsword, silver grade strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, and warrior skills power increased by 10%, usable at level 20, and they also obtained one mermaid tier. Ning Yi has it in her hand, and she says, grab the tier of the mermaid. That would mark trial mission as completed. as it floats in her hand. She says with this, we are a step closer to the Trung Shen Academy now. Of course, Jiang Taotao says, yes, if we complete a few more trial missions and level up, we will definitely be able to enter the Shuang Shen Academy. As of course, Ningyi just says, Mermaid's tier has been secured, as the rest of them mention. Yes, the worst one was that guy Ling Zhen, for never teaming up with him again. Lin Mo Yu says, Yi, do you have a cooldown charm? And she says yes, and she says, are you planning to do it again? We then see, of course it is the dungeon, as well as a cooldown charm. And Jiang Taotao, Miao Yu, and Duan Gao just look back, and they are utterly shocked. They teleport outside of the rift, and somebody says, wait, they already made it out? It's only been 30 minutes. They gossip and say, I bet they couldn't even beat it, and decided to give up. And then he says, his skeletons aren't that useful after all. And he says, it looks like they were just meat shields. Of course, the guild members from, well, on Lin Mo Yu's side say, brothers, it's fine if we fail the dungeon, staying alive is what matters. And they say, yeah, let's just go back. Ling Zhen says, as he thinks he's an MC, still not dead yet? You insisted on bringing your party into the dungeon, and now you guys are just gonna leave. We then see Jiang Taotao with Ningyi, and then Ningyi says, don't worry Miss Tao, Mu Yu is with us. And of course, she also mentions to her, Yi, let's proceed as planned as we see the cooldown timer thing behind them. And Ningyi says, yeah. We then see they teleport inside and they say, wait, they're going inside again? For that lady to have a cooldown talisman, she must be very important. And then somebody says, with a very long, well, paragraph, if my eyes didn't deceive me, they chose a nightmare difficulty, right? For just 2 of them to enter the nightmare difficulty, isn't that literally just courting your death? Of course, Jiang Taotao looks back and she's kind of nervous and she says, we can only place our hopes on them now. And then Miao Yu says, Miss Taozi, we saw how strong Lin Mo Yu is, so everything will be just fine. She says as she gets a flashback, that is true, she can't believe that Lin Mo Yu can clear it on his own, even at nightmare difficulty, and Miao Yu concurs. They teleport inside and Ningyi says, but don't make this the last time though, because he says who would have thought that Lin Mo Yu would actually bring me here to grind levels now, as Lin Mo Yu just says okay, with his hands in his pocket. We then see a merfolk look at them, and Ningyi says, the amount of times left on my cooldown artifact is enough for them to do it 2 times, and she says we need to take this opportunity and get more mermaid's tears into our hands. We then see the skeleton and Lin Mo Yu says, the night is still young, let's get this dungeon over with as soon as possible, and ensure they won't be killing them as fast as I do. We then see lots of the stat notifications pop up as Ningyi just looks down, and they are looking at the giant white snake. And they are just standing on the cliff, and Lin Mo Yu still has his hands in his pockets, guys. This guy is just too cool for us. We find out you've successfully eliminated the Mermaid Queen's pet snake at level 23. They gained 125,000 XP, and they've also obtained a silver rank E-equipment, the Snake Leather Light Armor. He says, it took us more than 30 minutes to get here last time, and now it's only been more than 5 minutes. He says that these 5 minutes and they've already killed the mini-boss, which is very impressive. Ningyi says, you're much stronger as I thought, and he looks back saying, let's go, it's time to proceed to the mermaid's palace, and our boy really got that riz. We arrive there as a skeleton is seen dashing towards them, and slice, these guys are a piece of cake. He says, we've killed all the soldiers protecting the palace, and the boss is about to appear. As we see the Mermaid Queen boss monster, Strength 5000, Agility 6k, Spiritual Energy 5k, Physique 6k, Skills, Scream of Sorrow, Tsunami Waves, and of course, the Queen's Lament. And our queen here looks even cooler than last time, but unfortunately, she's just gonna get wrecked and one-shotted by Lin Mo Yu skeletons. Ningyi is literally hiding behind Lin Mo Yu, and she says, I'm not gonna look at her so I don't get cast into her enchantment magic. And she points, as she says, move Lin Mo Yu, go finish her. And our boy Lin Mo Yu is smiling, guys, so I guess Ningyi really is a cool person. He uses Resistance Curse, and of course she is bound by his red chains like our boy is Kurapika. And then he uses Corpse Explosion, and boom, she literally just dies like that and she is burned to a crisp like some sort of pancake. And yeah, he didn't even use a single skeleton, so our boy is just too overpowered. You've successfully killed the Mermaid Queen and gained 200,000 XP. They got the silver rank weapon, the dagger of the Mermaid Queen, and they also got the grimoire of the Mermaid Queen, as well as a mermaid's tear. Let's freaking go. We then see it is Ning Yi, and she seems to have leveled up. She is super happy with a mermaid's tear in her hand, and she says let's do it one more time and get all 3 mermaid's tears. And Lin Mo Yu just says yeah, let's get it over with. Lin Mo Yu, however, mentions when he just met her, she was at level 19, while he was at level 10, and it's been so long, yet she is still at level 19 and has just managed to level up. As she says, Miss Taozi or Yang Tao Tao, we are done. He mentions that it seems like this girl doesn't really like to grind levels. They're there and the people around them say, did they just get in there like a couple minutes ago? It's only been 10 minutes. They probably didn't even manage to kill a single monster, right? And it seems that they just wasted the cooldown talisman. But Ning Yi just looks behind her as she's holding the cooldown talisman and gives them the tongue as she mocks them. Jiang Cao Cao says it's only been 10 minutes. No way they managed to come out that fast. And Miao Yu just says, it seems that Lin Mo Yu is way stronger than we thought. We say they are looking at their wrists for some reason, and it seems that she says, let's see how much time we are going to take, and they're literally setting up the timers. Lin Mo Yu says she is almost treating this as a game at this point. And she says, let's go 8 minutes and 58 seconds, and they are 30 seconds in their previous run, as we see the Mermaid Queen just get disintegrated behind her. And geez, this is really just solo leveling, and of course Ning Yi is just there for fun. Lin Mo Yu says, let's go back now, Ning Yi, and she says, I can't wait to look at these people's faces from the other country, and I 100% agree. They come out again, and they say it really is a waste of a precious item. They definitely use up the cooldown talisman, right? They say what a joke, they probably decided to run away after running away from one of the monsters they couldn't defeat. Of course, Ning Yi gives the okay to Jiang Tao Tao, as he asks, how did it go, Ning Yi? Did you get your hands on it? And she says, yep, it's all good. We then see them on a cliff, and then we see the portal start to disappear. They all wonder, what? The dungeon is disappearing. How could this be possible? And it seems that the portal really is away. And they find out that the dungeon will only be gone if 3 mermaids' tears have been obtained. And yes, they did it 3 times and they got it all on each try. Lin Mo Yu says, since the test is over, let's move. And Jiang Tao Tao is so serious with a mermaid's tear in her hand, and she says, okay. We see one of the people from the other countries, and he says we can't let them get away. The mermaid's tears are with them, so we must make them hand it over, as they go to attack them, and they're making a really grave mistake. They start to discuss, saying, Jiang Tao Tao's party has all the mermaid's tears. That's really hard for them to believe, but the dungeon did disappear. And so they fight, saying, since a party from our Shenxia Empire got it, they can't let the Sakura country snatch it away from them. As we see one of the dudes from earlier with the summons, and he is about to attack Lin Mo Yu. We see the shadow of his monster summon, and it has red eyes, and it is pretty menacing, and it seems that both of them are about to attack Jiang Tao Tao. She looks very nervous as she is even sweating, but Lin Mo Yu says as he absorbs some of the aura outside of him, and he uses Soul Flame as he attacks one of the monsters. And of course, it literally just gets disintegrated, and the guy with the ponytail who summoned him says, die. And this guy has definitely messed up, so yeah, never mess with Lin Mo Yu. He uses Divine Summoning, and he summons, well, some more monsters. He says go get them, and this guy seems to be some sort of Cobra Knight, as he has a cool axe. We see the fire on his axe, and he's about to hit him. And of course, the summoner says, your attacks are so feeble, they're really a tickle to my giant axe Divine Summon, but this guy is really just talking. Lin Mo Yu has his skeleton summon around him, and we see them attack them, and they're in rage mode as their aura is red. We see the Furious Strike, and the power is 2700. He says, wait, what? And Lin Mo Yu says it's really that weak, and the people behind him says, wait, did he just really just kill a divine summon with just one hit? And of course the summoner coughs out blood and says, wait, not only did his summon get wiped out, but he also suffered backlash. As we see 2 skeletons chase after him, and of course Lin Mo Yu says for more to go, and this guy is definitely done for. He calls one of his Taurus or his bulls to go faster, but then they all think in their heads, his skeletons are that powerful, the Divine Summoner is a legendary class and it was killed so easily, as we see an image of Lin Mo Yu here and our boy really looks like Sung Jin Woo. They talk about what level is he and what are those skeletons, and they wonder what the heck is his class. The guy looks back and says, a level 17 Necromancer. He must have awakened his innate ability or his talent, and so he must report this back because the Shensha Empire has somebody extremely strong. We then see him standing in the middle of his summons, guys, and our boy really looks super cold, and our boy really is about to smurf on this entire universe. One of the guys from the other country says, I give up, I'm not going to fight against those things, and he doesn't want to die as he starts to run. And we see everybody else with the Reborn and they begin to run away as well, because even if the Divine Summoner has died, how are we going to even win? And then the other people from Lin Mo Yu's country says, look at those little crabs, they literally pissed their pants, and of course they really are scared of a couple skeletons. But I think they're underestimating Lin Mo Yu's summons. They say, anyways, where did that Lin Mo Yu come from? He's a man of few words, he is ruthless, and he is a role model. As we literally just see his back like he is an MC, well he is one, and our boy really is getting that recognition. They say yeah, he looks so cool when he single-handedly killed that Divine Summon. And guys, we see Ling Zhen and he's just looking at them celebrating as he says to himself, I wonder if I would have been one of the people who completed the trial if he was in their team. And yeah, you would have, but your cockiness and your pride really comes before your fall. He says, wait, it's not my fault. Lin Mo Yu, just wait, I'll make you pay by tenfolds. As Jiang Tao Tao says, trial completed successfully. It's time to go back. They then go outside of the dungeon as we see the red chains holding it up. As we see, the system says, trial successfully completed, commencing teleportation. We are back in the Hidden Dragon Academy, also known as the Shanlong Academy, and of course they are talking as Jiang Tao Tao says, this trial was extremely important for me. Thank you so much, Lin Mo Yu, as she begins to roll her hair. And yeah, she definitely likes Lin Mo Yu. Ning Yi is on the desk tired, and she says, it's finally over, I'm really tired. Wait, but did she just like do nothing that entire time? But it's whatever. She says, Miss Jiang Tao Tao, you don't have to be so formal with him. Although he doesn't talk much, he's actually a really good person. She smiles as she says, look at you, always speaking up for him, and Lin Mo Yu just has a really confused face on cause yeah, Ning Yi is definitely not speaking up, she is just a troll. We see beep beep, and it seems that Bai Yuan has contacted Lin Mo Yu. It says, Lin Mo Yu, come to the Academic Affairs office for a moment. And we are in the Academic Affairs office, and we see Bai Yuan, and he says, I watched the trials recordings just now, you did very well. And he says, yeah, I did my best. Of course, Bai Yuan says to himself, wow, he's not even cocky, even though he succeeded, and he's not discouraged by failure. He then questions Lin Mo Yu if he knows what mermaid's tears are for. He says no, and he wonders if it is an extremely valuable item. He then explains, it is an item that would affect the success rate in an awakening of their innate talent during their second class transitioning at level 40. And items that can help awaken talents are very rare. Even if the level of the mermaid's tears is still relatively low, it is still very precious, as we see a really cute dude here in the summoning or the magic circle. He says at this time, unexpectedly, the Sakura country also calculated the time and location of the appearance of Mermaid Island, which almost led to the failure of the trial. He then explains furthermore, it was fortunate that he was able to obtain the mermaid tears for Shenxia, and he asks if there's anything that you want. Lin Mo Yu begins to ponder, saying he really couldn't find information on his sister at the Information Administration Office, so he wonders if this is a good opportunity. He says, can you help me find somebody? Bai Yuan is of course also a Sigma male, and he says, your sister Lin Mo Han. She joined the Changshuan Academy at the beginning of the year, so you can't really find information because all their information is confidential. He says, Shuangshen Academy. Jiang Tao Tao's ultimate dream is to go there. And he says Yi Yi and Shashui have also told me that if there is a chance, he must join that academy. He gets a flashback to his sister or an image of her, and he wonders he didn't really expect his sister to enter first because it only has been like half a year. Bai Yuan says, Your sister is a part of the Shuangshen Academy, so he's bound to the rules and he can't reveal anything. However, of course, he should just join the academy, and yeah, I think this is the simplest solution to all of this mess. He then says, I have sent you the requirements for joining the Shuangshen Academy, and it'll come in handy, as he types it in on his wristband. And Lin Moyu is very thankful. He also says one more thing. He was going to say what he knew about his sister's situation, so he can ask for another reward. And Lin Moyu says, I would like a cooldown amulet. Bai Yiyuan says, this item can't even be bought in a trading house, so it is really rare. He then tells Lin Moyu, fine, I knew you would want this after the training or the trial, so I will give it to you. However, you need to complete this quest, because it is worth more than just that trial. Lin Moyu says okay, and he mentions how with the cooldown talisman, he'll be able to grind levels like literal games here guys, way easier. Bai Yiyuan says, however, you have to wait until level 20 until you take this task. And if you are in a hurry, you can go to the Academy's Instance Dungeon Hall for fast leveling as he has his crystal in his hand. He puts it in his palms and says, this is the teleportation stone of the Instance Dungeon Hall. Not everybody is qualified to get it. He then uses it instantly, and Bai Yiyuan says, wait, he's going right away? He says his eyes did not really fool him, and he must be a really good lad. He literally just came from a trial, and he wants to go into a dungeon to level up. And this guy doesn't even need rest. And for the first time guys, Lin Moyu is shocked by looking at the Instance Hall of the Xiajing Academy as we see some sort of purple balls spinning around on some sort of holders or ceramic. I don't really know what that is. He says Bone Burial Grounds Instant Dungeon, normal difficulty, lacking a mage around level 25, preferably proficient in fire skills. Some other people mention Blood Ballad Orc Legion Instant Dungeon, nightmare difficulty, lacking a healer level 20 to 25. Required to be proficient in healing, full set of bronze grade equipment, and it seems that a lot of people are looking for comrades to enter dungeons with, and this seems like a really cool, well, I think it's kind of similar to a dungeon tavern or just a dungeon guild location. And we see Lin Moyu as he's looking at his cool Apple Watch, and we see level above 30. It is the entrance requirement for the Shuangshen Academy, and as he looks down, he says, does that mean after my sister arrived in Xiajing Academy, she leveled up to 30 in just 3 or 4 months? We then see notification saying, clear the level 30 dungeon Abyssal Frontline with the difficulty set to Hell mode and contribution points must reach 1000. And our boy is looking kind of nervous because of this. We then see somebody go up behind him saying, hey classmate. And she asks if this is the first time he's going into a dungeon hall, and this girl has blonde hair, a ponytail, and a cross in her jacket or her vest, so I'm assuming she's some sort of healer, and yeah guys, we know she's pretty cute. She then looks behind her and says she is Shu Han, and she can introduce him to everything in the dungeon hall and everything he needs to know. And he has his hands in his pocket as he mentions that this seems like another opportunity for students to gain points as well. He then asks her how many points will suffice, and she says 100 will do. He then transfers 100 and she looks super happy, saying thank you, and I wonder if he just got scammed. She then introduces him as we see these balls floating, and she says that inside the dungeon hall there are 2 dungeons below level 20. 18 dungeons for those between 20 and 30, and 20 between level 30 and 40. We then see these 3 different dungeons, and she says that in addition, there are 2 large-scale dungeons that require more than 40 participants, but I'm pretty sure my boy Lin Moyu is going to solo them. He then explains that every single dungeon has its corresponding clearance record, and setting a new record will earn you a lot of rewards and will be notified across the entire hall. We see them standing in front of some sort of tree with the orbs floating, and she tells him that this is the dungeon hall's task center, as well as a hub for teaming recruitment. She says there you can complete tasks to earn points, join a team, and recruit comrades. Of course, Lin Moyu is kind of skeptical and asks, how do I earn contribution points? And she says that by participating in the Academy's trials and completing tasks assigned by the Academy, that's pretty much how you get them. He then remembers in his head that the highest contribution point task at the task center only offers 10, and with most tasks only giving 2 to 3. And so, to join Shuangshen Academy, you need 1,000, which seems kind of crazy. We then see Shu Han, and she's kind of nervous, saying, well, earning contribution points is kind of hard, because whenever a task is actually opened, it's definitely completed by somebody in a jiffy. He then looks down at his watch and he gets a notification from Duan Gao. And he says, have you gotten your contribution points? How many did you get? Because he just transferred him 50. He says, I got 20 points, hit the jackpot, and Sister Paozi got 30 points and she's over the moon. The people around him say that he's bluffing, but our Lin Boyu just really got like unlimited contribution points if he levels up even a bit. He then thanks Shu Han for guiding him, and she says you're welcome and you paid after all. She then asks him, are you planning on fighting a team for a dungeon? But then he just brings up the menu and it says 1, 58 minutes and 2, 1 hour and 17 minutes because it shows them the dungeon requirement and the cost for entering the point. And he just completely ignored Shu Han as he has his hand on this purple ball. He chooses nightmare mode and the people around are like, wait, he's just a level 20, what the heck is he doing? And then one of them even mentions, I bet he was the one who got 50 contribution points. We see we are in the mutated forest and our boy Lin Boyu is level 17 with 32.57% in, and he's pretty close, well, almost halfway to level 18. We see him with his hands in his pocket and he wonders, I wonder how much I'll level up after completing this dungeon. We see notifications of him, or well, his skeletons killing these mutated gray bears, and he says to himself, he can leave the task of clearing minor monsters to the skeleton, and he has to find the boss one as soon as possible. He then looks into a water, and then there's some sort of big hole there, and this is where the boss is located. It comes out, and it is a mutated Xiao turtle, and it looks like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle gone rogue. Its level is 19, strength 4000, agility 500, mentality 500, physique 7000, skills bite sweep, and super defense, as you see it here, and it looks kind of scary, guys. But while it is suspended in the air, his skeletons gather up on him and gang up on him, but then it uses super defense so their attacks just get neglected. He then puts more power into them, saying, the skeleton warrior's furious strike didn't even do much, and he says, sorry, but I need to go pretty soon, and he uses soul flame, because he'll use skills that ignore the defense. Of course, he sees the turtle here and GG bro. And of course, it just flips over and yeah, this is the end. He then uses Furious Strike or Rage Strike and we see his skeletons become bloodlusted and they jump towards the turtle. And yeah, GG to the turtle, he even lost both of his arms. We see defeated mutated Xiao Turtle. He gained 150,000 XP, and he also gained a bronze class weapon, the Xiao Turtle gauntlets. He gained the turtle heavy armor, and he even gained a low level monster core. He then is absorbing everything that he got, and we see that he gained over 35% on his XP bar, and he wonders what the reward will be for breaking the record. The hall's bell starts to ring, as we hear, somebody has set a new dungeon record, and they wonder which elite team has done it. We then see a really creepy, well, some sort of status leaderboard that shows a record, and I think this looks pretty cool. And it says, the new record for the mutated forest, number of players 1, level 17 Necromancer Lin Boyu, completion time 35 minutes, and this is a rank 1. Everybody is shocked by this as they're looking up into the air, and by the way, these look like little colorful boba pieces, but I just don't know what they are. I'm guessing they're crystals. They say, what? A solo run? Even if it's just a level 17 low tier dungeon, he's almost twice as fast as a previous record. And he comes back looking at his watch, and he says to himself that setting a record does give you contribution points. As we see here, he has received 1,000 points normally and 5 contribution points awarded all at once. We then see he is ready to head back in, and the people around are like, what the heck? I'm a level 30, should I go ask him to help so I can get my level up? But then they say that that's really shameless, and yeah, asking help from a level 17 is just pretty embarrassing. We then see he's in the Spider Nest level 20 dungeon, and your requirement is level 18 to 21, so our boy cannot enter it. He then walks and everybody around him is literally rizzed away, and they're shocked and scared to go up to him. An hour later, he reached level 18, and the people are all amazed at how fast he is leveling up. We see a new record for the mutated forest has appeared, and yes, Lin Boyu, a level 18 Necromancer, he cleared it in 24 minutes. They all wonder, who is this guy? That record was set by a near perfect 5-player team and had stood there for 3 years. How the heck is this guy just clearing it? We see Lin Boyu is ready to enter the Spider Nest dungeon, and the dungeon record is 1 hour and 12 minutes. He wonders if the Spider Nest's record was set by them too. He then enters it and selects Nightmare mode, saying, I'm sorry, but I need many contribution points, so it seems I'm going to be taking that record, and our boy is an absolute savage. He has his hand in his pocket as he asks, is this really the spider nest? And he mentions that it's super dark. He then puts a fire in his hand and he starts to summon, of course, his skeletons. And I want you guys to guess how many times has he summoned his skeletons so far into this manhwa. We see defeated level 20 Crimson Spider experience plus 9k, and defeated level 19 Long-Haired Spider experience plus 8k. And he mentions that there's so many forks in the road, and all the skeletons are encountering enemies nearby. By the way, for forks, it means diversions or like splitting up, and that's what the translator left with us. He also wonders if all the little spiders as well are dungeon monsters, because they literally look harmless, well I think maybe only to Linmo Yu. He said let's try a skill, and he uses Soul Flame, and there are notifications saying defeated level 18 Little Spider, plus 500 experience, and he mentions that the experience given is equivalent to 20 enhanced elite monsters of the same level, so this is actually a bargain. We see the spiders jump on one of his summons though, but of course his physique is going down because the spiders are biting him. He then uses the return space and brings back some of the skeletons. As we see, the recall has failed and he wonders if it's because there are spiders on it. But then he just uses Corpse Explosion and he clears all the spiders just like that with a blink of an eye. He then dashes forward and says because this is a prime hotspot for farming experience, he definitely has to use the most of it, and he can't let this go to waste. 10 minutes later, as we see he is about to fight the Spider King boss level monster, level 21, strength 5k, agility 3.5k, spirit 500, physique 4000, and skills web spitting and acid wind swirl, and wow, what a very cliche attack of web spitting. He says I finally found you, and he gives a very menacing smirk, and he wonders how much HP or how much XP he's going to get. We then see it's Shuhan outside of the nest, as she says, can he really solo and clear the spider nest? And somebody even folds his arms saying, yeah, that is known as a holy ground for ranking up experience, so that guy is as good as dead. We see now he is level 18 and he is 81% there, and he mentioned that after clearing it once, the experience increased by 80%. And so, after defeating the Spider King, he gained 190,000 experience, and he also gained 4 silver ranked weapons and a spider dagger. Shuhan wonders if he just died, but then, while she's pouting, we see Linmo Yu come out of nowhere, and she says, you're finally out, did you clear the dungeon? She then says nervously, and she doesn't really know what to say, she said it's okay if you didn't clear it. The monsters are really scary and it's pretty much impossible for one person to clear. But our boy Linmo Yu says, yeah, I appreciate your concern, but I literally just soloed it just now. She says, he actually pulled it off, all by himself? There's no way that he set a new record when it was previously held by a 5-person team. She looks at him guys and yep, she is definitely rizzed up and she fell for him. And she says, he looks so relaxed. It seems that this isn't even his limit. Linmo Yu asks if you know which dungeons give more experience, and she says for those under level 25, the spider nest definitely provides the most, and the spider from the spider nest is almost 3 times that of the forest he cleared previously. We see that he has cooldown removal 40 points, and he mentions but clearing it this way, offsetting the cooldown consumes a lot of points. He then asks Shuhan, is there a dungeon that's fast to clear and also offers high experience? And she says yes, there is one. You can try forming a team with others to challenge the Tyrant Desert, and it is a large dungeon. She explains as we see an image of it behind her and it seems pretty sandy. She mentions that because it is literally Gigachad or ginormous, you are allowed to have a 40-person team, and players at level 20 can enter, and many high-level players earn points by carrying newbies through it. And Linmo Yu mentions, I wonder if it can be soloed, because it is a large dungeon, and our boy Linmo Yu really is just too crazy. He says thank you as he looks away and walks away, and I'm pretty sure he's headed towards that dungeon right now to get level 20, and of course Shuhan is just shocked by this. He smiles, saying I'll take your experience, as we see he enters a spider nest again with all the spiders looking at him, ready to devour him. But yeah, that's not happening. We then see Bai Yuan and they're looking at him along with some other fellow teachers or instructors on the big screen. And then he mentions, even though I had met him previously, I was still taken aback after watching this battle. We see an old dude literally rubbing his beard, and his name is Meng An Wen, and he mentioned he sold the mermaid dungeon and obtained all 3 tiers of the mermaid, huh? He says those expressions from Country Y were extremely fascinating, and beside him is a cool looking dude like he's also a former anime protagonist, and his name is Hongshan, the dean of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Of course, Bai Yuan says, in reply, it's an amplification talent. I didn't ask how many times it multiplies though, because that's his personal secret and matter. Bai Yuan then finishes the drink in his cup and mentions he thinks that he has a promising future because his sister has already joined the Chuang Shen Academy. We see the both of them here and they actually look very similar, and his sister looks pretty cool. He says that his sister is also favored by the old man who is nurturing her, and I wonder who could that be. And Bai also says that he might also be taken under that old man's wing. He then explains that it seems that our human race will have soon 2 stars rising, and the guy to his left mentions, in my opinion, that young man in the future might become a formidable presence, able to go against thousands at once. As we see, his skeleton's dashing into battle against the spiders, and he's on top of the hill, just commanding them from there. He gives a really wide grin, saying, this time I'll not only kill all the spiders, I'll gain a bit less experience, but of course he still earned a lot because of the boost in experience, and he mentions that the completion time has sped up, and that he'll clear the record for this dungeon, and yeah, this is just another ordinary day for our boy Linmo Yu. Everybody in the hall are saying, wait, it must be that student Linmo Yu again, because we hear that the bell has rung once again, meaning the record has been broken. And Ling Zhen just says, what's with your nonsense about having a powerful class? That boy Linmo Yu just got fortunate. And he gives a thumbs down saying he's just from a regular academy and he got some connection to Bai Shen, and yeah, this guy is definitely jealous. But then, Shu Han yells, what's wrong being from a regular academy? Why can somebody from a regular academy set the record? And then one of the other guys below him says, hey, I recognize you. You're from the Hidden Dragon Academy. Do you really think your academy is superior? As we see, Linmo Yu is coming out and our boy literally plays with his hair and he thinks he's Gojo. Anyway, we see the tombstone or the floating hologram behind him, and it says new record for Spider Nest Dungeon. Number of players 1, level 19 Necromancer Linmo Yu, it took him 47 minutes. And of course, he is the number 1 ranker and he got 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. Everybody says, hey, great one, somebody is flattering you. And then Linmo Yu just looks at Ling Zhen and he says, it's you again, huh? And Ling Zhen says, stop showing off, Linmo Yu. I know it's because Bai is backing you up. But of course, Linmo Yu gives a very scary look and says, I've tolerated you enough times. And of course, it's not convenient to make a move within the academy. And our boy Ling Zhen is literally shocked to his core. And he says to himself, his eyes, has he killed somebody before? Why the heck do I feel so scared? And he says it must be an illusion. And Linmo Yu has reached level 19 and is at 74%. And he mentions that he needs to level up to level 20 before the day ends. And yeah, Ling Zhen, you definitely should not mess with the strongest Necromancer and the only Necromancer of all time. We see Linmo Yu as he has his head in the air with his aura going out of it. And he says after this grind, he can finally level up. We see a very beautiful orange bright aura, and of course it says that he has leveled up and he has reached level 20. He remembered how before he accepted Bai Shen's task, he wants to take a look at the changes after leveling up. We see his occupation is still Necromancer as usual, but he has a strong increase in all of his attributes. We also notice that he has a 200 space capacity in his summoning space as well, and he uses 500 spirit to summon something up. We then see it is a silver level skeleton warrior compared to the black iron one he summoned before, and he mentions that attributes are comprehensively enhanced and almost a single one can compete with a boss in a dungeon. He then begins to ponder, saying, summoning skeletons consumes too much, and it's time to get some new gear. He then walks out of the dungeon and everybody is like, wait, it's that expert again. No way, he went from level 17 to level 20, this guy must be cheating. We see Linmo Yu at the counter and he says, can you help me sell this for some gold as well as some beginner skill scrolls? And the clerk is like, hold on, how did this level 20 get this good of an equipment? The man takes it and says, alright, but don't you need these equipment for yourself? So why even sell it? But then he mentions that he does need new equipment, but ordinary silver gear is of no use. As you see, something drops, and he picks it up and gives it back to him, and saying, no worries, we also have a point store here, and all the real good stuff is here, as he says nervously. He then guides him into the room as we see things enclosed in these glass boxes, as we see a spiritual longsword, a silver level for 400 spirit, and the craftsman is Zantai, and it is one of the 3 spiritual item set, and it is 3,000 points. Lin Mo Yu then mentions, it seems that the equipment here is even better in this sex, and so it's time to cop some. He also sees a spiritual robe and spiritual ring, and he mentions how these effects can provide an additional 800 spirit. He then looks, and something catches his eye. It is a scythe, and oh yes guys, this is going to be his signature weapon. It is 50,000 points as we see it here, and he mentions that with this price, he's pretty sure that not a lot of people at the academy can purchase it. This is Danathus' scythe, a growth type weapon usable for level 10 and above, and it is one of the Necromancer set. It has Reaper, and when Danathus' scythe absorbs the skull of an abyssal demon, it gains experience and grows. It has Undying, and it has Hero General Formation, but of course the others are locked and they can be unlocked with upgrades. He mentions how this is one of the Necromancer set item, and guys, this looks super freaking cool, and I know our boy Lin Mo Yu is gonna look super good while he's wielding this, just commanding his summons. He mentions that his skeleton warriors could indeed use a leader, and so he buys it. We then see a sort of monster come up behind him, and I'm guessing this is his aura. And then he mentions that even though it has some attributes, in others' eyes it is pure trash, but it can even absorb the souls of abyssal demons, so he gives a smile saying that this is a perfect weapon to him. He is about to purchase the items as a clerk says, do you know how many points it costs? Did you read it wrong? But Lin Mo Yu just gives him his special card. And yes guys, the clerk is absolutely shocked to see that he has 130,000 points. And he mentions that the scythe that has been there has been longer than he has been working there, as Lin Mo Yu has it in his left hand holding it, and our boy just walks away like an absolute Sigma male. The clerk then says he never imagined that somebody would ever choose it, because I'm guessing Necromancer class is such a really rare one, especially for Lin Mo Yu, his is an ultimate Necromancer class. He has it in his hand and it's floating along with some beginner level scrolls, and he mentions that he doesn't have the opportunity to seek abyssal demons, so he has to awaken the weapon using some scrolls. We then see the scroll begins to disappear, as well as our boy Lin Mo Yu focusing for a successful pull. He has acquired skeleton armor, and of course the summoned skeletal armor providing 100 points of physique-based defense and increasing resistance to elemental attacks by 10%, but it only lasts 5 minutes and it can also be used for others. He mentions that this is finally a great skill that can help with his weaknesses, which I think is just gonna make our boy even stronger. He then looks at his hand as something starts to form. As we see, I think that he has a new summon. He then points towards the ground and says come out. And yes, it is a black iron tier skeletal mage guys. Although his stats are weak, our boy is literally able to damage a target with his fire element, and the attack power is determined by Lin Mo Yu's spirit. He mentions that this way, his skeletons will have a ranged attack, and yes, this is just another reason why Lin Mo Yu is going to get even stronger. We see Lin Mo Yu as he is talking while Bai Yu is across from him, and Bai Yu asks him what is up. He mentions how he has reached level 20, and our boy, or Mr. Bai, is just shocked by this. He mentions how his speed is even faster than Lord Bai back when he was in his prime. He gives a smile saying, well, both of these siblings are monsters, and he tells Lin Mo Yu the mission is simple, just go and fetch something for me. He says that since you went to the dungeon hall, you must know about a large-scale dungeon called the Tyrant Desert. He says you need to retrieve the Tyrant's heart, as we see it here, and it looks very beautiful as it is glistening with gold, and gosh, this is super shiny. He mentions as a 40-player large-scale dungeon. I won't mention the difficulty, and you should be aware. And Lord Bai mentions 3 days. As long as you bring it back here, I'll get you that cooldown amulet. And of course, he says that the cooldown amulet is way beyond that of what the dungeon hall can compare to, and so it can even go back for the top level dungeons of that month. And Lord Bai tells him, and even if you complete the mission, I'll tell you how to upgrade the cooldown amulet. And Lin Mo Yu is shocked to know that you can actually upgrade these. Of course, Lin Mo-yu says, I'll bring this back as soon as possible. And Lord Bai says, the reason I only gave you 3 days is because in those 3 days, an opening ceremony will be held. Lin Mo-yu leaves as an old man, of course, enters a room, and this is no one other than Meng Anwen. And he asks, are you really satisfied with Lin Mo-yu? Lord Bai says very cheerfully with his arms folded, you know what, the more I look at him, the more I am satisfied with who he is, because he's super calm and collected, and it's kind of contrary to who Lord Bai was. Lord Anwen then tells him, I remember when you went in at level 30 back then, and you came out in a sorry state, and Lord Bai is just there sweating, saying, well, Lin Mo-yu is way stronger than me, as you see an image of Lin Mo-yu walking away to the sunset, and gosh, our boy just continues to keep being cool. And I cannot wait to see what his scythe is going to do on the battlefield. We see he has his hand on the orb again, and everybody mentions, that's a large-scale dungeon. There is no way in heck that he's going to try and set a record for it. We then see it is the Tyrant Desert, Dragon Soaring Academy, 40 players, 16 hours, 45 minutes, and 18 seconds. And that is the record. Of course, Shu-han is there and she says, Junior Lin Mo-yu, what are you doing here? He greets her, and of course, Shu-han is just shocked by this. And she says, are you looking at the Tyrant Desert? After clearing so many dungeons yesterday, this guy should really go take a break. Is he crazy? But Lin Mo-yu couldn't be bothered in the slightest. He then tells her, well, there's an item in the dungeon that I need, which is the Tyrant's Heart, and I need to acquire it. And she mentions, wait a second, that's what drops when the boss is killed. Do you really expect to get it? She even says, you can craft an incredibly powerful box accessory, which is a Tyrant Necklace, and with that, it only drops once a year as well. And so, the last time the Tyrant's Heart was appeared was 2 years ago, so this is super rare, as you see the pendant, and yeah, this looks incredibly rare to me. She then mentions, you don't think you're challenging the Tyrant Desert alone, are you? And she says, this dude really just hit level 20 and he doesn't even have any teammates. She covers her mouth like, no way, you're going to solo it? And yeah, she just figured it out now, and yeah, I'm just as surprised as you are, Shu-han. Anyway, she tells Junior Lin as she looks at him, you are going on a suicide mission. But then somebody walks up behind them, and she says it's them, and they are from the Bailey Academy, and they wanted, for a long time, to break the Tyrant Desert record. We see this guy with white hair, and we see something covering his mouth with 4 horns on it. And this looks pretty scary, guys, but this dude looks absolutely huge, and his type of armor is a gold level equipment. Of course, he looks back towards his soldiers or his comrades, and mentions that this time, their academy shall set the record. He mentions if this messes up, he's going to get pissed, and he wonders if the 2 people, which is Lin Mo-yu and Shu-han beside them, are also planning to clear it as well. Lin Mo-yu goes up the steps slowly, and then they're all wondering, wait, has anybody even soloed a large-scale dungeon before? This guy is on a suicide mission. But the old man from Bailey Academy, or I think this guy's pretty young, but he just looks old because of his white hair, he just says, he's going into the Tyrant Desert by himself, huh? Where did this rookie come from? Did nobody tell him it's a large-scale dungeon? The people around say, don't mind that fool because we got this. We are in the Tyrant level dungeon or the Tyrant Desert dungeon, and oh gosh, I got blinded by this by reading it at like 3 a.m. He launches out his zombies, and he mentions that it seems like he'll have to explore the dungeon map on his own. He begins to ponder as he thinks of the directions that his skeletons should be scattered up, and he mentions how looking at it, his remaining 80,000 points won't last long. And finally, he encountered a monster. We see the Desert Ghost Tree is a super enhanced elite monster, level 25, strength 5000, agility 1k, spirit 2k, physique 6k, and it has a deathbind skill. One of his soldiers falls on it, and he mentions that even just an ordinary small monster has stats comparable to a level 24 in the Mermaid Dungeon, so this is going to be quite hard. But Slash, one of his skeletons, just kills a level 25 Desert Ghost Tree, and he gets 3000 experience. And he mentions that the experience that he gained is at the same as a boss level. He then uses skeletal armor, and mentions that because dungeon lurks in the dunes, it's better to stay safe. As we see, it is a huge vast land, and he has 3 of his goons or his summons just there beside him. He then stumbles upon an oasis, and he mentions how because of this, he is sure that nearby monsters will gather around. And as we expected, we see it is an Oasis giant scorpion which is purple and kind of cool looking, and it jumps towards him and he mentions that this is not a good thing to just approach recklessly. We see one of the skeletons uses Rampage Strike, and even the translator mentioned that they keep changing it from Rampage to Rage Strike, and it's just a fun thing to do, which I kind of appreciate. We see a skeleton slash up the Oasis giant scorpion, and yeah, GG to those scorpions, and I was gonna say they're gonna turn into food, but I don't think we eat scorpions here. Anyways, he mentions that there is a fruit on a tree, and he wonders if it is produced by the dungeon. He then has a fire in his hand, and says go pick that fruit for me, and he wonders if that can help him collect these fruits. One of those skeletons then puts one on his head and offers it to Linmo Yu, and he wonders what these fruits have. It is a desert oasis fruit. It can rapidly restore a large amount of spiritual power, but it must be consumed within 5 minutes and it can't be saved into your inventory. And so Linmo Yu just chomps at it and it looks like a little mini watermelon, and we see that his spiritual power is just rapidly recovering. More skeletons come as we see the watermelons or whatever the spiritual fruit is on top of these palm trees. He gives a smile, saying, "Come forth, skeleton mage," and he mentions how this is good for practicing skills and leveling them up. He says that he was just wondering how to level up these mage summoning skills, and it seems that this is the perfect chance as we see the mage here in all of its coolness. He mentions that as long as his skill reaches level 20, the mage can even become a silver tier, which will be a huge addition. And guess what? Our boy is just here eating those fruits, guys, and he's just watching from afar like he's watching a movie. We see his summoned skeleton mage has reached level 20 that quickly. As we see, it is now a silver tier, and gosh guys, it looks way cooler. I mean, just look at this. There's even like floating crystals or diamonds on his robe and armor. It has explosive flames, thunderstorm, and tornado skills. And he smiles with it beside him, saying, "You had fun killing my skeletons, but now it's time for me to return this favor." And guys, let's just say rest in peace to the scorpions. Yeah, goodbye. We see one of his skeletons with fire around him and one of his skeletons with ice. One has a tornado and one has a lightning. And I am so hyped to see what our boy Linmo Yu is going to do with these mages. We see there are 4 of his mages using a tornado skill and 1 using a fire skill. And somehow they just get electrocuted, and Linmo Yu just has a fruit in his hand. This guy must love this fruit. And he mentions that this is how a dungeon, a large dungeon, should be. He's surprised because there's no more of them. And he mentions it would be always good if there was always that many monsters, because the skeleton mages really need to level up. As you see the oasis here on a sun setting in the dungeon, and I think it's a pretty cool panel. But then something comes up behind him and he has his scythe out and he summons skeleton armor because another horde of tarantulas come behind him. Oh, sorry, it was actually ants, but they are level 26 ants. He manages to land somewhere and he wonders if this is the ant's nest. We also see a flying desert ant, level 27 with a strength of 6k, which this means that our boy might be in a predicament. He mentions how flying ants are considered the personal troops of the queen ant, so he wonders if the boss ant is there. His skeleton armor prevents the ant from hurting him, and he says, "You're bullying me, huh? Just because my skeleton armor isn't leveled up?" And so he brings out one of his mages that uses tornado, and the ants are sent flying. He is standing on top of a cliff, and he says, "Come out, my soldiers." And now he wants them to look for where the queen ant is. As you see, his mages just wipe off all of these other bugs or these ants, and he finally located her, the queen ant, and her size on the map is pretty huge. We see she is a desert queen ant, the leader level monster, with a level 29, and her strength is 9,000, and she can summon ants, sonic wave attacks, storm strike, and curl. We also see that our personal army is of level 27, which is pretty cool, as we see Linmo Yu with his skeleton army ready to mess these dudes up. He says how boring. He thought that this would be a challenging boss, and just as he says that, they launch a sort of dust storm towards them and he covers his face, saying, "That's the same grade as my soldiers, this attack." He says, "Thank God that I have this skeleton armor." He then says, "Mages, stall the queen's army," and he tells the ground troops to go for the kill. We see that of course the queen uses hardened shell to protect herself, and then she uses sonic wave attack, and some of Lin Mo Yu's summons are completely obliterated. She summons more ants, and Lin Mo Yu says this is a waste of time, and he says, "Revive my warriors." He looks behind him, and he says, "Wait, those summon ants." He says because it's like that, it looks like you're all going to die now. He uses corpse explosion, and the cocoon is, well, completely gone. He gets 800,000 experience. He obtained a silver grade weapon, the Queen Ant Spear, the Queen Ant Ring, and the Queen Ant Egg. And we also find out that it can be incubated by a beast tamer, and he can even get the Queen Ant. And I know that's going to be an extraordinary summon. We see he is at level 20, 78% still, as he has the egg in his hand. He mentions that with this, his experience has gone up significantly. He says now it's time to farm experience again, and it's time to head and do the Tyrant's Heart. We see the skeleton slash away as well, and it kills some centipedes too. As we see, he is ready to confront these villains. We see it is the Lion Tyrant, the world level leader. He is a beautiful white color with a majestic mane, and he has some sort of halo on top of him. He is sitting on his gold throne with his head on his hand, kneeling on one of the armrests, while the rest of the lions are bowing down to him, and I think this is going to be a fight for us to remember. The chapter starts as we see Lin Mo Yu has arrived to the fortress. We see a sort of lion dude, and he's a lion archer, and he has a bow on his back, and this guy is a desert lion archer, and yeah, it's just funny seeing a lion really just standing up like this. We see another lion swing some of his spears or a sword, and he is a desert lion warrior, and he is a level 28 monster, and he's also classified as an extremely strong elite monster. We see three of them, and oh gosh, this is just a dangerous trio, the Three Stooges, and Lin Mo Yu mentions how they're moving information, so it seems he won't be able to use a tactic that he did with the Oasis monsters. And yes guys, we see Lin Mo Yu holding his awesome scythe from last chapter, and our boy is just chilling, and yeah, he literally has his hands in his pocket, guys. Like, I don't think Lin Mo Yu has even tried one bit. He says, "Summon Hero General." And guys, this monster right here reminds me of Icarus from Solo Leveling. Let me know if you guys agree. And he has a skill, Military Influence, and this guy is super scary. He summons more of his soldiers, and of course his Hero General tells them, go and attack, and they will be led by the General. He points his scythe towards the battlefield. And gosh, Lin Mo Yu just really is just so cool, guys. Oh my gosh. We see the rest of the skeletons, and they seem to be in rage mode, and the lions are ready to attack. They launch 100 arrows, and it is headed towards Lin Mo Yu's skeletons. But to no effect, because of course, our boys are literally skeletons. The lions are super afraid, and Lin Mo Yu mentions how it really is a pity that their bodies are inside the castle, so he can't use corpse explosion, because if he does, then he won't be able to get in. He says, "I had fun with you guys," and Lin Mo Yu is just here casually looking so cool. We see the Hero General again here, and guys, this guy literally looks bloodlusted to the maximum, and he looks leagues ahead above the other summons. He uses Rage Strike, and yeah, pretty much it's GG for those entire lions. We see he is in front of the gate, and he tells his mages to focus and concentrate on destroying it, as we see the fire and the ice head towards the gate. He then begins to ponder like he's the thinker, and he says this is truly a large dungeon, and the party would have to work together and find different ways to open the gate and to meet the final boss. But he just gives a really weird smile, and he gives a grin because he knows that all the troubles with this mechanism is taken into account that all of the team members are not strong enough. And so, he tells his skeletons to, of course, put all of the lion bodies in front of the gate and stack it on top of each other. And now he uses corpse explosion, and boom! Of course the gate explodes, and he's just there with a scythe on his shoulder, and his Hero General is just there being very mysterious. We then see the lion sitting on his throne with a very cool halo around his back. And guys, this lion looks like he's gonna be a lot of trouble. This is a Lion Tyrant. He is a world level leader, a level 31, with strength of 13,000, agility 8k, spirit 4k, physique 12,000, and he has Hell Roar, Furry Pounce, and Revolving Storm. And yeah, this guy just really seems like another type of beast. Lin Mo Yu stares at him and wonders, so this is a world level boss, huh? He mentions alone that his aura is way different from the other bosses he has faced. We see the lion stand up, and he gives a very menacing look, and it's not the one of Riz, but rather of death. Guys, Lin Mo Yu is standing right below this guy, and Lin Mo Yu is literally just an ant. I thought the lion was way smaller than he would be, but still, for Lin Mo Yu to be like literally an ant against this guy, it just is really crazy. The lion tyrant just jumps up to the air and uses Fury Pounce. As we see, it is going up against his silver grade skeleton warriors, and all their attributes such as strength, agility, spirit, physique are only at 4,000. And yeah, as you expected, they literally get swept away as we see that 2 of his skeleton warriors have died. We see the lion put some sort of red flame on his hand, and of course the lion uses Thunderbolt to stop their efforts, and they even try to use Paralyze, but it is of no use, as of course he just throws it all away. The lion looks way more furious as he has his weapon in his hand. He uses Revolving Storm, and it seems like some sort of tornado. And yeah, all of Lin Mo Yu's summons are literally put into a McFlurry from McDonald's and they're just sent flying. And guys, 24 of the skeleton warriors have died now, and that's probably the most Lin Mo Yu has ever lost in a dungeon. Lin Mo Yu covers his face as he is in awe of the lion tyrant's immense strength. He mentions how even night professionals won't be able to withstand one of his attacks, and so he needs to stop him ASAP. He launches his red chains towards him, but then as a lion is covered in these red shackles, it just uses Hell Roar, and using Hell Roar kills 14 of his skeletons. And wow, this lion, I don't know guys, it's not looking good for Lin Mo Yu. Lin Mo Yu mentions how his skeleton armor can't even last 2 seconds as we see it break here. As we see the lion already jump up to the air with his 2 axes in his hand, and he uses Fury Pounce, and his eyes are so red guys, yeah. I hope Lin Mo Yu doesn't just get wrecked by this. He jumps on top of Lin Mo Yu, and Lin Mo Yu mentions how he's not that scared though because he has damage transfer on, but still, if he hesitates for a single moment, all of his warriors will be left out. He then puts his hand up to the air and uses Soul Blaze on the lion, and he sees there is a chance now after the lion comes crashing to the ground. The lion then begins to get up, but of course his mages have already sent their attacks towards him. He just slashes them all apart, and 4 skeleton warriors have died, and the lion tyrant seems even more furious than like 10 seconds ago. Lin Mo Yu puts out both hands, and none of his hands are in his pockets now, and this symbolizes that yes, our boy Lin Mo Yu has gotten serious. He says if he can't stop it with the Soul Blaze, he would have to do something else. He also mentions how if he didn't even level up his mages, he would have died right at that moment. And so 20 minutes later, Flame Burst, Tornado, Ice Storm, Thunderbolt. The lion used all of this, but finally, after hours of Lin Mo Yu's strength being poured out into this fight, it finally falls down as we see his hand. And he literally just trips, just kidding guys, he just falls down with great respect. Lin Mo Yu then says, I approve of you, and he has both of his hands in his pockets now. And yeah, Lin Mo Yu approving a villain, yeah, that's a pretty good accomplishment to die by guys. We see killed Lion Tyrant, he gained 2 million XP. Guys, he gained 2 million XP, that is absolutely crazy. He obtained the gold grade weapon, the Tyrant Battle Axe, the gold grade weapon, the Tyrant Sword, as well as the Tyrant Staff, which is also a gold grade weapon. Of course, he obtains a Tyrant Heart, which has a drop rate cooldown of an entire year, which is way too long. And we also find out that it is a very unique item, and it is essential in making the Tyrant's Necklace, and the chapter comes to a very satisfying end. Of course, guys, Lin Mo Yu levels up once again, and he just looks back and acts all dumb like, wait, I just leveled up? Yeah, this guy's just way too cool, and his coolness is off the charts. He then plays with his hair like he's some sort of model. This guy thinks he's Patrick Bateman or something, and he says, I totally forgot I was level 20 while fighting the boss. Yeah, this dude is just a show off now. He then is kind of shocked though, after finding out that his skeleton mages also leveled up as well. He said if he fully learns the skills, he wonders if they'll level up as well as him. He says if that's the case, then of course he's just gonna max out his skills like this is solo leveling to the max. He says this while looking at the dead Lion Tyrant, and of course he says, although it's going to get heavier and harder to level up from now on, if I don't max out my skills. Now he got the heart and we are back into the dungeon hall, and we hear 6 bells, and everybody mentions how wait, this is such a rare occurrence. They wonder who it is because this means that a new record has been set in this large dungeon as you see all the people waiting, looking at these mysterious floating crystal balls or something. I'm never going to find out what these are, guys. Anyway, they say, who is it? And then we see some dude named Bai Li Sheng, who is a grandson of the Bai Li Academy's headmaster. And he says, let's go. It was said by our Bai Li Academy. And then he says, I remember Lin Mo Yu went into, could it be him? As somebody says that in the crowd. Of course, he then gives a very confused look. He's like, what the heck? What kind of academy does he go to? And what party does he belong as well? Of course, Bai Li Sheng really is a doubter, and he doesn't know how strong our boy Lin Mo Yu is. He says, I can't believe there'd be somebody who dared to compete with us. Somebody then whispers in his ear, boss, Lin Mo Yu is, and I'm guessing he said that he is a solo leveling, sorry guys, he is a solo ranking up monster and solo clearer. And then Bai Li Sheng begins to laugh until his stomach hurts, and he even punches himself, saying, you said he really went in alone? Come on, dude, you really don't know what you're talking about. Then some of the people on the crowd say, this dude must not know who our boy Lin Mo Yu the GOAT is. He already set new records for 2 dungeons. And Bai Li Sheng just mentions he's at most level 20, and a large dungeon is simply not able to be cleared like that. We see a notification pop up. Tyrant's Heart has spawned. The cooldown is a whole year. And oh gosh, everybody in the crowd is just astonished, and they mentioned that this means that if you don't kill the tyrant within an hour, the Tyrant's Heart won't be dropped. So that means Lin Mo Yu just killed the boss tyrant in just 1 hour. Of course, Bai Li Sheng really looks like somebody straight out of Lookism, like a bully, like your old grandpa, like an old uncle. I'm going to stop roasting this guy. Anyway, he says, not only did we set a new record, we also got the Tyrant's Heart. We see a new record has been set in the large dungeon. Tyrant Desert Lin Mo Yu, level 21, 14 hours and 11 minutes with 43 seconds. Everybody is shocked, as well as Bai Li Sheng, and his expression turned even uglier as he begins to sweat, saying, Lin Mo Yu? Lin Mo Yu then walks out of the dungeon, and everybody's jaw drops and they give him $1 billion. I'm just kidding, guys. But they are all shocked to see that it was actually him, and that he managed to solo it, and even set a new record for the Bai Li Academy, and this is simply unheard of. He then sees Bai Li Sheng, and guys, am I right, or Bai Li Sheng just aged like 20 years in 2 panels? And he mentions, are you Lin Mo Yu? Lin Mo Yu just ignores him like an absolute Chad and says, I'm busy. And yeah, guys, let's be more like Lin Mo Yu and just be the bigger person and the Sigma male. Everybody is like, wait, he just really embarrassed the headmaster's son. And they mention how this dude is definitely going to be on the front headlines tomorrow. Everybody on the grounds of the city hall mentioned that this guy's already level 21 when he entered at level 20. And they mentioned that this is extremely terrifying and absolutely unheard of in the history of the academy, and they are very scared now and very curious if this is a true strength of the Necromancer class. We see Bai Yuan, and of course he seems kind of drowsy, so I'm guessing he just took a nap because he's probably really lazy now that he's this strong. But he sees a hologram pop up on his Apple Watch, and of course it is Lin Mo Yu. He asks Lin Mo Yu if he couldn't find a party, to which Lin Mo Yu just responds, I have obtained the heart of the tyrant. Of course, Bai Li then says, okay, I'll look for some new team members for you. But then, his expression goes south when he says, wait, did I just hear that right? Did you really just obtain the tyrant's heart? To which Lin Mo Yu says, Roger, affirmative, and yeah, I really did, bro, or sir. Of course, Bai Yuan is in shock by this, and he mentions, didn't I just give him this task? There's no way he managed to get it. And of course, Bai Yuan tells him, where are you right now? To which Lin Mo Yu is currently located by the dormitory, and while he gets a notification saying that he's set a new record for the Tyrant Desert, he has also obtained 5,000 points and 30 contribution points, but of course, he's kind of sad that he did get more contribution points. He suddenly gets teleported somewhere, and of course, he is with Lord Bai Yuan, and he meets Mr. Meng, who is sitting down by a coffee table having a drink. He bows down to Lord Meng Anwen, who is the Divine Level Formation Master, and Bai Yuan says there's no need for formalities because, of course, this guy, Meng Anwen, is a very easygoing person. And assuming he's probably one of the strongest in the series, I'm sure I know why he would be very easygoing. Bai Yuan then tells Lin Mo Yu to bring out the Tyrant's Heart as they are gathered around the table having a drink. He then whips it out, and of course, even Anwen is super surprised by this. And Bai Yuan says, you really solo cleared it this time as well. He says, yeah bro, or yeah sir, and Bai Yuan asks him how many times or how long did it take. And of course Lin Mo-yu replies, 14 hours, that's how long it took me. And Bai Yuan just looks at Meng and Wen, and our boy is like, yo old man, did you really just hear this? Of course Meng and Wen says, hey old Bai, you gotta keep your word now. And Lord Bai tosses something to Lin Mo-yu while the tyrant's heart is in the center of this round table. And yes guys, Lin Mo-yu has it in his hand. Within his grasp is the cooldown talisman, and now he'll be able to go to more dungeons even quicker. Lord Bai then asks, are you really that in a rush to go to the creation seminary? And Lin Mo-yu says affirmative, and he also needs a lot of contribution score, because setting 3 records gives him 90 contribution scores, and he needs 1000, which is way more than he had expected. Of course, he asks Lord Bai if he can use this in the Yuan battlefield, and Lord Bai says, yeah, you can do whatever you want, but are you willing to accept this task? Lin Mo-yu says yes, and he also has the image of course, his summons behind him, and our boy Lin Mo-yu is feeling a little pretty optimistic, and I can see why, and it is a great day because our boy Lin Mo-yu just got the cooldown talisman. So on next chapter guys, next video, you'll definitely expect this guy to be level 1 million. They both stand up, and of course Lord Bai tells him, you should go and rest, and he'll send you to the battlefield once the opening ceremony tomorrow is over. And yes, just like that, Lin Mo-yu secured the bag. Lord Meng and Wen then asks Lord Bai, are you really sure for him to go at such an early point? And Lord Bai just folds his arms and says, you've already seen that he soloed an entire large dungeon, and although he's level 20, his skill far exceeds those who have even evolved in their own professions. And to go there earlier is better than for waiting for the cream to rise to the top, but I think our boy Lin Mo-yu is already at the top. Meng and Wen then says, as he has an image of some sort of fiery monster behind him, that you didn't tell him that humanity's greatest enemy is there as well. The chapter starts as we see Lin Mo-yu just chilling in his bed, and of course he's resting from soloing every single dungeon ever. He says that he has to sleep first and head over to the Tyrant Desert so he can level up his skills. The day starts as we see some dude in the golden armor, and he yells, saying, I am back. The people all mention look how happy they are. They wonder if they've set the new record for a dungeon, and they all say that this really is going to be amazing. They all begin to cheer, and he even says along with his comrades that they've managed to clear the dungeon in under 16 hours, so they think they've definitely set the record. But then, the people watching are just smirking and laughing because they didn't get the notification. The people that cleared the dungeon mentioned they didn't obtain the Tyrant's Heart, so they wonder who did. The guy in golden armor then is absolutely shocked and sweats nervously as he sees the floating hologram that mentions Lin Mo-yu, level 21. He cleared it in 14 hours. He gets a flashback to Lin Mo-yu walking into the dungeon and him calling him stupid. And of course, he gets absolutely enraged and says how the heck did he clear that when he's only level 1? And of course, he is just a solo. He says let's go, because they want to go and do it again. We then see Lin Mo-yu wakes up and our bro really is the honored one, shout out to Gojo. And of course, he goes back to the temple or the hall and mentions if he can find some oasis fruits, he can max out the level of his slow curse and of course his skeleton armor. Somebody then approaches him and asks if he is Lin Mo-yu, to which Lin Mo-yu says actually he just ignores him because the dude is asking if he wants to meet a senior. Lin Mo-yu says if that senior wants to meet me, he can come up to me himself. As we see Lin Mo-yu here pondering upon the cooldown for the dungeon. We then see it is no one other than Shu Han, and she sees and she's looking at Lin Mo-yu just there looking like the thinker, wondering if he should go into the dungeon again. The other people begin to reason with her because they know that they've seen her with Lin Mo-yu. They say that can you please help us go with Lin Mo-yu to clear this dungeon, and we can even pay him points because they really need to do it. Shu Han is getting kind of overwhelmed by this and she says I'll help you guys, but she still isn't really sure. We then see it is a guy who approached Lin Mo-yu earlier and he tells his boss or the senior that Lin Mo-yu really just refused to go with him. The guy smiles and says he doesn't really understand the second job change, and no matter how strong he is, he will become a piece of trash after evolution. Shu Han approaches Lin Mo-yu and she says, very hopefully, can you please help these people? Because they all need to do this so that they can level up. They mention that they can pay 1,000 points, which is a lot, and Shuhan says it is a dungeon task issued by the academy because Lin Mo-yu did not know about this at all. One of the dudes explains to him that they've been stuck at this for way too long, and if they don't complete it, it'll be impossible for them to enter the academy. Lin Mo-yu says apologies because he's actually a new student and he didn't know about this, and everybody is shocked to see this, and they now realize and connect the dots that is the reason why his level is so low. Lin Mo-yu is then thinking how he has not a lot of points after buying equipment, and this is a great opportunity to get a lot of points. And because 40 people is a limit for each dungeon, he can get 39,000 points, which is absolutely absurd. He then agrees and says he has one request though. And of course, he says if you find the Oasis fruit, he has to get it no matter what. And the people are kind of surprised though, because they mentioned that the Oasis fruit is almost never seen in the dungeon, and that the fruit is super rare and they never even thought of seeing it. They then agree and say, yeah bro, we got you bro, you can definitely have this watermelon, the Oasis fruit. Lin Mo-yu then says, who's coming with me first? And Lin Mo-yu is just an absolute Sigma. People then fight to see who's going first, but Shuhan gets absolutely furious and yells out saying, you better get in a single file line guys, and you better be nice. Everybody is then shocked, and of course we see them go into the line, and some of them are kind of feeling down. Lin Mo-yu then thanks Shuhan, and of course he sees the 39,000 points added into his account. He then asks if Shuhan has completed this task as well, and she mentions that she already has, and that his stuff doesn't really mind her. We then enter the dungeon. He tells everybody to follow him and do not run ahead, and of course he summons his summons, and they are literally shocked to see how many skeletons he can pull out. We see the first monster is a ghost tree, and everybody is shocked because Lin Mo-yu's skeletons took it down in one shot, and their previous parties took around 2 minutes just to beat it. Lin Mo-yu is kind of feeling kind of down because of course, because there's more people, there is less points available to him, but he mentions that this is good though because he can level up his skills, and of course he gets a lot of points. They are surprised because he has over 100 monsters, and they are there just with their staffs, and the mages are sitting behind, just watching everything happen. We then see it is a tree, and it seems like there was no Oasis fruit. He then stands just amidst the battle with his mages fighting the monsters, and he uses Corpse Explosion, and of course everybody is watching with their jaws dropped saying, that explosion is a skill? Wait, isn't that just too overpowered? And yeah, that's what happens when you tag along with an anime or a manhwa protagonist. He then says, I've cleared most of the monsters, you guys should wait here and I'll clear the entire ant nest alone. They look at him like he is absolutely insane, and they say, if we did not see his efficiency with our own eyes, yeah, we would definitely not allow that to happen. 20 minutes later, and we see people just sitting around getting bored, and one of them mentions how they should attack a monster. It seems like a great idea, and they say, well, Lin Mo-yu was able to kill lots of monsters, so we at least should be able to take out one. We then see somebody runs towards them with 2 of the monsters, and it seems like they need to get ready for battle. We see the scorpions headed towards them, and boom, it clashes with somebody's shield. And thankfully, he survived, but as we see here, he got pushed so far. We then see a girl who is a mage, and she mentions that they need to stop shouting and focus on fighting, because our damage healer is not really up to par. We then see it is a scorpion's physique or his defense, and it is 5,892 over 6,000, and it is super high. They start to attack it, and the main team actually says leave it to us, and they're ready to attack, and of course they tell the others to retreat for now. Finally, they have killed the level 25 Oasis Scorpion, and they've gained 7,500 or 7,500 experience, and that took around 30 minutes. Lin Mo-yu is in a dungeon, and he sees the notification that they killed it, and he says they really can't stand still. But then, another one is still there, and all of the people are so exhausted, and they don't know if they can take it down. But in a blink of an eye, we see a red skeleton up in the air. Rage strike. We then see the body of the scorpion absolutely split in half, and in one shot, and it is no one other than Lin Mo-yu's skeleton. We see the girl there crying, and she is so thankful that Lin Mo-yu left one skeleton. And yeah guys, just listen to the MC protagonist, trust me, it'll be in your best favor. They start to get some crazy notifications, and they are gaining tons of XP, 8,000 at each one, and there are like 50 of them. They then begin to mention that if they don't deal enough damage, the queen can heal herself, and they are referring to the queen ant that Lin Mo Yu is fighting. Corpse explosion. And just like that, the queen is dead and he gets 20,000 experience, and everybody is shocked and they mention how this is absolutely way too fast and our boy is literally just speedrunning. He then arrives back to the team, or the teams, and he says, "Let's go, we're headed straight to the Tyrant Castle." They arrive there as we see hundreds if not thousands of the lions outside of the palace, and Lin Mo Yu is just walking towards it, and this guy literally just says, "Wait, if Lin Mo Yu clears these dungeons this fast, he could definitely reach level 30 in a month." He uses Corpse Explosion, and just like that, the palace doors open up, and yeah, rest in peace to those lions. They are shocked because they mentioned if your attack power is high enough, you can just force your way into the castle, and they did know of this exploit. But just at that moment, we then see everybody is going to kneel because they cannot stand up with this pressure. It is the Lion Tyrant, as we see him right here looking absolutely scary. And is it just me, or this guy literally looks like Gojo if he was a lion with his blue eyes and his white mane? Of course, Lin Mo Yu just has his hands in his pocket and just tells him, "I'm in a rush, bro. I really just gotta kill you in like 5 seconds. As we see his skeletons start to attack it. The people watching and spectating mentioned, "He looks so relaxed fighting the boss." And he mentions, "It looks like I can fight that boss as well." And of course, he was just kidding, as we see that the Lion Tyrant has finally died and they have gained 50,000 XP. We even see some of them even crying because they have finally completed the task and they can enter the academy. And let's go, Lin Mo Yu saving the day once again. He uses teleport and everybody throws up their armor and they are jumping very excitedly. And now they thank him. And Lin Mo Yu, I don't know if he's a suitor or whatever, but he has no reaction. They arrive back and Shu Han says, "Thank you so much for helping them, Lin Mo Yu." And then the guy who approached him earlier calls the boss or the senior and says, "Boss, Lin Mo Yu is finally out." And then the boss says, "Go follow him and figure out how he cleared that dungeon." Shu Han then says, "Please, can you help these other batches again?" And of course, Lin Mo Yu says, "Why the heck are there so many? You guys should just get better." But anyway, he decides to let them in. The guy who was called by the senior is in the line, and he seems pretty nervous. They then enter the enormous and vast desert, and of course Lin Mo Yu is just praying that there will be an oasis fruit. He arrives by the trees, and yes, let's go, there is the oasis fruit, and he mentions that now he can finally level up some of his skills. Of course, he just solos all the other scorpions, and he just keeps on attacking, and the people are absolutely flabbergasted. He even takes out the tiger or the lion right there, and it took him 7 hours, and that is absolutely a record. The guy sent by the senior says, "He's way too terrifying. I really need to tell the boss," as the people around him are just crying tears of joy as usual. He then mentions and whispers to the boss, and the boss laughs, saying, "So, I see, it's because of his skeleton summons." He mentions that if he doesn't have a skeleton summon, then he should be pretty weak alone. The boss then thinks he's super smart and mentions, "I'll definitely make you pay for snatching away the boss accessory from Bailey Academy and for embarrassing this ugly senior." And I think he's going to team up with somebody very suspicious. The chapter starts and we see it is a little condo or dormitory, and in the Jiajing Academy or the dormitory. We see no one other than Shashui, guys. Can we get a warm round of applause for Shashui? We haven't seen her in a long amount of chapters. She gets a flashback to her dad, and which she says to make sure she needs to save up points. She mentions that she really envies Lin Mo Yu because he has she thinks he only has 30,000 points. She then mentions though that Lin Mo Yu reached the academy a few days ago, and Shashui really wonders how he's doing. And guys, Lin Mo Yu just has that watermelon or oasis fruit in his mouth as he is commanding his skeleton summit. And let's go, Shashui and Lin Mo Yu are going to have their long-awaited reunion. The chapter starts as we see 3 men or old men having, well, a cup of tea. We then see it's Lord Bai, and he sees and he confronts this other old man who smashes his fist on the table. And of course he says what's wrong. Bai Li then says Lin Mo Yu has a calm personality, so how can he be acting so overboard? And this man is Ning Tai Rin, which is actually the dean of Jiajing Academy, and guys, he is Ning Yi Yi's grandfather. We then are seeing Lin Mo Yu at, of course, the dungeon hall, and he's collecting the points to clear the dungeon for other people. And of course, Ning Tairan then says, "That guy is straight up collecting money to carry out the students. This bro really is an entrepreneur." Of course, Lord Bai says he's carrying 39 people, and of course, this is not an easy task. Ning Tairan then says all the people who got stuck during the Tyrant Desert task in the recent years are now clearing it, and President Bai just says with a smile on his face, well, he's really good because he did not even expect him to carry 39 people. And of course, it's still expensive to have him clear it. The old man then says, "You don't understand. This is not good because the sorcerers, or of course the people at the academy, are not clearing it by themselves, and so there's no growth." But Lord Bai says as he sips on his tea, well, there's nothing we can do. Lin Mo Yu has not broken a single rule. Of course, Lord Bai also mentions that over the course of a lot of years, a lot of talents have not been able to go to the academy simply because they weren't good at socializing, and so they weren't able to go to the academy. We then see it is the other guy sipping on his tea, and he says, "The academy system is way too old school." And the guy gets up, and Lord Bai is just smiling as the old man, which is Ning Yi's grandfather, gets super pissed and just walks out. Lord Bai tells the other subordinate there's only one person in this world who can really handle him. And of course, I'm thinking it is Ning Yi, his granddaughter. We then see we are in the Tyrant Desert Oasis, and guys, I love this artwork. I don't know about you guys, but this one looks pretty clean. Lin Mo Yu just has a skeleton armor over him as he is eating up his watermelons. We then see scorpions try to attack him, but he uses slow curse, which is already level 21. And so of course the debuff has reached an even greater stage. We go back to the opening ceremony where it is 1 hour before it, as we see it is no one other than Shashui along with the goth girl, Zhu Mei. While they're speaking, Shashui looks behind her, but then, of course, Zhu Mei says, "Wait, that is Feng Shu," and her boy right here is an absolute Riz Lord as he has his cool berserk scut sword on his back, and the girls are going to fall for him. They then greet each other and they say, "Long time no see," and of course this is an awesome reunion. Of course, she then asks, "Have you guys seen Lin Mo Yu?" To which Feng Shu is just like, yeah, we definitely have not." We see Lin Mo Yu and he's looking at some sort of purple status window, and he has reached level 22. A lot of his abilities has risen up in, of course, strength. As you see, strength goes up by 30, physique 30, agility 30, spirit by 200, and he even got the Daedalus sickle, which I think is pretty cool. And yes, let's go guys, Lin Mo Yu is finally leveling up. He then says though, when his levels go up, his skills go up as well. We then see he teleports back outside of the dungeon and he starts to ponder and says that he doesn't have enough points even though he has 350,000 points. The reason why is because he says that an intermediate grade skill scroll costs 80,000, and that just means he can only get 4 at the moment. And our boy Lin Mo Yu is really thinking ahead, because well, what an ordinary student would take 1 year to do, it would probably take Lin Mo Yu like 1 week. He then answers a call on his watch as he says he should just attend the opening ceremony as it's about to start soon, and he can figure out how to get more points in the future. We then see the academy, and guys, this looks absolutely beautiful. I wish my class or my school looked like this. And then we see Zhu Mei, Feng Shu, and of course Xia Shui as they're waiting for Lin Mo Yu. As Xia Shui is looking at her watch, of course, Feng Shu then says he's here, and Lin Mo Yu has seemed to have gotten an even cooler aura around him. They are then shocked to see this because he got an even stronger, and he still has the aura of battle, and of course it's because he just came out of the dungeon. Everybody around says, "Is that really Lin Mo Yu? He looks so different now. In fact, he looks a bit scary." But Xia Shui, the three of them, just say, "Yo, what's up, Lin Mo Yu?" And of course Xia Shui calls him Dummy Lin. Of course, Lin Mo Yu then greets everybody, and even Zhu Mei wonders what level he is now. And he says 22, and all three of them are absolutely shocked because it's only been a few days and he leveled up super quickly. Xia Shui then says, "Well, you are the top scorer, so you can use as many points as you want. But for us, we really need to save." Feng Shu then says you can spend points to reset the cooldown of a dungeon in the Dungeon Palace. Lin Mo Yu then says points aren't that hard to come across, right? As we see how much points he got from carrying these people, it's just a bunch of 39,000. And yeah, Lin Mo Yu just definitely has no idea how rich he truly is. The bell begins to sound, and of course we hear, "Welcome to the Judging Academy, students. I believe everyone was a genius on campus during high school, but that's all in the past. Now they're freshmen of the academy." He then explains that there are 3 types of students as we see it here. There are ordinary students, academic students, and top students. And Lin Mo Yu is probably like 100 times better than a top student. The announcer then says they also follow a tradition during the ceremony, where the freshmen can challenge the seniors. We then see a picture over here, and it seems to have become a literal 1v1 battle like those anime ones I watch on YouTube. We see the seniors standing up front, and then the students begin to gossip about how this is a great opportunity for them to fight against their seniors. And we see the real 3 OG men, Lord Bai, Meng Anwen, and Ning Tairan, and they discuss about how all of these students are top sorcerers from all around the world, and they're going to protect this country. Lord Bai then says, "I wonder if anybody will even fight Lin Mo Yu." And Meng Anwen then just says, "No way, who would be so dumb like that?" The others then begin to discuss their level and skills are way lower than the seniors, so how can they win? As we see them facing up against each other. We then see the mage, and he discusses that in this competition, skills above level 20 cannot be used. And of course, that's how it's going to balance out. We then see somebody with a bow in his hand, and he challenges somebody else with a bow, and it seems they're going to go at it. But Lin Mo Yu, as he is talking to Xia Shui and Zhu Mei, we hear, "Lin Mo Yu, I challenge you." And guys, it is no one other than Ling Zhen, of course, the guy that got kicked out of his team, and yeah, he's just super cocky. He then says, "Are you scared, Lin Mo Yu?" And Lin Mo Yu just says, "This guy is way too persistent," and he says, "Too bad, I'm fighting him inside the academy." Lin Mo Yu then mentions, "How many points are you paying?" And Ling Zhen says 5,000, and he says it's too little, and of course our boy Ling Zhen is just like, "Wait, what?" Lin Mo Yu then says with his finger pointed, "What about 100,000? And yeah, all these brokies will never understand the importance of how much points our boy Lin Mo Yu truly needs. Everybody is shocked because they only have 7,000 and some only have 5,000. And Ling Zhen says, "Do you even know the meaning behind 100,000? He says, "Do you even have that amount? If not, there is even no point." Lin Mo Yu then says, "How about we do it like this? If I win, you will give me the amount of points I have. And if he loses, he will give Ling Zhen the amount of points he has." Ling Zhen then begins to get startled because Lin Mo Yu gave him a threatening look and said, "Do you really have the guts?" Xia Shui is kinda shocked because this is the first time that she heard Lin Mo Yu start running his mouth. Oh gosh, Ling Zhen is like, why is he so confident? He says, "If I don't accept this bet, I'm really just ruining my reputation." He then says, "Fine, I accept," and he wonders how many points could a new student have anyways. And yeah, Meng Anwen, Lord Bai, and are just talking about how that Ling Zhen is such a dummy because Lin Mo Yu has over 300,000. The match is about to start as we see Ling Zhen level 21, and Lin Mo Yu is there as a level 22 Necromancer, the country's top scorer. Everybody outside are like, "It's him, he's the one who set the new dungeon," and they mention that he should be earning 40,000 points every single time he clears it. And if he wins, well, let's just say Ling Zhen is not going to be in the best position. Ling Zhen still talks trash and says, "In front of me, you're just a pile of crap." And of course, he also mentions how Lin Mo Yu's level is lower than his, but Lin Mo Yu just has his hands in his pockets. And then Ling Zhen says, "I've had excellent qualification since he was young and since he entered the academy." And he says, as he says furiously and he grips his staff, "I cannot even be compared to you." But Lin Mo Yu, he knows that his level is above that of Ling Zhen. Ling Zhen then looks super ugly here and just shouts out, "You just got lucky, and in the battlefield, experience is more important." And he keeps talking about how Lin Mo Yu's level is lower than his, but Lin Mo Yu just doesn't say a word. Ling Zhen then says, "Did your parents not teach you to talk?" And he launches at him with a punch. But Lin Mo Yu gets a flashback to him and his sister as well as his grandma, and he looks absolutely furious. We see Ling Zhen and he's super scared now. He says this is the same gaze that he gave before the dungeon palace. He then says, "You only have summoning and corpse explosion, don't you?" And of course, Lin Mo-yu then just launches up in one of his summons, and before it's about to attack Ling Zhen crushes a crystal, and Lin Mo-yu's summon just turns into dust. He looks at his hand and says that now he can't summon any more skeletons, and Ling Zhen becomes a funny looking character and says, "Hehehe, look at that, you cannot even summon any more summons." And of course, he puts his staff in the air and is about to use a rain of fire, and he says, "Let's see how you fare up against this." Meng Anwen says that talisman is an intermediate grade, and so somebody behind the scenes is helping Ling Zhen to defeat Lin Mo-yu. We then see it try to attack Lin Mo-yu, but he uses skeleton armor, and we see Lin Mo-yu in front or inside of the flames, and Ling Zhen thinks that it's over as he laughs hysterically. He says, "How does it feel to be burnt alive?" Of course, Lin Mo-yu is not affected at all, and Ling Zhen says that this is absolutely impossible, and so he launches even more attacks, even with ice and fire together. Boom, 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 we see the effects, and it's just clashing along with Lin Mo-yu. And Lin Mo-yu just asks, "Are you done? Your skill is just so weak." And then it's Lin Mo-yu's time for the counterattack. Soul Blaze. He then lights up our boy, or not our boy, we don't claim this guy. And well, rest in peace to Ling Zhen, because he is literally getting burnt alive by the Soul Blaze. His eyes begin to cry out red blood, he coughs out blood, and his snot is even blood now. And the healer mentions, if it weren't for her protection of the battlefield, of course, he would have just instantly died. The people watching are like, wait, he just died in an instant. And it's crazy that a freshman beat a senior just like that. Lin Mo-yu then approaches him and says, "You lost." Ling Zhen says, "Don't come closer, please." And then he tells him, "I'll pay you the amount of points you have." And subsequently, he thinks in his head, "As long as I can keep my life, points don't matter." But then, the MC or the referee says, according to the agreement, both parties, Ling Zhen needs to pay 358,000 points. And well, Ling Zhen's face here just says it all, guys. This guy is definitely going to be working for the rest of his life just trying to pay off his debt towards Lin Mo-yu, and that's why you never mess with the MC. The chapter starts, and of course Ling Zhen is on the ground bloody and tired, and he is saying to himself there's no way that he has that many points, and that must be a mistake. Of course, the referee then looks at him with an obviously menacing stare, and he says, "Are you saying that I'm lying?" And of course, Ling Zhen says no, and so the referee says, "Okay, Ling Zhen, please hand over your points." Ling Zhen then mentioned that he doesn't have that amount. But then we hear the referee mentions that you will give all of your points to Lin Mo-yu, and that is 128,000 points. And the remaining points, he has to borrow them, or of course, if he does not pay within 6 months, then he will ask his family, and if he doesn't even pay from his family, then he will get expelled from the school. Lin Mo-yu gets his 128,000 points, and Cha Shui then rushes to his side and asks him, "How did you get so strong?" And of course, she asks if she can also accompany him to clear some dungeons, and he says yeah. Lin Mo-yu then checks on his watch as we see that Lord Bai has called him, and of course they have to leave within the hour, and then he also remembers that Lord Bai will bring him into a battlefield which is a Yuan one, and so he is kind of excited. He then walks away, and of course our boy Lin Mo-yu cannot contain his excitement, but it just doesn't really show on his face. We see Feng Shu, Zhu Mei, and Cha Shui, and they all discuss how the Yuan battlefield is a real battlefield and even in the real world. And so they have been fighting against abyss monsters for over thousands of years, and so it is not some sort of training ground. Lin Mo-yu then goes to the clerk and begins to sell items, and he managed to get over 2 million coins. And at this moment, he only has 140 skeleton warriors and 70 mages, but actually this is a lot of zombies, or summons. We see him right here, his levels 22, strength 360, physique 360, agility 360, spirit 1700, and he has the Thanatos sight only at level 1, so I hope he levels it up. He then teleports with Lord Bai, and then he tells Old Meng to take him to the battlefield, as of course our boy Meng Anwen just uses his ability to teleport them over there. We then arrive to the Shensha Tower, and Lin Mo-yu is kind of shocked by this, to see how big it is. Of course, this time Lord Bai has his hands in his pocket, and he tells Lin Mo-yu that you have to wait until your second evolution in order to get into this place. We then teleport and boom, they are now in the Yuan battlefield as we see some sort of spinning eye here which looks kind of creepy, as we see also the entrance with a lot of chains on it. Even our boy Lin Moyu is really shocked to see how scary it really is. He says that this familiar aura is definitely stronger in here, as we see some sort of red demonic curse chains and some guards on standby as Bai and Lin Moyu begin to approach the entrance. We see the guard just looking at them, and we also see Lord Bai with some sort of badge on him, and he has a really golden sword with a purple handle and a 5-star around the badge, and he looks at the guards and he hopes that they are really on standby. Of course, Lord Bai is just laughing, and Lin Moyu is really thinking hardly here. But Lord Bai says as long as you have this badge, they don't really care about who you are. We then enter the Sergeant Badge processing office, and there's some dude on the laptop. He seems to be just having fun on his free time. Lord Bai then says, make a Sergeant Badge for my companion. And the dude then shouts out and looks up like, what kind of trash is trying to bother me? But then of course he sees the badge and he then bows down and says, hello General. He then writes it up fast away as Lin Moyu puts his hand or his card onto the counter, and the clerk is getting straight to work very nervously. He then wonders who the heck is Lin Moyu, because of course he brought the 5-star Divine General with him, and this doesn't make sense. He then hands him the Sergeant Badge, as we see it is a golden sword with no stars yet, and Lord Bai mentions that it can keep count of how many abyssal monsters you've killed when you're fighting, and Lin Moyu just thinks this is pretty interesting. We then find out that white is the lowest rank of the private, followed by the black sergeant, silver captain, gold major, and then the purple general. Of course, we also find out that the stars on Lord Bai's badge, it means and represents the military achievements made in the rank, and the more military achievements, the more stars will be shown on your badge. For Lord Bai's rank, of course, there are no more than 10 5-star Divine Generals in the entire Shenxia Empire, as you see his glorious badge right here. He then puts it onto his shirt, and Bai mentions there's a place we still have to go to. As we see, we have now entered the Hall of Heroes, and there is a statue of a large warrior here with a humongous sword, and Lin Moyu is really shocked by this, and even Bai is just taken aback by the beauty. He then explains that these floating things are representing the dead people or the dead heroes, and even after death, they will not return to the heavens, and they will continue to defend the Shenxia Empire with the power of their soul, and so that's why they are all floating here. This is really a noble way to go. Lord Bai then gives his respects and mentions that Shenxia's younger generation, Bai Yuan, pleads with imperial sages to bless his junior. We then see it is a Tower of Destruction, which is one of Shenxia's divine towers, and it starts to really shine. We then find out that the Tower of Destruction has given him a spiritual imprint, and Lin Moyu is just here completely shocked. This way, even if he dies in the battlefield, he will be resurrected once, and so he literally has another life. Lin Moyu is completely shocked by this because Mr. Bai just really gave up one of his divine stars just so that our boy Lin Moyu can have another life, and he wonders if this is really what it means to be favored. He then closes his eyes and gives really respect to the Lord Bai, and he gives him a real huge thank you. Lord Bai then just laughs it off and pats him on the shoulder and says, don't worry about it because when he arrives at the Yuan battlefield, you just need to kill more enemies. We then see a picture of the Great Wall of China sort of, and he explains that this is 9 fortresses and they are arranged in a row and separated by over 1,000 miles each, and that is exactly the wall that is in front of us. They then begin to look down as we see the sort of creepy chains and the vast darkness below them. He says that this fortress that they are in right now is the front line. And of course, unlike other countries that need their help, Shenxia Empire has never been breached by abyssal monsters, and so they are a really secure place. We then see the purple portal, and Lord Bai explains that this is going to be the most dangerous fight, and so he should buy some teleportation stones before he goes. We see the guards here on standby with these still eerie looking chains here, and this really reminds me of Kurapika from Hunter x Hunter. As we see, somebody takes a step, and it is no one other than Lin Moyu. The guards mentioned that the lowest monsters there are level 30, and Lin Moyu is only level 22. And of course, Lin Moyu just thanks them and saying, yeah, I'll take care of myself. He then mentions that the aura here is really strong, and the area really represents a bad sort of ominous energy. And by the way here, we can see his badge attached to the right side of his shirt. He then puts up his armor, his skeleton armor, in an instant, because he suddenly got attacked out of nowhere. He wonders what it is because he literally cannot see it, and his sword summon of course slashes but nothing happens. We then see he identifies it. This is the battlefield ghost. It is level 30, and this guy seems pretty OP, and it's something that Lin Mo-yu has never encountered. He says, as expected, physical attacks don't work, as his summon tries to slash it once again. He then summons a mage and says hopefully this time it will work. They then launch their attacks and boom, of course they get to kill it, and they gain 300,000 XP, and he obtains Soul Breath, which is actually containing the will of the deceased on the battlefield, and it can enhance weapons and your equipment. He then mentions and wonders why something this rare is on the battlefield, and says that this is a really good thing for him to have. He then looks onto the remaining Vastland, and yeah, this is definitely dangerous and he has to keep his guard up. His skeletons then begin to keep on killing some of the monsters, and he says that after walking for about 2 hours, he should reach the dungeon soon. 3 people are headed towards him as they yell, "You need to run away because their abyssal monsters have arrived." We see it right here, and this is an abyssal hound. It is level 31 with a strength, agility, and spirit of 5,000 on average, and it looks here like a really scary demonic horse. They mentioned that they changed their target, and now it is Lin Mo-yu, and so he's done for. Lin Mo-yu then looks at it, and he mentions that he sees the hand sticking out from their tooth or his mouth, that they really killed a person, and he gives them a really menacing stare and says, "Dogs like you should die," as he brings out his scythe and all of his summons. They then rush towards them, as we see that his skeletons are now level 22, and they all have strength, agility, spirit, and physique of 5,000, and so his skeletons have really leveled up. They then charge towards these demonic hounds, and boom, the skeletons, well, let's just say they came out on top. He then gains a star on his badge, and of course he gains 310,000 experience, and he gained 1 merit. Also, his Thanatos Scythe has grown up as well, and it has went up by 3.33%. And finally, he can level up his weapon, so let's go, he can absorb more souls with his scythe. He uses Corpse Explosion, of course, to kill the corpse and to kill the remaining monsters around it, and it seems like this is going pretty good. He says that if he can get his merit points, his scythe can also level up, and so he really wishes that there were more Abyss Hounds, and I'm pretty sure Lin Mo-yu is the only one who wishes there were more Abyss Hounds. The people who escaped barely are wondering if he is some sort of professional because of his ability Corpse Explosion, and they all thank him because he is saved, but they mention that they've never seen somebody who can summon undead creatures. On the other hand, we see a red pair of eyes come out of the darkness and say, "I wonder if my little minions encountered a level or a high level professional." And as we see here guys, there are hundreds of them lurking in the dark. We are now at the level 26 dungeon, the Dragon Frontline Post, as we see a lot of people outside of it. People are lighting up fires and they are resting. He then walks onto one of the grounds, and the people around the campfire mentioned how this guy is so young, and he is definitely not over 20, and he is a white sergeant without a single star, so he is a private. And he has a 5-star emblem, meaning he is from Shenxia. Somebody with with brown hair goes up to him like he is some sort of peasant. Just kidding, sorry to that guy. But he asks Lin Mo-yu if he wants to join their party. But Lin Mo-yu says, no, it is fine. Of course, he then looks at the dungeon face to face. As we see, it is a level 26 dungeon. The requirements are to be level 21 to 31. 4 people recommended for the normal difficulty, 6 for nightmare, and 12 for hell. Of course, Lin Mo-yu is very thankful that there is a hell mode. Yeah, this guy Lin Mo-yu is utterly insane. And of course, he enters the dungeon without even having a party, and the people around him are absolutely shocked. And this guy who asked him actually has 7 stars on his badge, and he is also of the white rank. Of course, one of the guys with white hair mentions, "Let me do some investigating." He has some sort of brick in his hand, and he tosses it inside. And it is a dungeon detector, and he explains that it can detect how many teams there are in each difficulty and whether or not there are casualties or people that have died in each. We then see the pop-up. As we see normal difficulty, it has 1 party with 4 survivors, nightmare difficulty, 2 parties with 12 survivors, and hell difficulty, 1 party with 1 survivor. And yeah, everybody is shocked, and of course it has to be Lin Mo-yu. The guy in the back wonders, that guy's so stupid, he must be from Shenxia, huh? And he wonders and asks the others, how long do you think he will survive? The guy then points his sword at him because are you looking for trouble? Because this guy with white hair really just dissed somebody from the same empire as him. But the guy just mentions that you need to keep your mouth shut and don't ever provoke Shenxia. He then gives him a side eye and mentions he could have been the future of Shenxia. What a pity. But yeah, these guys don't know how strong Lin Moyu is. We then arrive at the dragon frontline post, and there seems to be some sort of temple here as well. But Lin Moyu mentions that something is really off. He says that inventory cannot be used, which means that he won't be able to escape using the teleportation stone. He says monsters here will be definitely stronger than usual, as we see 4 or 3 already begin to approach him. They seem to be very demonic with some sort of hordes on them with fiery hair. And these are dragon spearmen, hell level elite monsters, level 30, and their strength is 10,000. They begin to charge towards him, and he just brings out his scythe and says, "So this is hell difficulty, huh?" He mentions that one of these soldiers already surpassed his own summons and even that big white lion that we saw in the previous chapters. He says that this is about the same as a nightmare dungeon boss, so this fight will not be easy. Well, it probably will be for Lin Moyu. The chapter starts as we see the dragon spearmen going up against Lin Moyu's silver grade skeleton warriors. They then use sweeping spear and slash, but of course it makes Lin Moyu's skeletons get stunned. Lin Moyu mentions that he can bring them back into the summoning space after they've been stunned, and so 3 of the skeleton warriors have just been annihilated. He then tells the warriors to surround the spearmen and the mages get ready to fire. We see a silver grade skeleton mage here, and it has a lot of spirit strength. The skeletons then attack towards the front lines, and Lin Moyu says, no matter how high your attributes are, it's nothing if you are outnumbered. He then sees them right here as they explode, and of course they are defeated, as we see Lin Moyu here, and we have seen 3 of them get defeated, and 600,000 XP for everybody, so that's 1.8 million, which is absolutely crazy. He then looks back and mentions that the skeletons don't have a way to defend against a stun, so he has to be way more cautious. And if you guys did notice, we then see, of course, it is his badge right on his shirt. He smiles and says, from the beginning, all the dungeons up till now have been way too easy, and I finally found one that requires him to actually try more than 5%. We then see it as a dragon spearman in the forest as they look at Lin Moyu from above, and he smiles saying how agile they truly are. He then sends a few skeletons over there before killing them all in one shot, and as we see them here, suddenly the skeletons get wrapped in some sort of shackle. And yes, these are wind shackles and it is a mage's skill. He wonders how can the monsters there use simple spells, and he mentions that they might have got some intelligence from the humans, or of course they might have just evolved. 2 of his skeleton warriors have been destroyed, and of course, he mentions, well, if I only had a few soldiers, losing these would have been tough on me. But too bad he has like 1,000, and of course he sends them all towards them. 5 skeleton warriors have been destroyed as we see them just charging towards the enemy. But of course, 4 of the dragon spearmen have died, and that's an easy 2.4 million XP. We then see the Dragon Mage Hell level elite monster, level 31, strength 5k, agility 3k, spirit 2k, physique 8k, and it has wind shackles and fire rain. It then launches his attack towards Lin Moyu, and as he notices this, he uses Soul Blaze, and he mentions they do have some sort of intelligence because they are smart enough to go after his mages first. We see that he finally kills the Dragon Mage, and he gets Dragon Skin and 620,000 experience points. He is absolutely shocked that he dropped the Dragon Horn, because of course this is one of the 4 materials that Mr. Bai had requested. He says that the drop rate is super low, but nonetheless, he has to take and clear the dungeon a few more times, as we see him here just walking over the dead corpses of his enemies. He then arrives towards a checkpoint and he sees more of them, and he also mentions that he'll use Corpse Explosion, because if he does not, his skeleton warriors will really just get exterminated without getting more of them. He uses Slow Curse on the enemy as we see them right here bound by chains, and they're screeching and yelling as we see their eyes in utter anguish, and it is glowing yellow. Lin Moyu, however, has no care in the world. He smiles and says, it's time to attack, skeleton mages, and we see the skeleton mages here, looking very ominous. We then see Lord Bai teleports back towards Meng and Wen, and of course he bows down, and An Wen wonders if you are finished. He says yes, And then of course he notices that there are only 4 stars on his badge now. And Anwen says, "It looks like you're really serious about taking Linmo Yu as your disciple now." He mentions that you even gave him the spiritual imprint and the Hall of Heroes. And so now from a 5-star general, Bai has become a 4-star general. But Lord Bai just says his life is way more important than that. And a lot of geniuses have died in the human race. And so if he can make sure that another one doesn't die, it'll be beneficial in the hope of humanity. He smiles and says that he also gave him a task to collect materials from the dragon race, so he has no choice but to go to the dragon frontline post. And he mentions that this is sort of some sort of training for Linmo Yu. Bai Li then smiles and says, of course, when Anwen asks, the materials you need are low drop rate for nightmare difficulty. And Bai then says, that's what I'm aiming for. I gave that kid a cooldown talisman, so he only needs to clear it 7 to 8 times. But then Meng Anwen says something very eerie. He says there is a hell difficulty, and Bai says there's no way that kid would have chosen that as well. Of course, Anwen just smiles and says, don't worry, he could carry 39 people, so what else isn't possible? Of course, he also mentions that he did give him the spiritual imprint, so he won't die, but the most he will do is, well, suffer. Bai Li then scratches his head and says, yeah, I really forgot about this, and I should have reminded him earlier that the difficulty of Hell and Nightmare are completely different. But he doesn't know that our boy Linmo Yu is so used to Nightmare difficulty. Bai Li then says, have you ever thought about if he really clears a Hell difficulty dungeon? And Anwen says, if he does that, he'll be simply a prodigy and an amazing talent. We see Linmo Yu as he is sitting down by a tree like the thumbnail of this video, and he mentions that only 2 dragon horns are left after killing about 20 dragon mages. He also mentions how his skeleton summons are really injured, and he barely got through the 3rd of this dungeon. He smiles though with integrity and grit, and says although this is quite tough and the monsters are strong, this is definitely a dungeon of Hell difficulty. We then see the kingdom in the background, and this seems to be some sort of goth and eerie place. He continues to fight them right here with his mages. As we see, of course, he is now going up against a dragon archer, which has a level of 31, strength 8k, agility 10k, spirit 3k, physique 8k, and skills arrow rate and binding arrow. He says as he has a scythe in his hand, they have crowd control skills, which makes them stronger than the others. However, of course, he says to his summons, go and mess them up. But before one could even go, one just got obliterated, and we see one skeleton warrior has been destroyed. He mentions that it is an unknown enemy, something that is strong and fast, and he wonders what in the world could or who could it be. The chapter starts and another one of his skeleton warriors have been utterly obliterated. He then commands his mages to attack, and they use Tornado and Ice Storm as we see the shards of ice and crystals launching towards the enemy. He mentions as he sees the shadow of the figure, and of course finally we see it. It is a dragon assassin, Hell level elite monster with a level 32 and a strength, agility, and spirit of near to 10,000. His skeleton warrior then slashes it, and he mentions that his attributes are so extreme, and so we see his skeletons beside him and they are in rage mode. He mentions that the invisibility is cancelled if they get attacked, and once revealed, their advantage would disappear as we see his zombies head towards him. They then launch, and in a fury we see killed level 32 dragon assassin, and we see that he killed 3 of them. He mentions that this is a monster that drops the dragon heart. He then begins to ponder though, where could the blood essence and the core be? And just at that moment, we see binding arrow and arrow rain, and he says perfect timing as he blocks it with his skeleton armor. He uses corpse explosion on the corpses and he launches it towards the castle. And yeah, look at the faces of these dragon dudes, guys, and yeah, this is just like seconds before death. They then blow up like kaboom, and yeah, GG to those dragon archers. That's why you should never beat Archer without an escape route. He then turns his back towards the explosion like it's some sort of movie, and he says, the archers dropped the blood essence, huh? So now only I need the core. Of course, he then goes to literally solo the entire castle, and guys, this is just getting unfair at this point as the literal scaffolding begins to crumble down, and Linmo Yu is just really solo leveling here, no pun intended. He says where is the boss as he seems to be by a big statue here, and the dude is saying stop. We then see his eye starts to crack, and from that statue emerges the Sentry Post Guardian, Hell level leader, level 32, strength 10k, agility 10k, skills, crowd attack, crowd stun, and buff resistance, and Lin Mo-yu just stares at it in a face-off and he isn't even phased. Wait, what is this? He then gets kind of nervous, and he says it's level 33 and it's 11 levels higher than the skeletons. He mentions that this is way stronger than the Tyrant boss. He then takes a step back, but of course the monster just launches a fury of attacks at him. He tries to use a slow curse because he cannot let it move with such agility points. We then see it wrapped in chains and this guy looks absolutely monstrous. He then lets out a roar and the skeleton warriors then attack the slow cursed monster. Of course, he wonders if he managed to injure the boss at all, but the red eyes just break through the chains and this is buff resistant. Of course, he uses one slash with his attack and wow, 4 of Lin Mo-yu's skeletons are literally put into the drain. He uses crowd stun, but even that just freezes all of his skeletons, and 12 have been destroyed now, and this is not looking good at all for our boy Lin Mo-yu. He mentions that stun skill is too dangerous, and of course if he kills any more of his skeleton warriors, it's gonna be trouble. And yes guys, he launches out and brings out his Undead General, and his Undead General uses military influence as you see the red aura emanating from around him. He then mentions that this is a military influence that we all needed, and it was able to remove the stun effect caused by that boss. He then smiles with a scythe and he is really happy here, and he says, "My skeletons have nothing to fear if your stun skill is utterly useless." They then begin to approach him. As we see, his 15,000 health becomes 8,500, and it's almost close to half. He uses crowd stun again, but military influence and our boy skeletons are ready to go. He then smiles because he thinks that he got this in the bag, but just at that second, his eyes dilate to a really huge number, and it starts to fly towards him, and it seems like he isn't ready. He brings out Soul Blaze to try and stop it, but his attack is too strong, and he wonders how, of course, the skeleton armor blocked that attack, and how did he not get stunned. He says die to it, and kaboom! Yes guys, his blood is seeping out from the explosion in his body. Killed Sentry Post Guardian, experience plus 3.3 million, and he obtained the gold weapon Hell Sentry Post Blade, obtained gold weapon Hell Sentry Post Shield, Hell Sentry Post Bracelet, and 2 Dragon Core, which is probably because he did the Hell difficulty. Obtained Job Transfer Certificate, obtained unique title, the Dragon War King. He then says, what the heck, he really got the Dragon War King? He mentions that he didn't think that he could get the necessary transfer certificate for the second job so early, and our boy finally has such a cool title. He then mentions, and isn't this unique title of Dragon War King just way too overpowered? And yes, Lin Mo-yu, I guarantee you that it is. The chapter starts and Lin Mo-yu has already reached level 23. He mentions that the boss is the one that drops the core, and now that he's collected more than a quarter of the materials he needed, it's time to go back. He has collected Dragon's Horn, Dragon's Blood Essence, Dragon's Heart, and Dragon's Core, and he says to himself, I should take a look at my attributes after leveling up. We see here Lin Mo-yu, class Necromancer, unique, of course he's level 23, and guys, he has a Dragon War King, and all of his other stats are looking really good. We see that he has now 210 out of 230 skeletons, he has 140 skeleton warriors, and 70 skeleton mages, which is absolutely crazy. We then see an image of his skeletons and his mages, guys, and they are now of the silver grade, and yeah, these dudes just look absolutely scary now, boys. He then has his scythe in his hand while he's in the dystopia or in the ruin he created, and he mentions even though it's quite difficult in hell difficulty, there's a lot of experience here, and one of the best things why is because there's really good items and item drops. He then teleports back to the entrance of the Dragon Frontline Outpost, and we see the body of thousands of dead people as well as monsters, and even Lin Mo-yu is kind of taken aback. He mentions how the stench of blood is super strong and eerie, and he puts on his armor even at this only, and he wonders what the heck happened here. At the exact moment, monsters jump towards him, and these are the Abyss Hounds as they bite on his skeleton armor. He uses Rage Strike, and just like that, of course, his skeletons come in clutch and save the day. But Lin Mo-yu doesn't seem too happy about this. More come at him, and of course, they just get exploded easily, as we hear, "Young man, come here quickly. Quick!" He mentions that this place has been overtaken by these Abyss Hounds, and he needs to stick with them so that they can survive. Or he can survive. Well, I don't think Lin Mo-yu needs you. The girl then wonders if he's injured, and he says, no, I'm not. He mentions that they'll block the hounds, so quickly use a transportation stone and get the heck out of there. Lin Mo-yu wonders what happened, and the guy mentions that they released a great number of these dogs and surrounded us. And of course, he mentions to himself, Lin Mo-yu, that with their strength they should be able to escape. But he wonders why they wanted to help those like me, who come out of the dungeon and understand and won't understand what happened outside, as we see a really scary image of these bloodthirsty demon hounds right here. We see them feasting on a person on the literal ground, and he mentions that their side has also suffered casualties. The lady with the stone and whatever those are mentions, we see that there's nobody else left in the dungeon, so it's time to break through and leave. They then wonder why he's still here, and he gives a smirk, and he summons all of his Necromancer abilities as well as his summons, and he says, "I still want to clear the dungeon," as he lifts up his scythe in the air, proud and loud. We see, guys, his mages are right here in front of us, and I am the only one that's gonna say this, but dudes, look how scary these things look, and he even has a really mysterious one at the back. We see a fiery tornado light up the sky as all of these demon hounds are set up flying, and the skeletons take a stab at the monsters, just slashing them in a single blow. The two people earlier, and of course the people that were currently, or they thought they were defending Lin Mo-yu, are absolutely shocked by this, and they mentioned where the heck did all these skeletons come from. We see all the hounds gathering toward Lin Mo-yu's skeletons, and yeah, they're all going to die. The guy then asks, are these all his summons? How are they so strong? He mentions that the Abyss Hounds are like nothing in front of his skeletons, as he just has his scythe out. He says, retreat behind me, and it seems that the table have turned. And now that they are behind him, they wonder, why did I instinctively obey his words? And Lin Mo-yu has his Rage Strike or his Corpse Explosion right in his hands, and he mentions, I'm going to use a crowd attack skill, and if you get caught up, well, it might not be so well for you. Corpse Explosion, and he uses it, and kaboom, all of the Hellhounds are sent to the grave. He has his scythe in his hand as the others begin to tremble by seeing what they just saw, and they mention that that is way too terrifying. The then see military merit has reached 100 and he's been promoted to the 1-star private, and he obtained 1,000 points but only 5 contribution points. He's so happy that he contributed up, or he got contribution points, and he mentions that no wonder Mr. Bai said that I should go to this field. But not only that, guys, his legendary Tornado Scythe has reached level 3 with a spirit of 300, and he smiles as he knows that the future is very bright. Of course, the people behind him then wonder, this guy must be a top student in a distinguished academy, no wonder he was able to solo this dungeon. But then they wait and ponder, wait, isn't this the dude who entered hell difficulty alone? He actually came back alive? And even the people, the girl and the staff guy say, no way, there's no way he cleared a hell difficulty dragon frontline. He then obtained another star on his badge, as we see his Tornado Scythe also leveled up, and there's no stopping Lin Mo-yu. He wonders if a new skill would be added, because of course he's about to reach the big level 5. And then he says, sadly with a look on his face, guys, he's the only one who will say this, by the way. He says, if only more monsters would appear. Of course, they're absolutely confused, and the people in the party sit down and are so relieved that they were saved. They mention that the Yuan battlefield is too dangerous, and the leader of the party introduces himself as Shi Jingqian. He's a level 31 paladin, and he goes to shake Lin Mo-yu's hand. And he says, let me introduce myself. I am Shi Jingqian, and I'm a paladin from Xiajing Academy, as we see his badge right here, which is the same as Lin Mo-yu, but he has 6 stars on it. Lin Mo-yu shakes his hand and he mentions, I am Lin Mo-yu, a level 23. I'm a Necromancer from the Xiajing Academy. And he smiles, saying, so you're a fellow junior, huh? Which batch are you from? And he mentions, well, I'm just part of this year's batch. I just attended the open ceremony. And then of course, Lin Mo-yu also mentioned, day and night don't exist in the Yuan battlefield, so he can't really tell the time. And he wonders if he should go back home to eat. And then we hear a shield hit the ground. Of course, it is Shi Jingqian's shield, as he looks absolutely distraught, as well as his comrade, and they mention How the heck? There's no way you're a new student. They then say, if you look at those facts, I am indeed a new student, and oh gosh, Lin Mo Yu just continues to shock the world. The other party members then look at each other and say, are all the new students like this? I can guarantee they are not. She then mentions as she gets an image of a student getting scolded by a senior, she says, shouldn't a new student be level 15 or 16 and in the academy? And then of course, the leader Xi Jiangchan approaches him and says, you just entered the academy, but you have this kind of strength. I'm super impressed. But Lin Mo Yu just says very humbly, it's nothing dude, trust me. And then he smiles and says, or actually he asks him, your party isn't weak, so why are you not entering the dungeon? Then the other comrades walk up and explain, we've tried nightmare difficulty and almost got wiped out, and that's because this guy can't take the monsters well enough. And then of course, Xi Jingqian then says, am I to blame? I was only level 29 and I didn't even have any good equipment. He then reasons with him and says, I'm only left with a shield now. Too bad it isn't sold anywhere, but once it drops to the dungeon and we finish my set, I can try nightmare difficulty. He then smiles very optimistically, and this guy's an absolute Chad as well, and Real recognizes Real. He says it'll definitely drop soon enough. If it doesn't, I can buy another gold grade shield and use it. The guy in the cloak then says, hey Lin Mo Yu Jr., do you need any equipment? They mentioned how they can sell a lot of good ones for him, since they are under the impression that Lin Mo Yu doesn't have the best stuff already. Of course, Xi Jingshan then says, the Sentry Post set is really good. It can be considered the best and the top tier amongst the gold grade equipment. And he says although you're level 23 now, you can prepare early and use it once you hit level 30, as you see it has a shield, a sword, and some sort of belt like it's Batman. Lin Mo Yu then brings something out and says, Senior, is this the Sentry Post shield that you wanted? And this looks like a really awesome object. The people are shocked absolutely, and this is the Hell Sentry Post Shield. It is a gold grade defensive equipment, all attributes plus 300, resistance to control type skills plus 50, and it shortens control duration by 50, and of course this is such an OP ability. The dude then says, Xi Jingchan says, how the heck did you get it? And Lin Mo Yu says, I got it from the Sentry Post Guardian not too long ago. Xi Jingchan then wonders, are you saying that the Hell difficulty boss dropped this? And Lin Mo Yu just says with a blank face, yeah, I think it did dude, I forgot. Of course, the girl and the dude in the cloak mentioned, no way, you soloed a Hell difficulty. But he just says, yeah, it's just another day in the life. They then wonder, how the heck is that possible? And there's no way it's fake because the Sentry Post shield is definitely real. He then holds the shield in his hand, and then it activates a bright white or yellow light, and this is the full set special effect. We then see a very bright gold beam of light array like a beacon in Minecraft, and the people watching this from afar mentioned, somebody has finally collected the Sentry Post set. That's a set even better than some platinum grave equipment, and they're so surprised that somebody obtained it. Of course, our boy Xi Jingtan then tells our boy Lin Mo Yu, can you please sell the shield to me? I'll give you 10 million gold coins. Of course, Lin Mo Yu is like, wait, that's only gold grade equipment and it's not worth that much money, and he says 5 million is more than enough, and of course, he is absolutely stoked. Him and his comrades look absolutely grateful, and they mentioned now we can attack the nightmare difficulty, and they say thank you so much as of course the sun begins to set, and they say we're going to head back first. There must be a lot of talk around now after I equip the full set. And it seems like Lin Mo Yu agrees, and he wants to go and recover some spirit as well. We then hear a stone get crushed, and of course, we then see a lighting fire in front of us. Two eyes then appear like it's the Sharingan, and we hear a very deep voice that says, many of my dogs have died. Go and see what's going on. And it seems like we see a monster right here with wings or some sort of, I don't even know what this is, like legs on its back like a spider. And it says, yes, Lord. And I wonder, what could this be? We then see Lin Mo Yu guys, and of course he has a smile on. And Xi Jingtan then says, thanks Junior Lin, I really didn't expect to gather the full set today. He says we're going to prepare for our next dungeon attack now, and we've been waiting for this day for a long time. And they yell out, Aura, that's a Holy Knight. They then say, oh my gosh, it's a legendary class, a Holy Knight. And even Ning Yi is right in front of him, and they begin to start having a conversation. Of course, Lin Mo Yu just smiles as Ning Yi seems kind of hesitant for some reason, and it seems like she notices Lin Mo Yu, and he says, what a coincidence. He then mentions, I came here to finish a task, and Ning Yi says, oh what the heck, me too, and she seems very happy in this moment. We then see the legendary Holy Knight or whatever give a look of disgust as we see the two people in front of them, which is of course Xi Jingqian, but he spots them, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi, right behind them like he got a sniper vision. Ning Yi then asks, let me guess, is your task something about collecting materials from the dragon race, like a dragon horn or something like that? And Ning Yi says, no, that would be too simple for you. And then she gives a very weird look here, guys. And she says, let me take a guess. Your task is to get the dragon's core that only the boss drops, am I right? And of course he says, you guessed it. And then he mentions, and it actually wasn't just a core. And she puts her fist up and she says, hooray, I also need to gather the dragon's core. We then see the Holy Knight steps in and his name is Zhu Lesheng. He's a level 30 Holy Knight and he seems kind of disappointed that they're having a conversation. Of course, they then introduce each other. Lin Moyu says, level 23 Necromancer, Zhou Lesheng, level 30 Holy Knight. And of course, Ning Yi just has her arms folded back while they are talking. Ning Yi then mentions, you're already level 23 so fast, I'm only level 21. And Lin Moyu says, we can do it like before. Come here and I'll carry you to some dungeons, and Pro really got that dungeon riz. She says, sure, but then, of course guys, Zhu Lesheng says, hey wait, didn't we agree that I would help you? And she just says like an absolute sigma, I don't need your help anymore, so sorry about that. And yeah dude, just get rejected. I guess legendary Holy Knights aren't really that legendary anymore. Anyways, he then says with a very ugly look on his face of envy, he says, just him alone? He's only level 23. He needs other people to protect him. How can he be possibly of use to you? And she then says, that's none of your business, I appreciate your offer, but truly, just get lost. And then he just says really disappointingly, alright then, be careful. If it doesn't work out, come to me please. And of course he thinks to himself in his head, that pretentious piece of crap, he's only level 23, and he dares to look down on me. And what the heck bro, Lin Moyu didn't even say a single word to you, so yeah, this guy definitely is suffering in imagination. Ning Yi then goes right beside Lin Moyu as he looks like bruh. And of course she says thumbs up and says, don't worry, he's good bro. And then she wonders as she grabs him by the arm, anyway Lin Moyu, which difficulty are you going to clear? Normal and nightmare? And he says hell difficulty. And yeah, of course it's the casual reaction by Ning Yi. She is absolutely shocked by this, but hey, with Lin Moyu, what is there not to expect? The chapter starts and of course Ning Yi covers her mouth in shock as he mentions that she is going now to the hell difficulty. She mentions that Zhu Lesheng, the legendary knight, offered her to go to the nightmare difficulty. And of course she just says with a very charming look on her face to Lin Moyu, that's so great, I've been always wanting to see the hell difficulty for a long time, and I'm assuming she's never ever seen it in her entire career as a hunter. We then see Zhu Lesheng looking at them as of course she has her hands on Lin Moyu, and I can just tell that she really likes him. Zhu Lesheng mentions that I guess tomorrow she'll come back running to me because of course they're just going to die, or sorry, Lin Moyu's going to die. They then are in front of the portal, and Lin Moyu brings out the cooldown talisman as of course Ning Yi mentions. She's still happy that she gets to experience, of course, hell difficulty. They then are in front of it as they teleport inside, and two people wonder, wait, isn't that suicidal, going to the health difficulty? They mentioned that the last people that went there was a team from the Shajing Academy School of Creation and Divinity, and one of them mentions that they also remember a particularly skilled female professional, and she was called the Blade Dancer, and I think that they are referring to Lin Moyu's older sister. They then say forget about them, they're probably just gonna go inside to enjoy the scenery, but I guarantee you they're not there for the scenery at all. We then go inside of the dungeon and Lin Moyu puts up his skeleton armor, and we also find out that he puts one on Ning Yi, which is a pretty cool thing that you're able to put it on people inside of your party. He says it's for safety to her, and then he then begins to call out his summons, and she just says, it really feels like I'm secure. Of course, he mentions, as long as we don't get hit by the control skills, this dungeon will be much easier as the skeletons are around him. We then of course see his skeletons just go after the Dragon Tribe Spearmen one by one, and yeah, Ning Yi is just watching, like she is just watching a show on the television, and Lin Moyu says it's not that difficult. And boys, of course it's not difficult for our boy Lin Moyu. She then gives him the tongue and then of course says, only you would say it's not difficult, while others struggle to complete even the easiest normal difficulty dungeons. And she says, you really make it look so effortlessly, and you are the GOAT. Well, she didn't say that, but I said that. We see his skeletons begin to charge towards them, as well as his mages using their abilities, and she says he got way stronger, and he can even summon mage-type skeletons now, and he really has grown so much as an adventurer and of course a hunter. We then see it's some sort of shrine in the distance, and there seems to be a lot of red aura in the sky. He asks her, Yi, for your mission, do you need anything else besides the dragon cores? She says, well, I am really quite formidable. This first mission was successfully completed, and I received this as a reward, as she points out and brings out something on her hand, which seems to be like a ring. Lin Mayu just has his hands in his pocket as he looks at it, and Ning Yi explains that for the second mission, she needs to obtain a dragon core, reach level 25, and become a 1-star private. The thing in her hand is the Ring of Brulin. It gives all your skills an additional 1 point. She then points it towards the light as she looks at it, as she mentions that this was made from the Goblin King's core that he gave her last time, and she mentions that she completed the first mission before making it, and in fact, she almost died. Just at that moment, he pulls her away because an attack was launched at her. Of course, it is one of the dragon spearsmen, but boom, his skeleton just attacks it. She is then clinging on to Lin Mayu, and she wonders if it is an invisible monster, and yes, it is. He then says to her, of course this is an invisible monster, and that's why it's a hell difficulty. Ning Yi then says, well luckily I have an assassin class of course, and I can see through the invisibility so she can help them in a bit. She then uses her eyes as it turns a really beautiful red and it seems like a scarlet, and she points and says there are 2 there. And just like that, these 2 dragon tribe assassins are killed as he gains 640,000 experience. Lin Mayu then says happily, with you around, he doesn't really have to be on guard. And of course she says, yeah, don't count me out so early, and I still am of good use. She then looks down at his chest, hold up, and of course she is looking at his badge. She mentions that you're already at 2 stars, and he tells her, of course I killed some abyss hounds. She then punches him in the torso and says, I've fallen behind because of you. Now you have to lead the way. And it seems like our boy Lin Mayu is just the ultimate Rizzler. They then arrive at the stone statue, and he seems kinda nervous this time, and he tells Yi to step back and stay away from him. He says I have to go out and meet an old friend, which of course is the statue, as Ning Yi retreats over to the trees with her assassin skills, and she mentions that the storage space is sealed, and she only has this left. She then sees the boss in all of its glory and chaos, and yeah, I would be really scared by this as well, as she wonders if this is a boss. We see Lin Mayu with a bunch of his skeletons behind him, and it's ready, or it's time to of course fight this boss and solo level it. She is then just sitting from the tree looking, and she's about to watch a very entertaining show. Lin Mayu uses slow curse on the boss of course, and it begins to get wrapped in these awesome chains. However, it uses resistance enhancement, and it breaks through it easily, and it even uses group knockback. We then see Ning Yi is even pushed out from her tree, and she says, no, that's what Momo gave me. Lin Mayu uses Soul Flame on the beast, and of course, his general uses War Formation, and the skeletons are put out of the boss's effects as the boss slams his foot on the ground, and Lin Mayu says to recall all the skeletons. He then says, I wonder if the boss can still play like this, because of course, recalling the skeletons to the summoning space in order to avoid the boss's burst skills is what he's going after for. Ning Yi says to herself, even if I tell Grandpa, he probably won't believe me, right? There's no way he can solo a hell level boss. We then see his skeletons go towards his center and go for his core, and as we see, he killed the Outpost Guardian, and he gained 1.65 million experience. He got the gold grade weapon, the magic sword, the magic robe, the watchtower ring, and he even obtained Dragon Tribe Crystal Core, 2 of them. We also find out that Ning Yi has obtained a class change certificate, and she also leveled up by doing nothing. She then mentions that she also got cores, and a class change certificate? There really is no way. She then hugs Lin Mayu from behind as he jumps on him, and she mentions that she really obtained a class change certificate, and Lin Mayu just says, isn't the class change certificate a guaranteed drop from hell level monsters? And she mentions in hell level, only 1 drops at a time. And of course, only Lin Mayu would say something so casually. And yeah, he mentioned, there's something I need to give you before we leave. He then says, of course, this, and she is startled as she has the rewards in her hand. We then see it is a Hell Sentry headgear, which is part of the Sentry set, and he mentions, let's take a break, and let's continue this conversation later. The scene then switches to the party of 4, and of course these are the people who Lin Mo-yu gave his gold Sentry set to. And the leader or the knight mentions, it's a good thing that we have the set now, otherwise we'd be in danger. But the mage then mentions, Laoshi, what should we do? Because there is still a demon abyss in the air. He then says we have to hold out until Lin Mo-yu comes, and once he arrives, all these Abyss Hounds will literally be sent into the graveyard. And just like that, we all know Lin Mo-yu is going to come and save the day. We then see a really ugly looking monster right here, and it seems to have the same glow like Lin Mo-yu's creatures. She then says it's not them. They do not have my children's smell, as she looks down on all of these people. She then says at them, if that's the case, I will have to eat them all along with my Abyss Hounds. And she's literally just floating here like a demonic angel. Of course, Lesheng looks at them, and he sees the Abyss Hounds going towards him. He uses Aura Change and a Resistance Aura, but of course we see a really glowy yellow barrier come out around them. He says, I wonder how there are so many, as we see literally hundreds of them right in front of him. Of course, we then see the knight, and he says, watch out, there's a demon in the sky, and he looks up towards this really scary looking monster, and she has a triple-edged scythe here, and he says, don't worry, it won't be able to break through my tough aura, and that's why. He is really feared as a holy knight, but bro, I don't think you should be that cocky. He then attacks him with his shield, and of course it absolutely crushes it, and he says the resistance aura isn't activating, and he then falls to the ground and mentions, how is this possible, as he gets sucker punched into the torso even more, and he mentions how he almost died just now, as he coughs out blood, and yeah, this guy almost literally just got wrecked. Of course, the knight with the gold Sentry armor just puts his hand on his head and is disappointed, because he talks so big about himself, but in the end, he's just getting beaten like that, and his mage mentions, I thought a legendary profession would be way stronger. We then see the creature in the air, of course, and this is a level 36 monster, but its name is unknown. The guy then begins to get nervous, and he says, what should we do now? We won't be able to win, and he's just hoping that Junior Lin will come to the rescue. Of course, the monster then looks at them with a very degrading look, and she says, a holy knight, huh? What an opportunity to kill you and earn some fame. But just at that moment, we see the signal that they left out, and boom, something crashes down into the ground. We see the monster start to charge towards a legendary knight, but of course we see Lin Mo-yu and Ning Yi, and they come in and teleport just in time to save the day. She then looks at Lin Mo-yu, and we see the black sort of aura coming outside of him, and she says that it is you. You're the one who killed my children, and she is already going to attack him 0.5 milliseconds after they just arrived. She then looks up, and of course Lin Mo-yu looks up as well, and she crushes him with her scythe. But he just emerges out of the smoke and says, what the heck is wrong with you? She then launches a barrage of more punches and attacks, and she keeps on yelling, why can't I touch you? And of course, you're just not strong enough. He uses Soul Blaze with the skeleton armor around him, and boom, she begins to get burned by his fire, and she mentions, I will definitely kill you. As she tries to fly away though, he uses Slow Curse, and of course, she is bound by the chains as well as the Abyss Hounds. They mentioned that the Abyss Hounds have gotten slower as well, and they really can't believe that the ability can affect such a wide range. Of course, we then see the monster on the air, and she says, curses, and yeah, Ning Yi just begins to laugh. He then brings out his skeletons, and yeah, it's GG for this little monster. We then see them jump up and slice her, and the guy with the gold Sentry armor just says, Junior Lin has summoned his skeletons. He uses Corpse Explosion, and yeah, goodbye to all these Abyss Hounds and to this monster. We then see him, he's standing with his hands in his pocket like usual, and he's just looking at the fallen monster, and then he steps over it and says, do better next time. Killed the level 36 Abyss monster. He only gains 360,000 XP, which is kind of confusing, but of course he gets a military merit of plus 50, and he also obtains an Abyss monster blood essence, and it contains energy of the Abyss, and alchemists and blacksmiths can use it to strengthen equipment which will be really good if he decides to use it on his Thanatos scythe. He then goes towards Ning Yi, and Ning Yi is just shocked, saying, "I didn't think I would get so much military merit as well." And guys, Lin Mo Yu upgraded to a 5-star private and even obtained 1,000 points and only 5 contribution points. I don't know what the heck is up with him getting so little points. Of course, his Thanatos scythe is now at level 7 with 2100 spirit, and then he tells Ning Yi, "Did you complete your task?" And she then smiles happily as she of course hugs him and says, "It's all thanks to you that I could do so really quickly." They're then celebrating with the rest of the adventurers, and of course we hear, "The person shining should be me," and it is no one other than the legendary Holy Knight who got literally wrecked in one punch by of course that demon monster. He is a level 30, but he says, "There's no way I was saved by a level 23 rookie." He says, "How can I be embarrassed like this?" He then looks at Lin Mo Yu and of course at Ning Yi, sharing a really happy moment together. And it looks like they are a really good couple. He says, "Sooner or later, you will kneel and pray for your forgiveness. And I will let everybody know which one of us is the strongest." And bro, he didn't even do anything, he literally just saved him, and this legendary knight just really has a big ego. The chapter starts and Lin Mo Yu is standing here as he asks the guard, or of course the knight, if everything is okay. He says no worries, and thanks to his shield that he gave him, he completed the set. And of course, he realizes something as he looks back. He remembers that his guards are of the Eternal Wall. Of course, he then mentions that they probably received a distress signal and rushed here, and they seem to be running here as they mentioned. There seems to be at least 100 of the Abyss Hound corpses right here. One of the knights then asks, "Who sent the distress signal?" And the Holy Knight, our boy, that Big L, says, "It was me." The knight then looks at Lin Mo Yu and the three of them, and he says according to the Holy Knight, he's the one who eliminated so many Abyss Hounds. He mentions that those are indeed the corpses of these Abyss Hounds, and he wonders how a level 23 professional like this really did do it. He then goes up to Lin Mo Yu and realizes that he is a 5-star private, and of course the badge doesn't lie, and so he killed a lot of Abyss Hounds. He then says, "Well done, young man," because he mentions that many professionals, even at 3-star private, even at level 30 as well, could not even do so. He then says killing Abyss monsters is our responsibility, and the old man just chuckles like he gets a flashback to his old past with some dumb naive kids, and he says, yeah, very, very good. At that same moment though, we see some mysterious figures in the shadows come up. One of them is of course Mo Yun, who is a divine summoner, and she is on a real, very white pony or Pegasus, and she looks very breathtaking. The guard then says, "Wait, she is legendary professional, a divine summoner." And she says, "I saw the distress signal. What in here happened?" We see everybody is getting rizzed up by her looks, of course, and she says, "Well, let's not stay here if it's already over." She then glances back behind her, and she sees Lin Mo Yu, and she senses his green ominous aura, that of a necromancer. And she mentions, "That person, that aura is something I really hate," as she gives him a really smug look. Of course, Ning Yi then mentions that she is a 4-star lieutenant, and the guard says it seems like she's searching for something, and she's in the depths of the Yuan battlefield, and he did not expect her to be here today. And Ning Yi mentions that she's looking for the Nirvana crystals. Of course, the guy gets super shocked, and he mentions, "So she's actually searching for Nirvana crystals, huh? No wonder. It is a highly rare material that can increase the probability of class evolutions." And he explains that when professionals reach the second job change, their class direction becomes clearer, and they also have a really, really small chance of class evolution. He says for his profession, he is a paladin, and of course there is a very slim chance that he can become a holy knight, and with the help of Nirvana crystals, the probability can be greatly increased. He then says that in the depths of the Yuan battlefield, there is a monster called Battlefield Wraith. As you see an image of it here, and it looks really just filled with shadows, guys. I don't know if you guys are scared by it. Of course, Lin Mo Yu isn't, and Ning Yi explains, "I also know about a Battlefield Ghost King that is guaranteed to drop Nirvana crystals." And so the guy just sighs, saying, "The Battlefield Ghost rarely appears, and it is also a world-class boss, which is very impossible to defeat." And Ning Yi just says as she looks at Lin Mo Yu, "Yeah, it's very difficult to defeat, dude." Of course, Lin Mo Yu is thinking about the girl Mo Yun from earlier. He mentions that she's already a legendary profession. Why would she want to change her class? He says at level 40 for the second job change, and it's level 70 for the next one. He wonders if there are even higher levels beyond the legendary profession. Ningyi then says, I am a rare profession, a shadow assassin, and she mentioned that she also needs to find Nirvana crystals when the time will come. And Lin Mo Yu just smiles with his hand in his pockets, and he of course just agrees. We then see an image of 2 red eyes that looks like it's straight out of the Sharingan, and it says with a really scary voice, the Abyss Hounds are dead again? They were instantly killed. Even the Abyss's dog demon sent out, and it died. He then says, dang humans, the situation really is a bit strange. And so he says, let's do it one more time. We then see 4 shadow figures, I'm guessing that these are heroes, and they say, what happened to the Flame Demon King? Did it throw a tantrum or something? And they say, I already reported what just happened, and somebody higher up will have to hurry and deal with this because I don't want to get soloed. We then go back to Bai Yi Wan and of course Meng An Wen. And Meng An Wen says, go pour some tea. Bai Yi Wan then says what happened, and he is referring to Lin Mo Yu because Bai Yi Wan was kind of busy. Meng An Wen then mentions, he is fine and he also killed a lot of Abyss Hounds. In fact, he's already a 5-star private. Bai Yi Wan is shocked by this. He says in only 2 days already, and Meng An Wen mentions the Flame Demon King guards the entrance of the Abyss Hounds, and so of course he even sent way more Abyss Hounds into the battlefield. Bai Yi Wan mentions he actually killed even the Abyssal Dog Demon, and Meng An Wen says, yup, this dude really is just the ultimate ranker or the Rizzer, it depends on you guys. He then mentions that Bai Yi Wan smiles, with this kid around, this tournament should be interesting, because of course, this tournament is going to be one that displays the powers of the different schools. He then gets an image of Ningyi Yi as well as Lin Mo Yu, and he mentions I didn't expect them to be together. And of course, it is just another one of her traits of being the ultimate Rizzler and the strongest Necromancer MC isekai'd anyway guys. Of course, Meng An Wen then mentions, I saw the nemesis of Old Ning. He says, I guess Old Ning will be a bit furious of course, because our boy Lin Mo Yu is hanging out with his grandson. Bai Yi Wan then says, I never expected it to turn out like this. He says that I really want to see Old Ning fuming with his mustache, twitching, and of course he is in helplessness. We then watch a really huge monster get defeated. This is the Watchtower Guard Demon, and 1.65 million XP has been acquired. They also obtained the Hell Sentry Longsword, the Hell Sentry Leather Armor, the Gold Grade Accessory, Hell Sentry's Ring, and they also obtained 2 Dragon Core. Lin Mo Yu leveled up just like that, and Ningyi Yi is surprised, and she mentions that after teaming up with him, I'll almost have a complete set of my sentry equipment, and dang, this pro really is just too OP. He then puts up some armor on Ningyi Yi and she wonders, are you afraid of being attacked again outside? And he says this already happened twice in a row, so it's better to be cautious, and W, I really like that from Lin Mo Yu. I guess you're never too strong to be really cautious. Ningyi Yi just smiles saying, who encounters ambushes every time? Well, cautious is not a big mistake, and I'll accept your offer. Lin Mo Yu then mentions if we farm a few more times with some luck, we might be able to complete the entire sentry set, and our bro really is just carrying this Ningyi Yi. We then teleport outside or back into the dungeon, close to it, where the other people are, and they're yelling, a Shikigami, it's a Shikigami, and we see a really big buff Giga Chad bull on his legs literally, and he has arms, and he's just pulling some sort of it seems to be a carriage. We see on the carriage seems to be some really esteemed people, and it seems like these people are going for the hell difficulty, and there are 11 of them. It is a Shikigami summoner from Country Y, and that's why they are going after it. Lin Mo Yu then mentions that it's called the Dragon War King. They're going after those titles. And we see after the people get off the carriage, the main dude hops off and says, these 2 people look familiar. And he sees Lin Mo Yu, and he is instantly intrigued. He introduces himself, Y Country, level 30, Onmyoji Gakko, and Lin Mo Yu says, Shenxia Empire, level 24, Necromancer, Lin Mo Yu, and it seems like there might be a really cool confrontation. We see the people around that was in the Y Country squad, they begin to chuckle and say, level 24, what a freaking weakling. And they even mention, coming to the Yuan battlefield with that kind of level, this dude is just on a suicide mission. Onmyoji Gakko, on the other hand, mentions, it's only been a few days, yet he has risen from level 17 to 24. He says that I can't believe this guy is solo leveling up so quickly. He mentions that the skeletons have also become stronger, and he says if you don't get rid of him now, it will be impossible for us to kill him in the future. But that his comrade says, don't act rashly, we're in Shenxia's grounds currently. He then says as he looks behind him with a really evil look, "I know that, but in the future I won't let him escape." He then says, "Let's meet again in the competition." And he says, of course, before they enter the dungeon, "I hope you won't disappoint me when that time comes." And Ningyi mentions he's running away because there's too many people around now. And Lin Mo-yu just says with a really smug look on his face, "It doesn't matter, even if I was alone, I would never be scared of him." And yeah, just another awesome comment from our boy, the Sigma. Of course, he mentions, in a world of professions, a worldwide competition is held every 5 years. Battle, support, tank types, they all have their own competitions. And of course, the most exciting is definitely the battle types competition. He says that it will be held in Shenxia, and the scale is so grand and countless of professionals will come from all over the world just to participate in the competition. Ningyi then mentions, "In my opinion, Mo-yu, you won't be able to run from this." And she says, "Come on, let's sign up to participate." She then pleads with him, and she says, "We need 5 people for the team competition so we can search probably later, and for the solo, you must sign up for that. The rewards are really good." He says there really is a solo competition. I wonder what the rewards will be. We then see she looks at her badge and it starts to glow yellow as well as Lin Mo-yu's, and everybody on the Shenxia ground has the same thing happening to them. And they say, "Don't tell me that the abyss monsters have launched an attack." We then hear a notification as Lin Mo-yu and Ningyi look up into the sky. "All Shenxia professionals, return to the fortress and gather. All Shenxia professionals, please return and gather." We see 2 people here worrying and wondering if this is the cohesion of the Shenxia Empire and this is how they stay strong, because for their country, they would never do something like that. They then teleport in front of some big temple and stairs, and Lin Mo-yu asks the knight, "Hey, what is happening?" He says, "Well, look at this. Look at the Demon Watcher. It is looking at the direction where the monsters are attacking from." He says this means that a large number are coming, as you see it here, and it is literally illuminating. We then see them in front of that big wall, and Lin Mo-yu mentions, "The Demon Watcher is more powerful than we imagine, and it is said that every large-scale battle is commanded by it." He says even many strong individuals have to accept its deployment. As you see it right here, if you guys play Valorant, it looks like the Immortal Buddy or the Immortal rank. We hear all professionals below level 30 ascend the fortress walls, and of course Lin Mo-yu and Ningyi are being teleported so. We hear, "Make sure to form your own teams," and with immediate effect, no one below level 30 is allowed to exit the fortress. And Ningyi says, "With Lin Mo-yu around, we probably don't need other teammates." We then see a guy standing atop of a wall. It is Ni Xiong. He is a level 60 Legion Overlord. Everybody says, "Guys, look, it is Ni. It is the one and only Ni Xiong of the Ni family, and he is the most important presence in the Legion." He then raises up his sword and says, "My commands you must follow. It is time to form your Legion." He has black hair with of course a beard, and he has awesome armor on. He yells out that the Legion has formed. "I am the commander of the army. The Legion has formed. You are all teammates, and your skills will not accidentally hurt your companions, and you can unleash it to your heart's content." He then puts his sword on top of the ground and smashes it inside. And we hear overall blessings plus 50, and a large ray of yellow light comes across everybody within the walls. We see one guy and he says, "I feel like my strength has increased at least 5 times. And he also has element of resistance plus 50 magic strengthening, spell damage plus 30, and also his physical attack can absorb opponent's life and be used to heal yourself." Lin Mo-yu mentions, "Too bad all these effects are overshadowed by his talent, because if his skeletons were able to have these effects, then, well, you'll just be way too overpowered," and the translators agree with me here. Ningyi then says, "Lin Mo-yu, look up." It is of course Mo-yu, the level 39 Divine Summoner, and she has her floating Pegasus in the air. She is ready to attack here as she looks at the hundreds of Abyss Hounds right over the horizon. A lady then says the monsters are here, and this is her skill morale boost to decrease fear and boost morale, and that is a pretty OP ability. We then see Mo-yu launches her attack, and kaboom, Abyss Hounds get sent flying, and the Demon Abyss Hound says, "Wow, what an amazing attack, now it's time to die," and they are about to come into a confrontation. Her Pegasus kicks it, and we see a lot of the corpses literally getting wrecked over here, but guys, we see Lin Mo-yu's skeletons jumping down from the walls, and of course they are heading towards the Abyss Hounds. They then mentioned, "Hey, isn't this Lin Mo-yu's skeletons? This is too much." these skeleton mages are actually really reducing the pressure put on us. And it seems like since Lin Muyu can't go down, he just sent over his skeletons. We see them fighting these demons hound one by one and they're taking it down. And the flying demon Abyss Strog, whatever this is, says, "You dang humans." And of course, the one from earlier with the morale boost ability mentions, "I can't heal him because he's too far away. What do we do? He's going to get eaten by these Abyss Hounds." Lin Muyu is looking from on top of the walls. He says a level 39 professional acting as a vanguard shows that beside Ni Xiong, there may not be another single level 40 above professional here. And he says there will be too many casualties if this continues to go on. Ni then looks up at Lin Muyu and she gives a look that says, "Yes, you need to go and fight." Lin Muyu then goes up to Ni Xiong and says, "I am requesting to leave the fortress and participate in the battle." And with a really smug look on his face, the guy says approved. And it's time for Lin Muyu to show these guys who is the absolute boss. The chapter starts and Ningyi tells Lin Muyu to be careful. And as he has the scythe in his hand, of course he says, "I really can't waste this time to gain more merit and experience." We see the knight fighting and he wonders why the heck Lin Muyu is here. And Lin Muyu says, of course with all of his summons out, "I'm here to clean this up like an absolute Chad." We then hear, "He's the one that killed my children," and it seems that the flying demon has found her prey. Of course there's so many of them and she orders them to kill him. But just at the moment where she leaves the flying Pegasus and the girl Mo Yun to fight Lin Muyu, we then see the girl and she says it's really him. He then uses slow curse of course, and we see that she is now bound by chains, as well as her Abyss Hounds. The knight then mentions, as well as his other comrade, "As expected from Lin Muyu." And wait, what kind of skill is that? This clearly is a curse type skill. Lin Muyu says with a smile, "My corpse explosion skill can be used to its fullest ability in a battlefield with its corpses." We then see our Abyss Hound literally getting violated, and of course we even see a huge explosion killing a lot of them. And she wonders, who in the world is this human? But just at that moment as she looks, and kaboom, we see more Abyss Hounds as we see all of the notifications here. And I don't really speak Chinese guys, but let's just say that that's a lot of Abyss Hounds. We then see Mo Yun and she says, with a very bright explosion in her eyes, and she covers it, "This is that guy's skill? This is such a terrifying skill." And they wonder if he has reached the second job change already. Of course the knight just says, "Thank God that Junior Lin is a student of the Shajing Academy," and the ones behind him wonder, how the heck can the Necromancer class be this strong? And Lin Muyu just says, "I won't let a single one of you alive." Of course we see Mo Yun and she looks down like, wait, his detestable aura from that time was because of his undead summons. I really didn't expect him to become this strong. We then see one of his skeletons just slice an Abyss Hound in half, and this should be the last one. But then, a real ominous aura comes up behind the skeleton. Lin Muyu mentions that he lost connection to it. We then see a pair of evil eyes, as it says, "You're the one who killed the previous dog 2 times. I remember you, Lin Muyu, of the Shenxia Empire. I'll definitely kill you." Lin Muyu then says with a really calm, smug face, yeah, you'll remember me in your dreams or in your nightmares if you're really that scared of me." Everybody says, "Wait, he's not thinking of attacking it now, is he? We're not at that level to fight the Abyss King." But they say look at the skeletons as we see a bunch of them charging towards Lin Muyu. They continue to take down the Abyss Hound, and yes guys, corpse explosion once again. And yeah, let's just say that that battlefield is definitely filled with the blood and the bodies of those Abyss Hounds. Lin Muyu mentions he's not injured. He says it seems like I have a long way to go before I can even destroy the teleportation formation. But then in a single instant, his expression changes to that of a shocked one as a pair of eyes come up right behind him. We then see 2 lasers, and it is from the eyes as it pierces through a skeleton and the torso just like that, and it didn't even last 1 millisecond. The laser then goes towards Lin Muyu and he puts up his skeleton armor, but it breaks it and shatters in only 2 seconds, and he's completely shocked by it. He then uses damage transfer to try and negate the damage and nullify it, and guys, 124 skeletons were destroyed in the damage transfer, which means that that attack was absolutely dangerous. We then see the attack try to get through the barrier, but we see the Demon Eye Navigator and it shines very brightly and it attacks it back. And we hear, "Lin Muyu, you'll die by my hands." But Lin Mo-yu is on the ground with Ning Yi as she asks if he is okay. He definitely isn't, but he mentions, "I didn't expect the Abyss King to be so strong and destroy his formation." And the fact that the armor only lasted for 2 seconds just shows how fortunate and blessed he is to even escape. We see the eyes right here, and he says in his head, "Just you wait, Abyss King." And our boy became Eren Yeager, and he says, "You'll wait until I come back and absolutely destroy you." It is a victory, guys, and we hear victory from, of course, the general, and he mentions the distribution of military merit will begin now, and it seems like they have finally won this short battle. The general screams out, "In this battle, 10,000 Abyss Hounds and Dog Demons were killed, which amounts to 20,000 military merit." He says 3,000 merit for protecting the fortress, and 2,000 merit for no deserters. He mentions that a total of 25,000 will be handed out, and he also explains that they have 1,052 professionals and everybody will get 20 merit points, except for Lin Mo-yu and Mo-yun. Mo-yun will receive 500 merit, which is absolutely crazy, but Lin Mo-yu will deserve 3,500, and that's absolutely absurd. Mo-yun looks back at him, and yeah, she definitely got rizzed up, and she mentions, "I'm really envious of those points, but of course if it wasn't for him, they might have not been able to defend against their attacks." Guys, it is nobody else than the Royal Holy Knight, and he says to himself, "I'm a legendary Holy Knight class. How the heck? I'm never close to his level." And yeah bro, that's a reality check, never mess with the MC. He then has his scythe in his hand, and Ning Yi is looking at it as well, and it seems to be changing in some sort of way. Ning Yi has become a 2-star private as well as the others behind her, but Lin Mo-yu's star has something else happening to him. We see that his badge has 10 stars on it now, and yes guys, he is ranked up to a silver captain badge. And everybody looks back like, wait, is he really a silver captain? Ning Yi then says playfully, "Hello sir," as she bows down her head. She says, "Wow, you're really a captain of Shenxia Empire. You're possibly the youngest captain as well," and Lin Mo-yu just really has his hands in his pocket. He mentions that it really hasn't been a long time since I finished the exam too. I wonder if this is the Manhwa recap effect. Just kidding guys. He just says that that's pretty cool. We then see he also receives a title, Star of Shenxia, and he is really shocked by this, and I know he's excited. The skill basically gives all attributes 300, and of course the skill consumptions cost -20% and 10% damage reduction. He says, "Wait, you have a title already?" And he says, yeah, I got it," as we see Star of Shenxia right above his head. The general then asks, "Dragon War King, where did you get this title, dude?" That title can only be obtained in the Hell difficulty dungeon in the Dragon Frontline Outpost. We then see Mo-yun and she says, "Wait, I've tried to solo clear that dungeon too, but almost died inside. I didn't think that he was able to do that, and yeah, she just got rizzed up to the absolute max." The general then says, "Please tell me how you obtained the title and its effects." And Lin Mo-yu just says everything. The title is obtained from solo clearing Hell difficulty on Dragon Frontline Dungeon, and the effects are all attributes plus 500. And yes guys, the consumption of skills is -50%. The general then says as he pats his shoulder, "This is absolutely beautiful. Shenxia has another genius now." He says, "You're pretty talented, and I will permit you to use the military facilities in the fortress." He then says with a big smile on his face, like a typical dad, "You will need to spend some time in military merits in order to use the facilities, so make sure you spend some points to yourself." And he says, "Thank you, senior," because only 3-star captains are able to use them. We then see the military general stands atop the stairs, and he yells out, "The battle is over. The legions are dismissed." Lin Mo-yu has his Thanatos Scythe in his hand, and he mentions that the Thanatos Scythe is almost unchanging, and we look at it here and it seems kind of different from when we first had it. This is the Thanatos Scythe. It is of course level 25, and the spirit is 3,000 now, and the max limit is to gather the other sets so that he can unlock it. He mentions that he needs to get more information about this equipment so he can become even more overpowered. He also obtained a new skill called Evocation. It is the Thanatos Scythe will record down the soul of a killed boss. 1,000 spirit will be used to summon that soul, and it can only be summoned for 180 seconds. And we see an image of a boss right here, the one he killed just now. And guys, he is able to summon a boss right here to clear the frontline dungeon again. And this is absolutely broken. Of course, the knight says, combined with the heavy defenses arranged by the top professionals of the empire, the abyss cannot teleport demons that are too powerful. And Lin Mo Yu says to Ning Yi, I will, because of course Ning Yi asks him, Lin Mo Yu, you already marked it, so you have to be careful when going to the Yuan battlefield. And we hear a buzz on the side of her pockets. Of course, it is her grandpa, and she says, Grandpa, I am at the first fortress in the Yuan battlefield. And the grandpa says, I am on my way, because of course he's definitely worried about her. We then see him right here, and yeah, it is a 5-star general, and this is Ning Yi's grandfather. She says hello, and of course the grandfather says, Lin Mo Yu. And of course Lin Mo Yu is confused, like what? How do you know me? And of course Ning Yi just says, what the heck are you doing? He then says, it's nothing, I just wanted to see if you had any guts. And of course he doesn't want to make Ning Yi mad. Our boy Lin Mo Yu then bows down and says, nice to meet you, Mr. Ning, because he is the principal of the Xiajing Academy. He then says, alright, just spare the formalities. Anyway, he then says that old Bai has really become senile. How can he ask you to go to the Yuan battlefield to do a task? He then gets enraged and says, how dare him literally do it behind my back, because I was busy and he decided to fool around. He then mentions, be good, Ning Yi, and come back with me. There are some tasks in the academy. But then she says, you were the one who told me to finish what I've started, and because of this, I'm going to complete my task. The grandpa then says, Lin Mo Yu, you brat. Of course, but Ning Yi mentions, don't threaten Lin Mo Yu. I want to farm levels in the Yuan battlefield. He then says, I can send people to help you. But then of course she says, Lin Mo Yu can carry us by herself. And then he says, there's no way. But she brings out the dagger. And of course, this is the Hell Sentry's dagger, and he's surprised how the two of them cleared the Hell difficulty. He then looks at Lin Mo Yu, and Lin Mo Yu says, don't worry, Mr. Ning, I will protect her. And he sees a Dragon War King as his title. He says there's something strange about this guy. I have to talk to old Bai really about this. There's no way that he was really able to clear such a large and strong dungeon that is of the Hell difficulty. And just like that, I guess the grandpa of Ning Yi really got swayed by our boy's strength. The chapter starts and Ning Yi says, of course grandpa, you can go on ahead. She mentions that they will return when the competition begins in a few days. And of course, her grandpa just says there's something different about this boy. And of course, something is really off about him, so I'm gonna go ask Lord Bai and Meng and Wen. But Lin Mo Yu just gives a smile. He then arrives at the officer resting room where of course Lord Bai permitted him to enter, and he mentions that this really seems like a military facility, and he goes to check the exchange of the military merit. We see the entire environment around him change like some sort of grid, and we see here 3 of them: Anti-Curse Potion, Dungeon Escape Talisman, and Elementary Recovery Potion. He mentions that 2 should be good for emergencies, and he says that talisman seems pretty cool. He then has it in his hand and wonders. It seems like this purpose of the military merit is similar to the points in Xiajing Academy, but if you spend too much, you will lose your rank, so it's better to save a lot. He then gives it to Ning Yi, and we hear somebody call out to her. And yes guys, it is a dazzling and very charming lady, Sister Yoon. Yoon then says, Ning Yi, is he your boyfriend? And of course she blushes saying, no, just tell me what's going on. Of course, she then hands Ning Yi something, and she wonders what it is. And she says it is a destination, teleportation gem. Of course, the purpose of this is to send them to a designated destination, which means that she's going to be teleporting them to a dungeon, I guess. She then tells Lin Mo Yu, I've been searching for the Battlefield Ghost King lately, and I'd like you to help me out in finding it. Lin Mo Yu then wonders, is that the Battlefield Ghost King who is to drop the Nirvana Crystal? She then says as she looks back and she walks away, and gosh, this girl or this lady really is the Riz Master. She mentions, I will give you as many of the Nirvana Crystals in the range of 3 to 5 or 6 because she only wants one of them. Ning Yi then looks at him and she says it's impossible for me to defeat it. And Lin Mo Yu mentions, I'm only level 24, so I might not be able to defeat a level 38 world-class boss. Ning Yi then says as she keeps on pondering, well, if you can solo Hell difficulty, then you won't have a problem, and Sister Yoon must be aware of this, and this is the reason why she invited you. But for the meantime, let's go ahead and rank up. Lin Mo Yu then asks about, of course, the cooldown talisman. It seems that Ning Yi has 9 and Lin Mo Yu has 8. He says, well, let's go ahead and just rest for now. We then see Ning Yi out here smiling, looking really pretty, and everybody says how pretty that girl is. Of course, she's holding on to Lin Mo-yu's arm, and they begin to gossip, and the guy says, "Shut up, the one next to her is a beast." Ning-yi then says, "Look at them, they're all looking at you. It's probably because of the performance on the battlefield yesterday that you did." He says, yeah, whatever, let them be, and let's go, as we see the huge portal like the nether portal for Minecraft right in front of them, which leads to the dungeon. Lin Mo-yu, guys, he already reached level 25. He says that the quantity and attributes of the skeletons have been increased once again, and so the efficiency has accelerated right now. He then says, with all of his zombies or his undead right behind him, this time he can reach the boss in less than 4 hours. And we see the giant stone, and yeah, he commends his army with the scythe, and he's going to test out his new skills, and yeah, that stone guy isn't lasting a few seconds. He then uses summon, and of course, we then see the general summon once again, and it absolutely destroys that monster, and we see Ning-yi here outside again, and she says, "Another hell difficulty dagger, can you give me this one too? I have a use in mind for it." He says, "Yeah, your invisibility skill did help me, so you can have it." He then puts on the armor for her once again, and they begin to walk towards the dungeon, but then we see some dude wearing a cape and royal armor with his subordinates and flaming chariots right behind him. He says, "Halt." He says, "Move away and don't block the road," as he points towards Lin Mo-yu. He wonders why the heck Lin Mo-yu isn't moving, and then he yells again, "Get out of here, you are ruining the red carpet of His Highness." Just at that moment, Lin Mo-yu literally puts a sword towards him, and yeah, he falls down and almost pees his pants. And if that sword went a bit further, well, this guy might not be able to have any more babies. The skeleton looks at him with very dreadful looks, and of course, Ning-yi mentions they're from the ancient Rome's Holy See, and of course, the strength comparable to theirs is unmatched. We then hear "stop," and all of the flaming horses and the knights on them come to a complete stop. Somebody then walks out, and they are all gossiping about how this dude's golden armor was made by a professional blacksmith, and how the jewelry were made by really good chemists and alchemists as well. Of course, this is definitely better than the Nightmare Gold set. Ning-yi then gives a look of absolute riz or intimidation, and he is bewildered, and he says, "How can you be so rude? Back off." And the subordinate just bows his head. He then introduces himself. He says, "I would like to apologize for my underling," and he tries to give a look of riz, but this guy just looks corny. He mentions that he is Rutgers. He is from the Holy See of ancient Rome, and he is a level 31 Vulcan warrior. Everybody then says, "Wait, it's said to be that ancient Rome's Holy See is religious, and they claim to have inherited the power of God. And so this warrior inherited the power of Vulcan." But then one of them says, "That's nothing more than a class with a fire attribute. The guy who killed nearly 10,000 Abyss Hounds can be called powerful in comparison." Of course, this guy is still trying to riz up Ning-yi, and Ning-yi looks nervous. He says, "Beautiful lady, I wonder if you would be honor me by accepting my invitation to get to know each other." And Lin Mo-yu just stands up like, "Bro, you're not even worthy of her. Just look at your drip, bro. You definitely have none." And yeah, this is going to definitely be a cool conflict. Rutgers then says, dude, you're only level 25. I should be more qualified than you." But Lin Mo-yu says, "How ignorant." Of course, Rutgers then mentions, "You're so narrow-minded, you're so low. And do you know what dungeon I'm going to clear?" He then says out arrogantly and haughtily, "I'm going to solo clear the Outpost Sentry Hell difficulty and obtain that legendary title." And he says to Ning-yi as he calls her a beautiful lady, "Just wait, and I'll invite you once again." Of course, Ning-yi just begins to chuckle, and Rutgers is like, "Wait, bro, are you literally kidding me?" And everybody in the crowd around them begins to chuckle as well. His subordinate then rushes towards him, and he says, "Master Rutgers, the legendary title has already been taken by the person in front of you," and Lin Mo-yu is absolutely just looking so bone-chilling right here. He says, "All of you come here," and of course, everybody gathers around him. We then see one of the subordinate mentions, "Are we really going to do this? This is Shenxia's territory, and the majority of all the professionals here are from Shenxia." And Rutgers just says, "Let's just be discreet about it then," as he looks at Lin Mo-yu and says, "Even if they die, others will only assume that they died inside the dungeon." And Lin Mo-yu has his hands in his pockets, so yeah, this guy is definitely just like trash in front of his eyes. Lin Mo-yu looks back with a side eye and says, "Don't even mind these pieces of junk," just kidding, but he's just said, "Let's just continue clearing the dungeon." They then enter the dungeon, and we see that Rutgers activated his dungeon tracking scroll, and it can track people that have entered a dungeon. He then says, did he say he was going to solo clear? Why is he bringing his whole party in? And it seems like the people watching don't like what's about to happen. They're inside the dungeon, and Rutgers has a scroll in his hand, and he says, you didn't expect to find us, did you not? And he says with the scroll in his hand, I heard that you solo cleared this dungeon and took away the title. And so the only way for him to get the title is to kill Lin Mo Yu. He then activates the teleportation ceiling scroll, and Ning Yi looks at her teleportation crystal, and she mentions that of course this talisman does not work anymore. He then says, like he thinks he's literally Aizen from Bleach, are you scared? Are you terrified? This is the price for angering the Vatican of ancient Rome. Or of course, this guy just doesn't know how strong Lin Mo Yu is. He then says, I have a feeling that she'll make a wonderful toy. And this guy really just disrespected Ning Yi. Lin Mo Yu then begins to chuckle, like he casually does whenever somebody's acting so prideful, and he brings out his scythe and says, if I can teleport out of here because of the scroll, that means that you're stuck in here with me. They then wonder what he's doing, and we see all of his skeletons come out, and he mentions, know the enemy and know yourself. Then of course, you wouldn't need to fear the result of 100 battles. And this is obviously from Sun Tzu, but Sun Tzu, come on bro, you definitely probably didn't even say this. Or maybe you did. Anyway, he says, you want to kill me with those shabby skeletons? I'm somebody who has a legendary profession, a Vulcan warrior. We then see he activates his armor and it turns red and black, and obviously even though he's a villain guys, this would look pretty cool on Lin Mo Yu. He says that in this state, all his attributes are literally increased by 300 and he is immune to control skills. He then raises his sword as we see a very dazzling golden aura come up behind him. And of course, all of his subordinates get cheered up and are probably up in morale now, and they say victory to his highness. But this guy literally looks like, I don't know what this guy looks like. He looks like he messed up with plastic surgery. And he says, nobody is stronger than me. Lin Mo Yu mentions, as expected, those skill effects are indeed quite strong, but your party members don't have the same skill. Slow curse. Everybody is then bound up by chains, and we see them right here stuck as Lin Mo Yu's skeletons begin to run towards him. We then see that Vulcan Body Boy tries to attack one of his skeletons, but he blocks it, and he wonders how they're so strong, and Lin Mo Yu's skeleton sword pierces right through one of the shields of the guards. One gets sent flying by Lin Mo Yu's, by Lin Mo Yu's summon, and yeah, they all say it's over, and are we really going to die here? They then begin to get literally obliterated and chuckled up, and they all yell out for his highness, but it seems like he couldn't save them. Lin Mo Yu says, oh my gosh, it's only the stupid fool left, how convenient for me. Rutgers then gets even more furious and he says, I'll kill you. And guys, come on, this is just a repeat with what happened with the other Abyss Demon King. Of course, Lin Mo Yu brings out his scythe and uses evocation. And we see something eerie right here. And yes, it is the general boss that is an undead summon as it looks at Rutgers. And yeah, this dude is absolutely screwed. Of course, guys, Rutgers is sweating his ball. Anyways, he says, that's the Dragon Guardian. How is it possible for you to summon the Hell difficulty boss? And yeah, the Dragon Guardian here, it has a really weird looking weapon, but it's going towards Rutgers, so yeah. It then comes in contact with a sword, and boop, shattered, and it even destroys his Vulcan body with just one hit. He says, is this the strength of a boss in Hell difficulty? And we see the general with his huge weapon above him, ready to cut down Rutgers. He says, I'm the holy son of God. If you kill me, you will die. And Lin Mo Yu turned into Yu from the Boxer series, and this guy has red eyes like an absolute deadly foe. And cut. Yep, yeah, Rutgers is definitely gone. Of course, we then see it is Ning Yi holding onto the armor, and she says, I didn't know people like that would know how to beg for life in the face of death. She then says, but he is from the Vatican of ancient Rome. Aren't you afraid? And Ning Yi mentions, no matter what happens, I'll stay by her side. Of course, they walk away, and she wonders, I wonder what we'll do with his Vulcan set equipment. And yeah, Ning Yi really is a wife candidate. We are in the Vatican headquarters, and we then hear, everybody, Rutgers was killed, inform the Pope. And then we go back to, of course, Bai Yuan, as well as Ning Tairan, which is, of course, Ning Yi's grandfather. We then hear Bai Yuan say, you're here? what a rare sight. And of course, the grandfather mentions, why did you give my granddaughter a task at the Yuan battlefield? Be honest, were you the one that asked that boy to flirt with her? And yeah, this grandpa is kind of getting a little bit too paranoid. Bai Yuan mentions, you'll see when they come back. Why exactly they went for hell difficulty. We then see them come out of course, the dungeon, and it looks even cooler, or it always looked cool. Anyway, Lin Moyu is level 26 and Ning Yi is already level 23. She then tells Lin Moyu that her cooldown talisman needs to charge up again, so she's going to head back first and submit her task that she completed. Lin Moyu then says, me too, since I'm going to be going to the competition, so I'm going to sell this equipment as well. We are then at the trade center, and we hear the total is 20 million, and the clerk says as Lin Moyu turns his back, whoa, these are all equipment from the hell difficulty dungeons. Is this dude part of a big shot family or something? No bro, that's the MC of the Manhwa. We then see Lin Moyu talking to Bai Yuan, and he says, I completed my task. And yeah, Bai Yuan says, come over quickly. Lin Moyu has his hand in his pocket like usual, and they are surprised that he's level 26. And he says, how did you level up so fast, my bro? And he says, I've been clearing dungeons non-stop. He mentions that I was clearing hell difficulty with somebody else, and Bai Yuan mentions, that's right. Of course, if you were doing this solo, the rate of leveling shouldn't be that fast. Meng Anwen then mentions, I told you could clear hell difficulty, and also that somebody else he was with was probably Ning Yi. We then see Bai Yuan mentions, that means the title, Dragon War King, and Lin Moyu says, that I got it. It gives your attributes plus 500 and skill consumption minus 50%. Bai Yuan mentions, you did great this time, and the cooldown talisman is used up. And yeah, he says, Lord Bai, I couldn't find an alchemist, so I'll have to trouble you, as he has the different materials laid out on the table. Bai Yuan then says, yup, I got you, don't worry. He says, but since your performance was good, I'll help you notify it once it's finished. And he says, you must have heard about the competition, right? Bai Yuan tells him, it's held once in every 5 years, and this time their Shenxia Empire will be hosting it, and it will actually be in 10 days. And Lin Moyu says, got it. Bai Yuan then tells him, Lin Moyu, I don't only want you to participate, but I want you to take it all, and I want you to become the ultimate champion and take home the victory royale. He then says, wait, why do you have ancient Rome's Vulcan set equipment? And then Meng Anwen says, wait, this was the set equipment that was given to the Vulcan Knight last year. Don't tell me you. And then of course Lin Moyu just tells him the truth. They were the ones who tried to kill us in the dungeon first. And then Meng Anwen gets absolutely furious as his eyes turn blue and his aura and everything else turns black like he's Gojo. He says, the Vatican, huh? How interesting, they try to touch one of our students in the Shenxia territory. The entire atmosphere and the gravity changes so drastically. And he says, I heard that the Vatican has ways to resurrect their own people, so that brat might still be alive. Of course, Lord Bai then says as he coughs, hold it, old Meng, you shouldn't be so hasty. And of course, Lord Bai then says, leave this matter to me, and after so many years of inactivity, it seems that they forgot his title. And we see Lord Bai here in his prime, guys, and he is known as Shenxia Slaughterer Deity. Lin Moyu is absolutely in shock, and he mentions that he heard that he once invaded Country H alone and killed 2 of the top 3 strongest players, and he almost managed to defeat the country by himself. Yeah, this is way too OP. Of course, Lin Moyu then takes his leave and Bai Yuan says, Old Meng, I'll have to trouble you with the Tyrant Necklace and the charging of the cooldown talisman. And he says, no problem. The moment they tried to even attack Old Ning's granddaughter, yep, they were definitely finished. We are in ancient Rome and we see one of the workers there, and he looks up like what the heck, as we see a huge red fireball up in the heavens. He then says, what type of terrifying magic is that? Is that divine mage magic? Could it be the descent of the Vulcan, the deity of fire? But nope, it's just our boy, Lord Bai and Ning Tairan. They say, look, there's people over there. And we then see Ning Tairan say, Gubat, come out. Come the heck out right now. I said come out right now. And yeah, it's so good that our MC has these type of people to support him. We then see Ning Tairan here, and we hear, it's over. Where the heck is the Pope? The Pope finally arrives and they mentions the elders here too. Nothing else will happen, right? Of course, Pope yells out, who the heck is looking for me? How dare you mess with the Vatican? And this guy's about to get wrecked. Of course, he sees the face of Ning Tairan, and he says, oh gosh, that's a divine level professional from the Shenxia Empire. And he says, and also Shenxia Slaughterer deity. Why the heck is he here? As well, did they come to destroy the Vatican? Yeah, dude, they probably did. He then becomes all friendly and says, to what do we owe the presents? If the Vatican has offended you in any way, we will surely compensate for it. They then wonder, why is the Pope talking like this? Don't tell me we are all really going to die right here. Of course, Ning Tairan then says, tell that Rutger's guy to come out right now. And he tells his subordinates to go fetch him. And he says with sweat on his face, may I ask what Rutgers has done to offend you? And yes, Ning Tairan says, he didn't offend me. And Lord Bai says, he didn't offend me either. Then they both here in tandem give him a look of absolute death. And he says, it was my precious granddaughter that he offended. And Lord Bai says, he offended my precious disciple. Of course, oh gosh, the Pope is absolutely shooken, and he mentions that's even worse than offending the two people in front of them. And he wonders, why did Rutgers do this? We then see Rutgers right here, and it seems like he had just been revived. And he looks up, like, wait, is that the descent of Vulcan? He then gets literally teleported like it's an alien ship, and he's beside the Pope. And he says Rutgers is here. He accidentally died 2 days ago, and has just been resurrected. Ning Tairan then uses his spiritual pressure, and he says it was you who used the dungeon tracking scroll to chase Linmo Yu, right? And he says, why did you also call my granddaughter a toy? Our boy is literally sunken cheeks in, like, look at this guy. He looks as good as dead, and he yells out, how dare that dude? I'll kill him no matter what, and until that woman belongs to me. Oh gosh, the Pope gives him a bombastic side eye because he knows he absolutely messed up. And yeah, Lord Bai just looks at the Pope, and the Pope says, my lords, please. But then Ning Tairan mentions, he has a stigma in the Vatican's divine statue, if he can resurrect after death, right? He says, let's see if you can revive without that statue. We then hear save me, as of course he burns those people in the air. He says, everyone run away, the Pope says. But then, oh gosh, Rutgers is absolutely schizophrenic and delusional, of course in the Manhwa, and he says, you can't kill me, I can just revive again. I will. And he gets burned up to a crisp, guys, and yeah, they then launch the castle or towards the tower, and boom, it's completely gone. We then see the Pope looking down at it with despair, and Tairan says, if this happens again, I will destroy ancient Rome myself. The Pope gives a sigh in relief, and he says, look, we should be happy to be alive. It's already a mercy they didn't kill us all. Think about what happened to Country H. How many people died on that day? He says, as we see the survivors looking up, living is already a blessing in misfortune. They then teleport down to the really peaceful, well, inhabitants that they were at earlier, and Lord Bai says, old Ning, since when did you become so good-tempered? And Ning Tairan then says, you're the same. If it was before, you'd have burned down the entire Vatican. Yeah, these dudes are literally joking and talking about burning down entire colonies, and they're just too strong. Lord Bai then says the culprit has been executed, and there's not much difference between killing and not killing the remaining people. Meng Anwen also says, don't you just want to keep them alive so more abyss monsters can be killed? He then tosses him something, and of course it is a cool down talisman. We then hear, old Meng, help me charge it too. And then he says, you know, you could have just given it to me as well. Yeah, because of course he forgot to give the other one to him. We then see, a few days later, this is the 100th professional great tournament, and Linmo Yu is just on his watch, and he says it's time to sign up. We then find out that there are 3 sections to this tournament. First is a solo, second is the team, and third is the challenge competition. He says each grouping consists of 10 levels, so he is in the 20 to 29 group. He then says in this competition, below level 40, the champion of each category can receive a beginner flash skill scroll, a magic potion, or 50 million gold coins. We then see, of course, it is a skill scroll right here. After use, you can obtain 100% of a skill that you haven't mastered, and for the potion, after use, all basic attributes will permanently be increased by 200 points, which is absolutely fantastic. He then begins to ponder again, and he says the rules and rewards of the challenge of the competition has not been announced yet, so I wonder what good rewards they will have. He says, but for them to be so secretive, the reward shall definitely be good. Linmo Yu, of course, We then see he's already a level 26, and our boy gets plus 500 on all of his attributes. He is way too OP now. We see a skeleton warrior and his mage, and they just keep on getting stronger. And then we see, yes guys, it is an old gang up right here in front of him. They wonder if he's signing up for the tournament. Shashway then asks, we wanted to invite you, but last time you were already level 22, so we aren't even in the same group anymore. Of course, the goth girl asks, what level are you? Level 26. We then see all three of them get absolutely hit with a hammer of level 26, turned to stone by it, and even pierced in the heart for Shashway. And yeah, Lin Mo Yu just really is just solo leveling at this point. Shashway is absolutely shook, but goth girl and of course silver hair boy says, a guy shouldn't be so quick. And he says, wait, what do you mean by that? Hold up. And of course, Ningyi then comes, hold up, and yeah, she just arrives and she says hello. And Shashway looks behind her because she's really familiar, I guess. But of course, Ningyi is respectful and she says, I am Lin Mo Yu's friend, and I am level 25 assassin Ningyi. She says, you're level 25? I didn't think there'll be somebody else who leveled up as fast as Lin Mo Yu. But Ningyi knows the truth and she says, it's thanks to Lin Mo Yu who carried me. And yeah, Shashway is like, yeah, that really figures. They then introduce themselves, Zume level 17 Lurker, level 17 Elemental Mage, and of course, this is Fang Shu, level 17 Holy Swordsman. And by the way, Holy Swordsman would be a really cool class. They then begin to chatter, and Shashway then says, goodbye Lin Mo Yu, we're going to be looking for a team now, so I'll see you next time. Lin Mo Yu then says, you can contact me if you want to clear the Tyrant Desert. And Ningyi says, high school friends, huh? She then says to him, you're pretty close to Shashway, aren't you? And he says, we're high school friends. She then says as she turns away, you're so dense. Oh gosh, she is a tsundere, and her MC is just a OP blockhead. Of course, we then see Jiang Tao Tao, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu. Jiang Tao Tao has reached level 24, Duan Gao level 21. They wonder if they're here to sign up too. And yeah, they say yeah we are, since of course this is held every 5 years, so it shouldn't be missed. We then see, guys, it is Miao Yu, and she says, those other people don't like our low levels, and they're unwilling to team up with us, so that's why they were looking for a team. Lin Mo Yu then says, let's team up together then, and they all look back, pretty shocked. He says that this will save time searching for teammates, and she then says, I heard that he solo carried 39 people in a Tyrant Desert dungeon. If we really team up with him, getting first place is probably a matter of absolute certainty, and our boy Lin Mo Yu looks really mean right in this panel, but that's just how he looks. He has a resting bro face. Of course, Ningyi then tries to persuade her, and she says, yeah, I have a condition. She mentions, if we get first place, the academy will reward contribution points, and that to us is already the best reward. He then agrees, and he says, if I don't agree, they probably won't agree to be our teammates anyway, but that's all good. They then finish up the tournament registration, and Ningyi thanks Lin Mo Yu, and he says, trust me, it's no big deal. And we then see Bai Li Sheng, oh gosh, it's this dude again, and he has his hand in his pocket. And he says, I definitely will win the championship reward in this tournament. We hear people pushing other people out of the way for Bai Li Sheng. And of course, he spots Ningyi besides Lin Mo Yu. He gets furious and he stops them. And Ningyi says in her head, of course, an annoying piece of crap has appeared. Bai Li Sheng then says, why are you together with that dude? And she hugs onto his arm tightly. And she says, is that any of your business? Get lost, you piece of trash. He then says, my business? Everybody knows that you're my fiance. And Ningyi can't take it anymore, and she points down to him like an absolute really scary mom, saying, are you mentally ill? You came to propose but I refused, and so you went around lying to people that I'm your fiance. She then points to her own head saying, how about you find a better healer to fix your brain? And yeah, she is the queen of roasting. Lin Mo Yu then says, I never seen Ningyi so angry. And of course he mentions, I'm not even that worried anyway. We then see Bai Li Sheng say, this is not over, and we see all of his teeth here, and our boy is about to get turned into a speck of dust. And he yells saying, Lin Mo Yu, you repeatedly opposed me. How dare you try to snatch my woman? Guys, well, I don't even get it. Lin Mo Yu just does his own thing, and this guy suffers in his imagination. But thankfully, Lin Mo Yu just calls him a stupid clown, and our boy ages by 40 years and he becomes a really ugly dude, saying, you're doomed and I'll eliminate you sooner or later. Ningyi then says, if you want to die, just say it. and she brings out her weapons, and we then see the rest of the group and the squad come up right behind her. And Lin Mo-yu brings out his hand and he's ready to summon his monsters. He says, if I don't kill this guy, he'll definitely harass Yi Yi again. We hear, who are you going to kill? And just like that, Bai Li Sheng is stuck and struck in absolute fear. We see a red floating figure behind him. It is Bai Yi Wan. And he says, you want to kill him, huh? And yeah, guys, it seems like Bai Li Sheng is already courting somebody, and yeah, he is courting death itself. The chapter starts, and yes, Bai Li Sheng just looks behind him like, wait, is this really Lord Bai Yi Wan? And Ning Yi Yi seems to be very happy. Bai Yi Wan then gives him a death stare and says, Bai Li Sheng, I'm asking you a question. Who did you say that you wanted to kill? He then falls to the ground like, oh crap, and he mentions that he didn't say anything as Lord Bai Yi Wan is just looking at him like he's an ant on the ground. He then says, get lost, and if this happens again, I will personally present your head to Bai Li Hao. And yeah, don't ever mess with somebody who knows Lord Bai. He then lands down, and she says, or Ning Yi Yi says, Grandpa Bai. Of course, Bai Yi Wan then tells Lin Mo-yu, were you planning to attack him if he hadn't appeared? And of course, Lin Mo-yu says, of course, since he was going to kill me first. Bai Yi Wan then asks him, are you not afraid, of course, of the repercussions that they are going to do against you? And he says his grandmaster or his grandfather is Bai Li Hao. He reached level 81 and is part of the Bai Li Academy as the headmaster. Lin Mo-yu then mentions, if I can't beat him, I'll just run to the Yuan battlefield, since of course he knows he can run away and survive there at least. Bai Yi Wan then pats him on the back and says, you're really just like me when I was younger. And oh gosh, I really want to see what Bai Yi Wan was like when he was younger. He then says as he clenches his fist, remember, a tough fist is the hard truth, and of course fear and equality are both achieved through one's own strength. He then tells Lin Mo-yu, I've given you the method to raise your level once you gather enough materials, so I'll even send somebody to help you, and it seems our boy Bai Yi Wan might of course take a really huge liking towards Lin Mo-yu, since of course he sees himself in him when he was younger. He then leaves and says, or sorry, he looks behind him, mentioning the three of you are pretty good too, and he is of course referring to, his level 24 and above teammates, but they're kind of shocked to see him look back. Of course, Sister Tao tells them, the tournament will be held in Nanhong City this year, so let's meet up again there because they're going to be busy, and of course, Ning Yi just says, yeah, you got it. She then looks at Lin Mo-yu's watch, and she wonders what's the task that Grandpa Bai gave him. He says he just needs to kill abyss demons at the 3rd fortress and increase his rank to the 2-star lieutenant. She says that's simple. Lin Mo-yu then says as he continues to mess with his watch, not only that, there will be an elemental dungeon inside of the 3rd fortress. And he wanted him to of course retrieve the elemental crystals from the elemental dungeon. Ning Yi then gets a picture in her head and wonders, I remember the place outside the 3rd fortress. It's kind of known like an elemental plane of such. And we hear a large-scale battle took place there and a huge explosion just shows up right here, and it seems like there must have been a lot of bloodshed. She says that nearly 1,000 elemental mages in their 3rd job changes casted over 1,000 spells over there of the forbidden rank. We see here a huge crater and it is literally obliterated, and she mentions that's why many elemental creatures were born. She then also says, well, I haven't really seen elemental creatures because, well, not a lot of people get to come across them in their lifetime. Lin Mo-yu then just says, well, let's see when we get there. Academy teleportation platform. In 3, 2, 1, we are already at the 3rd fortress teleportation platform. They're there, and Ning Yi Yi seems to be kind of anxious and of course dizzy because she isn't used to long distance teleportation. We then see a notification pop up, beginner fire elemental crystal core, 100,000 gold coins apiece, and we see the rest of the things right here. And also guys, I noticed that beginner wind crystal elemental core and the water elemental crystal core are both worth 100,000, but I wonder what, well, let's just say a necromancer crystal core will be worth. Probably 10 million. They then begin to walk to find the elemental monsters. There is a huge wall with chain literally binding them over, and the knight says on guard, young lad, are you really going to go out there like that without any armor? It's dangerous for you guys to get out of this perimeter. He mentions that the weakest monster in there is level 33, and you're level 26, so don't even risk your life. One of the head guards then approaches them, and the guy reasons with them saying, they want to go out. And of course the headmaster says, where are your guardians? What happened? And who in the world really just sent you over to this place? We then see on the outside of the walls, it is a level 33 fire element spirit, and this looks like a Ben 10 character of the sorts. Of course the master is kind of shocked, but Lin Mo Yu brings out his skeletons, and they are ready to commence the hunting and the rumbling. Oh, just kidding, this is an Attack on Titan. Anyway, his monsters then go so fast towards the monster, and boom, Rage Strike, it's literally done in a second. He gains 165,000 XP, and guys, it's such a relief that our boy Lin Mo Yu is going on to the bigger monsters. Of course, the Headmaster Knight and the other Knight are both shocked, because a 26 level skeleton was able to kill that fire element spirit in just one slice. He also notices the lieutenant badge, and he says, what a young lieutenant, because of course that man got it when he was level 38. And of course Lin Yi then bows her head and says, can we go out now? And he says nervously, and he's still shocked, guys, he says, yeah, you guys can go ahead. Of course they are in the middle of the desert as they walk, and Lin Mo Yu says they're way too cautious. And he says, yeah, I understand why, after Ning Yi mentions, well, it is their duty, of course, to protect people from getting hurt. She then begins to have a crazy hair day as electricity literally makes her hair and her ponytail go up into the sky, and Lin Mo Yu just laughs. He says, don't laugh, and what's there to laugh about? A big portal comes up from behind her, and as she looks kind of helpless, and kaboom, an explosion hits the ground. They wonder if it's a wind elemental spirit. And indeed it is, guys. It is a level 34 with strength of 4k and agility as well, spirit 7k and physique 5.5k, which is really actually strong. His skills are pretty much wind ball, and his unique characteristic is immunity to the wind element. Lin Mo Yu then begins to summon his monsters and his skeletons, and he says, are you bullying my skeleton warriors because they can't fly? And yeah, that wind elemental spirit is definitely going to get a beating for trying to mess with our boy's skeletons. The chapter starts, and this wind elemental spirit has all of the attacks getting thrown at him, but he manages to, of course, just dodge it, because after all, he is like literally the wind. Anyway, he mentions, Lin Mo Yu, that the elemental spirit doesn't even have a corpse, so of course his ultimate ability of corpse explosion won't be able to work on them. Ning Yi then wonders why the ground is shaking, and he says it seems like the elements are becoming disorderly. But then we see the other people, and they seem to be running away. We see one knight here as he yells, run away, if you don't, you're going to die, because something big is coming. And oh no, guys, we then see it seems like there are tons of elemental spirits behind them, and Ning Yi is absolutely shocked because she mentions that this will only happen if they poke into the lair of the elemental spirits. And Lin Mo Yu is out here just looking super cool and rizzy as he just says, the elemental dungeon randomly appears, and when it does, a riot instantly spawns with a large number of spirits. He says, I was really wondering if I couldn't see the dungeon, but it seems like this is a blessing to me. The knight from earlier then tells them as he approaches them, what the heck are you guys doing? Can't you see the elemental spirits behind us? Don't worry about those lunatics, just run away, dude, as the other subordinates come and tell unto the knight. Lin Mo Yu then brings out his skeletons, and he uses kill on these spirits. We see a long list of all, of course, of the notification systems of him getting so much experience, and we see all of the skeletons just charging after them. Ning Yi then begins to get dizzy, and Lin Mo Yu mentions that because his spirit attribute is relatively high, it doesn't have much impact. But of course, it seems Ning Yi doesn't, and that's why that sound can really affect Ning Yi, and this must be the secret call of the ruler of the secret realm, the elemental queen. Slow curse, and our boy launches out his red and binding chains. We then see them all bound here, and the people who ran previously mentioned were finally saved. I thought I was going to die. But one guy points back towards the battlefield, and they say, why are they so strong? Who are they? Those summon skeletons are way too powerful, and what kind of profession is it? He says, oh no, I should have not called them lunatics, and our boy is just sweating bricks right here. Ning Yi is very thankful that the sound stopped, because her head was about to explode. The aurora borealis in the air is very beautiful, and Lin Mo Yu just tells her the element crystal is something that only the elemental queen drops, so let's go. Ning Yi admires the beauty of the aurora borealis, but Lin Mo Yu is always on guard, and he mentions that there's something inside. He's like, oh wait, never mind, it's just the entrance to the secret realm. And so they head in. He mentions that the secret realms are from different dungeons, and they are an independent space, and they can also encounter different people. He then launches some of his skeletons out to be on guard and to lead them, and she mentions that this is an ice palace. And of course, she says, your skeletons have a pathfinding function, they're so useful. And Lin Yu then says, let's wait until they find the right path. Of course, they finally found the exit, and Ning Yi just praises the skeletons. And dang, Lin Yu's skeletons are really just too cool. But sitting on a throne, covered in blue shards of ice and crystals, is a very cool looking character. This is a water elemental general. He is the chief in the secret realm. His strength is 13,000, his agility is 0, but he has a spirit of 13k and a physique of 16,000. He then launches an attack, and they barely manages to dodge it. He says, I know why. I have merged together with the Ice Palace, so I can't move at all. Lin Yu tries to bring out some skeletons, and he says, as one of his skeletons pierces the general, it's 50% resistance to physical damage, so the damage from his skeletons is greatly reduced. It uses Ice Whirlwind, and we see Lin Yu right here, guys. I'm gonna try to make an arrow so you guys can see them. They're so small, and you see all of the arrows come out, and they have to take cover behind a rock. We see, of course, the arrows pierce across them, and he suddenly has a look of despair because he says, I can't believe this. He says, no wonder its agility is 0. That's the price to obtain a regenerative ability, as we see it healing right here. And this too looks absolutely menacing. He then brings out his scythe and says, wouldn't that become useless as long as the damage exceeds the recovery speed? And right behind him is, of course, it is one of his outpost guardians. We see the stats here, it's level 33, and the strength is 15,000, which is almost as high as the general's. And Lin Yu then says with a smile, oh yeah, this is definitely a dungeon boss of the hell difficulty, because its stats are even higher than the level 37 elemental general. He then brings out some of his skeletons to help. And guys, this might be one of my favorite summons from Lin Yu, as it's right here and it's ready to go into war. Well, the war hasn't ended, but this video has, guys. I hope you guys did enjoy. Make sure to comment down below who your favorite character is so far, and I'll be replying to every one of you. I hope you guys had a great time watching this, and without further ado, watch some of these recaps if you want to see more videos like this, and I'll see you guys in the next one.